The Chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call special meeting 28 to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. The public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with public health guidelines and prevent the spread of COVID-19. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members to help with their devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand and unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions or staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk staff to record attendance of the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, before we proceed with the agenda, I would like to place a motion. We have a very engaged committee today. We have lots of speakers today, so I would like to propose that speakers who have not pre-registered for items PH 28.2 and PH 28.3 be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. on October 28, 2022, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list for these items will be closed. And also that the length of public presentations on all items be limited to 3 minutes. I could have my screen back so I can have a vote on this.
The clerks to call me, please. I can't get logged into my.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion? That carries. Thank you so much. Then let's review the agenda for today. Item 28.1, inclusionary zoning official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft implementation guidelines. We have speakers. 28.2, Housing Now Initiative, annual progress update and launch of phase 3 sites. We do have speakers. Item 28.3, new multi-unit residential acquisition program to protect existing affordable rental homes. We have speakers on this item as well. And 28.4, official plan amendment on updating the definitions of affordable rental and ownership housing. We have to hold that down because we have speakers as well. And to everyone that is registered to speak or is thinking of registering to speak if on items 2, 3, and 4, we will not get to these items until later in the afternoon, just to give you a time check. So if you have something to do this morning, I can assure you that we have a long list of speakers for item 1, so we'll definitely not get to items 2, 3, and 4 until later in the day today. So let's start with item 1, and we'll start with the speakers today. And first, we have Christina Abbott. Good morning. Christina?
The East York chapter of ACORN. And ACORN is a membership organization founded in 2004 that is made up of low and moderate income people. We have 140,000 members across Canada with 24 chapters. Acorn works in many different social issues, including tenants' rights, rent controls, rent save, inclusionary zoning, internet for all, and fair banking, and more. I'm a senior citizen, 73 years old, and living in a seniors independent living building on a fixed income. After I pay my rent and medication and food, I have nothing left at the end of the month. I'm speaking to you today in support of Acorn's inclusionary zoning campaign of 20 to 30% of all new developments to be set aside as affordable rental housing, because in a few years, I will not be able to afford my rent. The new people moving into our building are being charged $300 more than I'm paying now, and they have to pay hydro as well. There's no space in shelters, and I will be too old to undertake a change once I've run out of my money. The city needs to implement a strong inclusionary zoning policy in Toronto and protect tenants, bringing a new definition of affordable based on 30% of income, not market rent. Now, I know I've not taken up my 3 minutes, but that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you, Christina. Thanks for joining us today and for your comments. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks so much for joining us today. Next, we have Callum Houston. Good morning.
To the chair, that speaker is not connected.
Okay. Next, we have Jasprit Tour. Good morning, Jasprit.
Good morning. My name is Jasprit. I'm a member of Acorn, living in the East York region. Acorn is a membership organization of low and moderate income people fighting for change. I'm here to talk about the importance of a strong inclusionary zoning policy. This is a huge opportunity for low and moderate income people of the city to gain affordable housing. As a young person, I have a disability. I'm living on ODSP, and it's barely enough to really cover rent and living expenses. So this is really, really important for the inclusionary zoning policy to be expanded. I support what Acorn members are demanding. The maximum amount of units is set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing. Inclusionary zoning must be fully phased in by 2025. We can't wait until 2030, especially with what we've seen in the pandemic. We don't know what's coming next, and housing is important to as much of a, the fact of having housing. It's also a healthcare issue. People need to have access to and have the ability to quarantine, privately and not be exposed to too many people. I know too many people who are living in cramped spaces and not able to afford their own place to live. It must be phased in at 20 to 30%, which city societies have shown will allow developers to get 15% profit and landowners to get 10% above the value of their land. It must prioritize affordable rental housing, which is more affordable for lower income households in all developments by targeting and set aside rates, which will incentivize rental over ownership. Units must be affordable based on income, and it should apply to developments with 60 units or more. The City Council and the Mayor has an opportunity to protect our right to housing, or protect developers' profits. I hope the Council and the Mayor stand up for the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jasprit. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Alan Golden. Good morning, Alan.
This is the host to Ellen Golden. You should have the ability to connect audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel. At that point, we can unmute you so you can speak. To the chair, it looks like they've connected their audio. I'm now unmuting that speaker.
Good morning, Alan. You have 3 minutes. Would you like to start?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name's Elaine Golden. I am the Social Justice and Advocacy Consultant for the Anglican Diocese of Toronto, representing the Social Justice and Advocacy Committee and the Housing Advocacy Subcommittee of the Diocese. Unfortunately, my colleague Maggie Helwig, who's booked to speak after me, is unable to attend today. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. Affordable housing has been one of our key social justice concerns as a diocese and has been a focus for advocacy at all levels of government for well over a decade. At the same time, we've watched as housing has become increasingly unaffordable for lower and middle income households all across our diocese, but especially in the City of Toronto. Almost half of tenants pay over 30% of their income on shelter. 23% are paying over 50%. We're therefore very glad to see the City of Toronto proposing to adopt an inclusionary zoning policy. We're encouraged to note that the proposed affordability period has been increased to 99 years, securing affordability for the long term. We're also pleased to note that the city's proposed bylaw and official plan amendments have adopted an income-based definition of affordability. As welcome as these measures are, however, we believe that the proposed IZ policy could be made even stronger and more effective, and that this is necessary to address the depth of the housing crisis in the city. We urge you to consider the following arguments. Firstly, we believe the overall set-aside rates are far too low. The city's plan only requires a set-aside of 5 to 10% of new condo developments with more than 100 units in the highest market area. And depending on where the development is located and whether the units are set aside as ownership or rental housing. While this amount is set to increase incrementally between 2025 and 2030, its starting point is still too low. A recent Maestri study concluded that in high-value areas, development could be financially viable with between 20 and 30% of units set aside as affordable. Granted, the Maestri study defines affordability as a percentage of average market rent rather than based on income. However, we believe that these set-aside rates should start at 20 to 30% for the highest value areas and be adjusted accordingly for market areas 2 and 3. Near where I live in the West End, Market Area 2, a community group recently won a commitment from the developer of the Dufferin Mall Tower to set aside over 10% of new units in the development as affordable for 99 years. This is good news, but it should not have had to take a year of organizing and legal action by the local community to bring it about. It should also not take until January 2026 until that threshold takes effect for all new developments in Market Area 2. Secondly, we are concerned that the set-aside rates specifically for rental housing are too low, because the greatest housing need in the City of Toronto is for affordable rental housing. Set-asides for affordable rental units in new condo developments are lower than that for affordable ownership units, and the set-aside for purpose-built rental housing is still lower, with a mere 3 to 5% of new purpose-built rental developments set aside only starting in 2026. With no incremental increase proposed. Low and moderate income tenants in Toronto cannot wait so long or so little. We urge the city to bring in inclusionary zoning for purpose-built rental units at the same time as for condo developments and to set aside as many affordable units as possible.
Thank you, Ellen. Ellen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, well, I will just say that we will Toronto needs the most robust policy the city can deliver, and we urge you to do all in your power to strengthen this policy.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today. Just to confirm, Maggie Helwig is not with us. Can you confirm that?
No, she was unable to attend today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So next we have Dave Wilkes. Good morning, Dave.
Chair Bilal, David Bronskill is the next speaker, and if it serves the committee, we would be pleased to present together because we're addressing two different aspects of the proposal.
Okay, go ahead, Dave, and then you can proceed with David Bronskill. Yes, he's next on the list.
Oh, okay. And then to clarify, Chair Bilal, would you like us to, we have the 6 minutes to present as we had to fit in.
3 minutes for each speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, members of the committee, and again, thank you, Mayor Bilal. As noted, my name is Dave Wilkes, and I'm President and Chief Executive Officer of the Building Industry and Land Development Association, also commonly known as BUILD. As mentioned, I'm joined by David Bronskill today, who is a partner with the Municipal Planning and Property Tax Group of Goodmans. Today, Mr. Bronskill and I are here to convey some concerns regarding the recommended inclusionary zoning official plan amendment and bylaw. As we've heard, housing affordability is an important societal issue that we all have a responsibility to address. Inclusionary zoning is one tool that can be used to address this issue, but it must be structured as a partnership between our industry and the city, where regulatory and financial incentives are provided to offset costs associated with building IZ units. The current city recommendation is not built on this foundation. The program as structured will simply add inflationary pressures on housing costs and reduce economic activity in our sector and future housing supply. The city's policy is built on the assumption that land values will adjust to absorb the cost of inclusionary zoning. We simply have not seen evidence of this, and whenever increased costs are introduced, we don't see land values decreasing. If there are no financial offsets to cover the costs of delivering IZ, the cost will be passed on to new homeowners. For example, in a new building that is setting aside 7% of the units for affordable rental, a 750 square foot apartment that would normally sell for approximately $938,000, with the added cost of IZ, would now sell at over $983,000. We are not alone in our recommendations that incentives are a necessary component of effective IZ policy. Indeed, the city's own consultant, NBLC, indicated in their 2020 financial impact analysis that as in other jurisdictions where IZ have been successfully implemented, development density and financial programs are included to offset the cost of delivering affordable housing. Additionally, the omission of incentives is a departure from the position that the city had in 2016 when consulting with the provincial government, where the importance of providing a range of affordable housing incentives and support was seen as fundamental to a successful IZ policy. And finally, Chair Bilal, the city's own affordable housing program, Housing Now, is also built on the premise and recognition that incentives must be provided to offset costs. If I could ask Mr. Bronskill to discuss some issues that we also have with transition provisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm you can hear me as I step in.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee and visiting councillors. I apologize. I'm going to be speaking about a bit of a technical issue related to inclusionary zoning, and it's the importance of transition and the legal basis for it. And at times, I'm going to get into a few subsections of the Planning Act, and that's why I'm apologizing in advance. I do want to thank city staff and in particular city legal for being available for conversations about these points. It's been very helpful to have had benefit of conversations with them. And so I just wanted to flag that at the start that they've been very approachable, and my thanks for that. The issue here related to transition is that it's arguable that the city's current approach to adopting this OP and the inclusionary zoning bylaw in advance of delineating PMTSA boundaries is offside the Planning Act. Now, to be clear, I'm not here today telling you not to follow through with the recommendations to adopt the OP or the bylaw, but to indicate that because you're doing it this way, transition is so important. The statutory authority for inclusionary zoning stems from subsection 16.5 of the Planning Act, and it authorizes you as the City of Toronto to have policies in your official plan regarding inclusionary zoning, but in respect of a protected major transit station area identified in accordance with other subsections of the Planning Act. Now, those subsections essentially require you to identify an area as the protected major transit station area, and in fact delineate that area's boundaries. And that delineation exercise actually occurs as part of your ongoing growth plan conformity exercise or your municipal comprehensive review. And as you well know, that process is not yet done, although it is underway. And as you also know, the minister ultimately is the approval authority for those PMTSA boundaries. However, as we sit here today, neither landowners nor resident associations actually understand exactly where inclusionary zoning can be imposed because you don't yet have the boundaries delineated for each of the PMTSAs. If you go through the draft OP and draft inclusionary zoning bylaw, you won't see any maps other than the market area maps identifying the transit station areas and the areas around them in which inclusionary zoning can be imposed. This leaves you with two options. One of them, as I said to you, I'm not suggesting, which is you defer this entire exercise until the boundaries are delineated. I understand why that option is not palatable. The other option, though, is we must ensure appropriate transition to enable the PMTSA boundary process to be completed with the boundaries approved and included in the OP and the bylaw. And that's why I'm urging both this committee and council to ensure that the transition is imposed. It's both a practical and legal necessity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Councillor Bellal, if I could just wrap up by saying that our industry supports inclusionary zoning done right through a partnership model. We are look forward to continuing to work with city staff and yourself to ensure that we achieve that goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speakers? No? I do have a question. So is your recommendation that we don't pass the bylaws until all the boundaries of the PMTSAs are approved?
Madam Chair, no, I'm not. I understand why both you, this committee, and council want to get on with actually adopting the policies in the bylaw. That would be one approach. The second approach is what will happen is you will finish your MCR process, your growth plan conformity process. Staff will recommend delineated boundaries for each of your protected major transit station areas. You as city council, frankly, you as this committee will consider them, and then city council will consider them. You will adopt them and then forward them up to the minister for approval. And that process is underway. I think you've looked at 16 of those boundaries already in the downtown, and some others are coming forward. When the minister then approves those boundaries, there will have to be an amendment process, likely for both the OP and the bylaw, to insert those boundaries, because those are the areas within which IZ would then apply. So there will be a subsequent process. So I'm not saying don't do it today, but I'm just saying this is why transition as being proposed by staff is both practically and legally necessary. It'll allow applications in the pipeline, obviously, to complete, but it will also give some time to get those boundaries done so everybody will eventually know where it applies. So it's both a practical and legal necessity. So I'm not saying don't move forward. I'm just saying please do include transition.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Jessica Bell. Good morning, Jessica. Jessica, can you hear me?
To the chair, it does not appear that that speaker is present.
My screen is back. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker, Adam Brown. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to try and deal with this sort of issue at a much, 30,000 foot level, not into the details. I've sent a letter issuing some of the concerns of our clients and the clients, many of which I've represented for over 30 years. And I think the one constant and consistent message we're sending is there is an issue. There must be an important step taken to ensure we achieve as much affordable housing in the city of Toronto that we can possibly achieve. No one is saying anything differently. The issue is, in order to implement that partnership, it has to be a true partnership. And what you're hearing from many who have written in and responded within a week's time to what was released, with some of the information not known in terms of implementation guidelines, what we see now from a financial standpoint won't work. And the issue is, if you proceed with policies and bylaw standards that don't actually achieve the needed affordable housing in the city, it would be a mistake, and it wouldn't achieve the goal that everyone has. And if we only had 5% of the industry saying it doesn't work, and 95 or even 80-20 saying we can work it out and let's tweak this here and there, great, let's go ahead and tweak. But what we have now is an industry that's telling you, from a partnership model, we need to align ourselves so we truly can move forward hand in hand to deliver affordable housing. And it would be a shame to move forward with what you have today, pass it, and find out that it doesn't work, find out that prices increase for housing generally even more than you otherwise would have it happen, and that it doesn't create the incentive or the protocols needed to achieve affordable housing. So on behalf of the clients that I've represented for the last 30 years who have written in, some of who have spoken, who will speak, I think we have to make sure that the partnership works, both in a financial sense and in a sense of achieving the desired goal of maximizing the amount of affordable housing. And we're telling you that what you have today, again, only reviewed within a week because it came out a week ago, is not something we should rush forward on. Probably one of the most important issues in the city of Toronto that I've probably ever addressed in the last 30 plus years. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and just made it under my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank
I have a
you.
question.
Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
I don't mean to be cheeky, but Mr. Brown, over the 30 years, how many affordable housing projects have you introduced in the many approvals that you have worked on?
So in my
initiative that you've initiated on your own.
Sure. So in my olden days, probably can't remember when the years were, but when I started my first 10 years, I represented a lot of nonprofit housing groups, and we did a lot of developments with what was then called the MUPs, the maximum unit prices. And it's an interesting question, because back then what I remember was that the government subsidies to bring forward nonprofit housing, and that was pure affordable housing, was in the six figures back over 20 years ago. And all of those proposals that I worked on, and there were many.
I don't mean to interrupt you. We don't have a lot of time. I'm very specifically speaking about not the nonprofit community, but the for-profit community, because you've represented so many developers. What point have you initiated or tried to initiate affordable housing in any of those developments?
On quite a few of them, we've included affordable housing funds as part of the community benefits package. Some of them,
37, yeah.
Yeah, mm-hmm. and in addition, KingSett, who's a client of mine, actually has affordable housing, an arm of KingSett that just deals with affordable housing development on their own initiative. But 99% of them, 100% of them, are all dealing with significant financial incentives from our partner. And whether it's the city, the province, the feds, all of those that I've dealt with have significant financial incentives that allow these affordable housing developments to proceed.
Yes, so you've given money in Section 37. I'll probably ask planning later just how much is bought with a number of $1 million and whether it actually goes into the development itself. So thank you very much. You give me a good idea to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Christopher Robertson. Good morning, Christopher. Can you hear me?
To the chair, this is the host. The speaker should be able to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, at which point we can unmute them so that they can speak.
Morning, Christopher. Okay, we'll try the next speaker and then try to come back to Christopher. Next, we have Jeffrey Schomburg. Jeffrey?
Hello, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Dr. Jeff Schomburg, and I moved to Toronto from Australia in April 2020. An interesting time to move, to be sure. I came to Toronto based on reputation. Everyone I talked to, outside of those from my hometown of Calgary, spoke highly of Toronto. They spoke of the cosmopolitan nature of the city, the burgeoning culture, the distinctive identities that make up the different Toronto neighborhoods. Toronto sounded like an amazing place for the next chapter of my life. And now, as my partner, who's a regulatory lawyer, and myself, who's a governance consultant, look at living in Toronto and look at some of the facts, we know that Toronto's unaffordable. UBS, the Swiss bank, released a report 2 weeks ago that essentially said Toronto is the second unaffordable city for housing in the world. That's right, the second most unaffordable city for housing in the world. In the GTA, the house price index is raised over 18% in the past year. And that's just the Real Estate Association measure, which is supposed to downplay volatility. And of course, you've heard from your constituents, and you'll hear from many more about their lived experience of affordable housing. With all of the evidence of the growth of housing prices, you want to be a seller in the real estate market in Toronto. And that's what developers do. They build houses and sell them. And of course, we've just heard from some of the previous speakers talking about the need for financial incentives. And I fully understand why they would ask, why wouldn't you ask for financial incentives? But just because people are asking for incentives doesn't mean you need to acquiesce or water down what the city and its residents needs. There becomes a real risk of privatizing the profits and socializing the losses should the government provide incentives through public funding. Let's dream for a moment. You and I have an opportunity to build a new condo building in Toronto. Our financial analysis says we're going to make approximately $20 million. It's a big property. Now the City of Toronto enacts an inclusionary zoning policy, which reduces our profit margin by 25%. We're now only making $15 million. Are you going to walk away from $15 million? I don't think many people would. I believe that developers will stop developing because of an inclusionary zone policy. As the old saying goes, if it's worth doing well. With that in mind, in considering inclusionary zoning, I'm asking you to maintain the principle that IZ affordable housing will be indistinguishable from market housing, apply the IZ policies within 1 year of the approval at the maximum rate, follow the city's own feasibility studies and set aside 20 to 30% of all new developments for affordable housing, to apply the policies to all developments of 60 units or more, and to maintain the commitment to 99 years of affordable housing. I want to live in communities that reflect where people want to live, not where they can afford to live. I want to live near artists, bartenders, and new Canadians. I want to live in a city that prioritizes the human right to housing. I hope you do too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Let's try Christopher once again. Christopher, can you hear me now? Christopher Robertson?
To the chair, I also messaged the speaker in WebEx chat with instructions on how to connect their audio and to ask if they were having trouble connecting. I have not received a response.
Okay, let's move on then. Neil Hetherington. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Neil Hetherington. I have the awesome privilege of being the CEO of the Daily Bread Food Bank. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the adoption of inclusionary zoning in Toronto. I'm here representing the voices of 120 member agencies, 110,000 individuals that need food banks every single month, as well as 700 community members who participated in our letter writing campaign to show their support for this important policy. Why is the food bank making a deputation on an urban planning and zoning issue? It's simple, because the Daily Bread Food Bank has been stretched like never before in our history. The lack of affordable housing in Toronto is directly driving food bank usage. The majority of food bank clients are private market renters, and 83% of them are paying more than half of their income towards housing, putting them in core housing need and at risk of becoming homeless. For households earning less than $25,000, as is the case for the vast majority of food bank clients, only 0.2% of rentals in Toronto would be considered affordable. It's critical that City Council use every tool at its disposal to increase access to affordable and deeply affordable housing. Inclusionary zoning is one such tool that the city can and should adopt to address this critical issue. We full-heartedly agree with staff report that extensive stakeholder consultation has resulted in inclusionary zoning policy framework that is balanced, forward-looking, and equitable. I know on one side of this balanced staff report, there will be some that will say it will lead to the collapse of the residential housing market. And I know there will be other housing advocates who argue that the proposal doesn't go far enough. That's probably an indication that the staff have got it right. We are pleased to see a 99-year period of affordability included in the proposed policy. We also applaud the city for the proposed change to the definition of affordable to relate to people's incomes rather than exclusively to an average market rent, which we know the committee will be exploring later on the agenda today. While we are eager to see stronger set-aside rates, we respect the proposed phased-in approach. The analysis conducted by the city and by independent consultants shows that the proposed approach is balanced, appropriate, and viable in Toronto. The city has done its due diligence by looking at other jurisdictions, and the evidence is clear from cities like New York, San Francisco, that the development market has remained strong and additional costs were not, in fact, passed on to homeowners. Toronto's proposal of inclusionary zoning will directly lead to increased affordable housing units in the city while giving time for the market to adjust. We believe that it is better to adopt this policy now, monitor and evaluate, and continue to strengthen it in future years once the impact is known, rather than risk delaying implementation any further. We are in a food security crisis because we are in a housing crisis, and Torontonians cannot wait any longer. And to conclude, we strongly support the adoption of the policy as presented today and encourage members of the committee to recommend the policy at City Council. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much, Neil, for joining us today. Next, we have Nigel Carvalho. Good morning, Nigel.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Leanne Honold. Good morning, Leanne.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. You have 3 minutes. You can start.
Hi, my name is Leanne, and I'm a Toronto resident. I'm here because the availability of affordable housing is one of the biggest issues that our city faces. The City of Toronto's motto is diversity, our strength. Diversity is categorized in many ways, including people's socioeconomic status. That means all people, whether wealthy or working class, are an important part of our city. But the realities I witness in my daily life do not show me a city that is fighting to support all its residents. I live downtown in the Grange Park neighborhood. Minutes from my house, people have been camping out in the park. I moved last June, so know that they've spent at least 1 winter outdoors. Likely, they have been there since the pandemic started, which means they're heading into their 3rd winter outside. I wonder about the options they have for permanent, affordable housing nearby. When I look at the buildings where subsidized supports exist, here's what I find. At 248 Simcoe, there are 13,881 people waiting for a subsidized or market rent 1-bedroom unit. Offers are currently being made to people who applied in approximately 1988. That's 33 years. The story at 133 Beverly Street is almost identical. Over 13,000 people waiting and offers being made to those who applied in 1988. Neither building has offered a 1-bedroom apartment in the last year. However, 2 large developments are being built within meters of my home, projects that will introduce hundreds of new housing units to the area. However, without a promise of inclusionary zoning, there is no guarantee that this will help people who have been outside for 3 winters or on a wait list for 33. When we say diversity is strength, I want to reflect on the incredible resilience of the people who find the resourcefulness and courage to spend even a single winter outside. I'm amazed by this strength, but I'm equally ashamed that the city would allow this to happen. How can anyone say that the housing situation in Toronto requires anything less than our most urgent attention and drastic action? Considering the gravity of the issue of affordable housing, it needs to be tackled boldly from as many fronts as possible. Strong inclusionary zoning is an important piece of that battle. I'm calling on the city to dedicate 20 to 30% of all new development buildings to affordable rental housing within the next 5 years. I'm also calling for the prioritization of affordable renting housing over affordable ownership. I've been hearing developers saying that the policies as stated now won't work. What I'd like to know is our decade-long waiting lists, overwhelmed shelters, and people living on the street an example of housing policies that are working? These are the consequences of inadequate policies, and we deserve better. Diversity is Toronto's strength, and it's time to turn that motto into action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. I understand that Christopher Robertson is now connected, so let's try one more time. Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. You may start.
Thank you. First off, I'd just like to say for the developers who were previously speaking, they mentioned that they don't know of any studies that show that inclusionary zoning programs haven't done anything but make market prices shoot up for overall housing market and for development to slow down. I just like to tell them that there are many studies that actually show that's not how it works, and that property values and overall housing affordability doesn't jump up more than 1% or 2% at most, and development doesn't stop at all. There's many studies. If they'd like some, they can reach out to me. I'd love to give them to them. One is by the Center for Housing Policy, separating fact from fiction to design effective inclusionary housing program. So anyway, that's that. But what I'm really curious about is this new Test 2, which is what if the project after it's been rezoned and it has inclusionary zoning, it will take a hit in how much it'll make, but 15%. And I'm just curious, isn't that the whole point of inclusionary zoning? That property values are going to take a hit? Because that's how we deliver the affordable units. The developers end up paying the same. Developers pay less, and the cost is absorbed by the property owners. So to me, it seems like obvious. Of course, property owners aren't going to make as much money as they would if inclusionary zoning didn't exist. Like, that's just a given. But anyways, all that to say, in the report you had done about your planning department, it shows feasibility is fine for 30% for Toronto Core, Toronto West, and Toronto East. And I just like to say, if the feasibility is there, I don't know why they're not calling for it. And the addition of Test 2, I looked into the peer reviewer, who apparently, because of the peer review, that's why they decided to include the new Test 2. When I was looking at their literature review, the studies that they note, none of them were the studies that show that inclusionary zoning programs don't increase overall property values. So it just leads me to believe that that peer reviewer, they're slanted for developers. So I don't know, there's many peer-reviewed reports. In fact, when I just said before, separating fact from fiction, they cover hundreds of inclusionary zoning programs across the U.S. So I think the peer reviewer leaves something to be desired. Anyway, that's just my take on it all, and I really hope Planning Committee looks at these other studies and not just what your planning department has brought to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. We have questions of the speaker. Councillor Perks, go ahead.
Christopher, thank you so much for that. First, can I just ask, do you feel that the first test, the original test, would have been satisfactory by itself?
I mean, I guess so. It shows that it was feasible. Developers could earn their 15% profit. So that's been fine to me. And the fact that it showed that we could do up to 30% inclusionary zoning, and that is for rental as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
So in the comments you were making about the peer reviewing of the second test, I want to make sure I followed you correct. You said that you looked at the papers cited and you found them slanted?
Yes. They didn't cite a single one of the studies that says that after their conclusions that housing prices don't actually increase and development doesn't actually slow down. there's a number of those studies and not a single one was referenced.
Could you give me just a sense of what some of those studies that they didn't reference are about? Like, tell me a little bit more about them.
Sure, yeah. So the main one from 2016, Separating Fact from Fiction to Design Effective Inclusionary Housing Programs. They study over 200 different programs all over the U.S. They have one, California, 28 programs, San Francisco, 55, Los Angeles, Boston had 100. And all of
them. And who's the author of this study you're citing right now?
The author is Lisa A. Studevant.
And this was published where?
Center for Housing Policy. I actually sent this report to all the planning committee.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. You must understand we got quite a bit of correspondence on this. Thank you for your answers.
Oh, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Christopher. Any other questions? Seeing none. Faiza Khalid. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fiza and I live in Scarborough Southwest. I am a volunteer with Progress Toronto. I'm speaking as one of the most fortunate ones in my peer groups when it comes to housing security. I immigrated to Toronto 21 years ago, currently living with my parents who are homeowners. Although they're excited about the increase in real estate, they're more concerned about my future. I finished my university degree to continue my university education while working a full-time job for the last 3 years within reputable companies. I have saved and done everything by the book, and someone in my situation during their youth counselors would have a home and job security by their mid-20s. However, many people on the speaker list understand this is not the case anymore. As salaries continue to stagnate and the price of living increases, many workers are being priced out, especially essential workers who have helped us through COVID. I cannot afford an apartment within my area, this area that I have lived in my whole life, and the concept of affordable is also laughable. As someone who makes the average Canadian salary, many of the affordable initiatives are not targeted towards me, but at the same time, these initiatives are not strong enough to affect lower income people. Council needs to bring a new definition of affordable based on income and not market rent. And the increase of rent has pushed aside the working class to areas of food insecurity, lack of opportunities and resources, just furthering poverty, addiction, and crime. As we are all aware, poverty is a leading indicator of crime, and the council has spent millions on band-aid solutions for the problem of homelessness, crime, and poverty, policing homeless people from park to park. So while discussing this policy, I asked councillors, who is influencing your vote? Is the goal more aligned with protecting developers' profits or building a more affordable housing initiatives for people across Toronto who really need it? How can we celebrate Toronto as a city of diverse backgrounds while pushing aside its most vulnerable? We need to dedicate 20 to 30% of all new developments to affordable rental housing and prioritize affordable rental housing over affordable ownership. The city's study has shown that this will allow developers to have 15% profit and get landowners 10% above their market value. So Toronto continues to grow, and we need to think creatively about how to equitably shape this growth. Otherwise, a lot of Torontonians will be left behind. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Saman Tabajnejad. Saman?
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Saman Tabajnejad, and I am the organizing director at Progress Toronto. Progress Toronto is a nonprofit organization dedicated to building a more democratic, more affordable, and just city for all. Thousands of people across Toronto have signed our petition at progresstoronto.ca, demanding that Toronto City Council vote for the creation of affordable housing as a condition of new developments in our city, also known as inclusionary zoning. I'm here to echo the calls for a stronger inclusionary zoning policy alongside a number of organizations like Acorn Toronto, Social Plan Toronto, Parkdale People's Economy, other local groups, and thousands of residents. Over the past year, we've canvassed and phone banked in a number of wards throughout the city, specifically in Davenport, Beaches East York, York Southweston, Scarborough Centre, and Etobicoke Lakeshore. In doing so, we've spoken to thousands of people who agree that Toronto needs a lot more affordable housing and that developers have too much power. Cities like New York, Montreal, and London, England have set their inclusionary zoning rates at between 25 to 50%. This means that 25 to 50% of new units in developments are set aside as affordable housing. If other cities can have more ambitious affordable housing standards, why can't Toronto? We know that the condos developers are building are not affordable or serving the needs of the city's residents. Torontonians have been waiting for more affordable housing for decades, and they can't wait any longer. This is why councillors here at committee need to follow the leadership of other cities and respond to the needs of their community by implementing a strong inclusionary zoning policy that sets aside 20 to 30% of units in new building developments for affordable housing, for affordable rental housing, and to move up the phase-in from 2030 to 2025. This is a fair request that will benefit tens of thousands of Torontonians in the years to come. The city's own feasibility study makes clear that requirements could be nearly double what the city is currently proposing. Even then, developers would earn a 15% profit margin and landowners would gain 10% above the current value of their land. This proves we can take a bolder approach. Why then should we take the findings of the second, more conservative test that favors the development industry? Progress Toronto is joining thousands of people across the city who are pushing City Council to prioritize affordable housing. Can people in this city count on you to be a leader, to be bold, to stand up to the developers I know who have been pressuring you, to vote for our future and affordable rental housing? It's time the mayor and councillors took bold action on the housing crisis. We can't afford to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I have a couple. Simon, you mentioned a couple of other cities like Vancouver and Montreal. They have a much lower affordability timeline. So we're proposing a 99 years. Those cities have 60 years, 40 years, and they have incentives as well. Do you believe that this is something that we should be looking at as well, of having financial incentives and a shorter period of affordability in order to have closer set-aside rates?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bailao. In terms of this kind of incentives, we know that Toronto will almost certainly will be providing every development subject to IZ with significant density increases above as of right. So we know that there's going to be 3 to 4 times more density, and they'll get some density bonuses off of that. So I think that there's already incentives built in. As for the length of how long those affordable housing units are set aside as being affordable for, so it's great that the city has decided to make those units stay affordable for 99 years. I think we should be a leader in the world as a city. I don't necessarily think if we have a couple of better policies kind of embedded in our inclusionary zoning policy, I think that's wonderful. I think that's something that City Council should be proud of and should be doing more of. And we shouldn't. If other cities see that we can have set asides that are affordable for 99 years, then we are a leader. We can be a leader on that. And so I don't think it's an either or kind of situation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your answer. I don't see any more questions, so thank you for joining us today. Next, we have Alejandra Ruiz. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Alejandra Ruiz, and I am the chair for East York Acorn Chapter. ACOR is a tenant union that fights for social change. We are the low and moderate income tenants. In New York City, 25 to 30% of units in new housing developments are required to be affordable. And in many areas of the city, in Montreal, here in Canada, 35 to 40% as well. So why not here in Toronto? ACOR have been working in IC since 2010, 11 years of hard work. And finally, we are going to the end. But the end that the city is proposing for ACOR members is not good enough. Why this proposal is so weak when we had hundreds of thousands of people waiting for social housing in the city? Why is so weak when we had so many encampments? And why is so weak when we see the shelter system overboard? Many ACOR members live in fear of the future. Rent increases in the rise, renovations, demolitions, evictions. Many are members struggling with should I pay rent or should I pay food? Or should I buy food? Maybe for some this statement is overrated, but for us it's a reality. And by the way, I am a member of ACOR since 2015, and I really sounds like a broken record, but I have to sound like that because nothing has been changed, really. So what we have here today is an very important tool in our hands, and as you know, it's called inclusionary zoning. So if we had inclusionary zoning 10 years ago, Toronto would have built 30,000 units of affordable housing rather of 4,090 that we built in the same 10-year period. The feasibility studies commissioned by the city showed that the city could require 20 to 30% of units in new condo developments and most high growth areas to be affordable rental. So developers can still making a healthy 15% of profit, not shabby at all. And the landowners 10% about the current value of the land. So ACOR demands 20 to 30% set aside of permanent, deeply affordable and rental housing for the city. IC must be fully phased by 2025. We cannot wait another 10 years. And it needs to prioritize rental. This is something that we need to stress it because our members are not going to be able to buy a condo, even though it's affordable. Many other members. Units must be affordable based on income. We know that you already are working in that. You say that this is part of the proposal.
Alejandra, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Yes, this was my last comment to 60 units developments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alejandra. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Marcia Stone. Good morning, Marcia.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
My name is Marcia Stone. I'm Marcia Stone, and I'm co-chair of Western ACORN. ACORN is a membership group of low to moderate income people fighting for change. I am here today because we are not pleased. Many of your constituents are not pleased that you are not putting forward a stronger IZ policy. We demand, excuse me, the tenants and your constituents, want to congratulate you on the work that you've done so far, but it's imperative that we are maximizing the amount of units set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing. IZ must be fully phased in by 2025. We can't wait till 2030. There's people dying on the streets now. It must be fully phased in at 20 to 30%. And developers are still going to make their 15% profit. Landowners are still going to get their 10% above the value of their land. It must prioritize affordable rental housing, which is more affordable for lower income households in all developments by targeting set aside rates, which will incentivize rental over ownership. unit must be affordable based on income. It should apply to developments with 60 units or more. And, you know, I think the pandemic has blown it up even more. And I think that, as my colleagues have said and other speakers have said, it's time for you city councilors to be bold, be the leader, and stop the prolongment of phasing in things. People are tired now. We're tired. And it's disheartening to realize that there's going to be more people living in encampments, and the health, well-being, physical, all of those things are a trickle-down effect of not having affordable housing, as everybody has said earlier. I urge you to think long and hard about the stories that you hear from your constituents, and recognize that this is your opportunity to make a big difference in people's lives. And I would like you to think about that. And remember, your postal code should not determine the quality of service or the quality of care that you get in your neighborhood. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcia. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next we have Bob Murphy. Good morning, Bob.
We heard okay?
We can hear you okay. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Bob Murphy, and I'm a member of ACORN, and I'm the chair of ACORN Weston. I'm here to talk about the importance of strong inclusionary zoning policy. We're going to be hearing all this about numbers, percentages, and so on. I'm going to bypass all that because you're going to be hearing that all day. This is a great opportunity, you know, for low-income community members of the city to gain affordable housing. I'm an Ontario disability recipient. I didn't choose this path. 86.2% of my disability income goes towards rent. I work 2 part-time jobs and get a clawback of 50%. My priority is in 5 sections, going from 1 to 5. Number 1, my priority is to pay my rent, 86.2%. Number 2 is my phone bill. Number 3 is transportation, public transportation. Number 4 is internet access. Number 5 is nutrition. There's no such thing as an Ontario disability recipient and nutrition. When we talk about all these numbers and these percentages, we're talking about homes. We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about families. Rent control threw this whole market out the window. It's never going to get any better. It's time for us to stand up now for our community members. This is our opportunity to make change happen today. Let's get it done today. We know the seriousness of the situation of housing in Toronto and Canada and elsewhere in the world. This is our time to get something done and be leaders in the world. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Bob. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Monique Gordon. Good morning, Monique.
To the chair, this is the host. The speaker has been granted audio privileges, so they should just click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can then unmute them.
Good morning, Monique.
To the chair, it looks like they've connected their audio. I'm now unmuting the speaker.
Great, fantastic. And we'll hear from Monique in a second, I'm sure.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
My name is Monique Gordon. I'm a member of ACORN and the Secretary Treasurer for the Etobicoke chapter. Now, ACORN is a membership organization of low and moderate income people fighting for change. I'm here to talk about the importance of a strong inclusionary zoning policy and how much we need this in Toronto, especially in my neighborhood of Rexdale. Acorn is demanding the maximum amount of seats, unit seats, are set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing, as it must be fully phased in by 2025. We can't wait till 2030. It must be fully phased in at 20 to 30%, which city studies have shown will allow developers to get 15% profit and landowners to get 10% above the value of the land. Prioritize affordable rental housing, which is more affordable for lower income households in all developments by targeting set-aside rates, which will incentivize rental over ownership. Units must be affordable based on income. It should apply to developers with 60 units or more. City councillors and mayors have an objective to protect developers' profits or protect our rights to housing. Acorn hopes council and the mayor stand up for the people. Thank you very much. I hope you guys listen to what we're saying and make a change.
Thank you, Monique. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next, we have Gordon Bryant. Good morning, Gordon.
My name is Gordon Bryant, and I'm here to talk today about the need for strong inclusionary zoning. You've heard a lot today, and you'll hear a lot more about how unaffordable housing is in this city and how it disenfranchises working class people. The replacement of affordable apartments with high-priced condos is hollowing out the city, forcing people out of their homes and leaving a massive empty investment properties and Airbnbs where there once were vibrant neighborhoods. And this is not a new issue. The city has been commissioning studies on what could be done and what types of inclusionary zoning policies could be implemented for years. In 2019, we saw a study which suggested we could implement a requirement of 30% while maintaining development profit margins of 15% and land ownership returns of 10%. And those are fantastic profit margins. But a lack of political will, along with a cozy relationship between City Hall and the development industry, has meant endless foot dragging and capitulation. We are now here discussing a mere 5 to 10% and on a 10-year timeline. But we're at an inflection point. As you heard earlier, international Swiss bank UBS has rated the Toronto housing market as the second highest bubble risk in the world. Toronto housing is more overpriced than housing in New York, LA, Paris, or Milan. We are now at the point where our complacency in the face of this problem is not just a danger to the many working class people who are the lifeblood of this city, but it is in fact an existential threat to the entire Canadian economy. Federal Finance Minister Bill Morneau has even reached out to our mayor, John Tory, to discuss potential intervention strategies. Complex strategies aren't needed, though. We've known what needs to be done for years. First, we need to stop the conversion of affordable rentals into unaffordable market condos using incentives for the creation of rental housing. As long as new home and condominium sales continue generating such significant short-term profits, the vast majority of new developments will continue to be market housing, which do not adequately serve low and moderate income workers. The viability of such a program has already been demonstrated in Toronto with the IMIT Imagination Manufacturing, Innovation and Technology program. IMIT proved that government can target and incentivize specific sectors for development, and a similar program could be implemented immediately for purpose-built rentals. Second, across both rental and market sale properties, the maximum amount of units should be set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing, and that's 30%. Again, our city studies have shown that these will allow developers to get a 15% profit margin nonetheless, and landowners to still get 10% above the value of their land. Given the urgency of the matter, for the actual working people of Toronto and the broader economy, we can't wait until 2030. This needs to be phased in by 2025. We have a responsibility to protect the city of Toronto. The council and the mayor are debating whether to meet that
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, Gordon.
Or, yeah, I will. Or simply to capitulate again to the development industry. This is the moment to show Toronto who the council serves.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I will now go to Ryan Murdoch. Good morning, Ryan.
Well,
Good morning,
Hello?
Ryan. Can you hear? Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear
Hi,
you,
my
Ryan.
my name is Ryan Murdoch, and I'm a member of ACORN. Thank you guys for taking 2 minutes away from our speaking time on an important issue. So obviously this is a really important issue. My wife and I live here. We're probably going to leave Toronto because essentially, like many, we're stuck in an apartment full of mold behind every wall. But because we have a balcony, essentially, and we like sunshine, we can never leave or move because we would never be able to afford a place even as good, if you could see me, that would be in quotes, as where we live now. So as other people said, it's clearly a health issue. So the idea that we should implement this over another 10 years means you're condemning people to numerous health problems. And then you'll wonder why healthcare costs have went up, and we'll probably do a real long dissertation about that as well. So just because you're going to hear a lot of other stories from people like me who just can't afford to move and are stuck in incredibly bad living conditions, I want to go over a few red flags from the summary from our chief planner and executive director of city planning, because there are some just insane things said. Like the idea that Toronto has taken a strong role in leading affordable housing. Who can look at the housing market in Toronto and think that Toronto has done a good job, has taken a strong leadership role? Like that's, you're just not even walking around the city you claim to be running, right? Like that's delusional. There's also some weird stuff about a sense of public and stakeholder consultation. You work for the people. Like, who are these other stakeholders? Why are you so concerned with protecting the profit of corporations? We live in a capitalist society. If they aren't good at making money, maybe they aren't good at making money. If they weren't planning for these IV coming, maybe the CEOs and the CFOs weren't good at their jobs. Maybe they should take some pay cuts. They're just like, right? Like, if I was as bad at my job as they seem to be at theirs, I'd be fired. So we make it easy for them, and I don't understand why. Like, it's basically a choice between, do we protect the insane profits of developers, the insane wages that the upper echelons of those development companies make, or should we have people live in homes? And our city constantly decides to go with one way. And in my last 3 seconds, I want to ask a question of this panel. Like, what exactly is a conflict of interest? Because we powered through that real fast, and ACORN released a study that we looked into where some of your election money comes from. And we powered past that question, and no one has a conflict of interest here. That's very interesting. So thank you for this 3 minutes that I had to take basically a day off work to give when I don't have that much money. So cool. I bet you the developers got paid to be on this call though. So have a great day.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Heather Sloman. Good morning, Heather.
To the chair, the speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can then unmute them so that they can speak.
Great. Just give Heather a couple seconds to do that.
To the chair, the speaker has connected their audio. I am now unmuting their mic.
Great. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may start.
Okay, good. Okay. Hello, Councillor Bailão and other members of the committee. My name is Heather Sloman, and I'm with Progress Toronto. I live near Bloor and Christie, within spitting distance from my house in all 4 directions. 16 high-rises are going up, some as tall as 50 stories. And if I take a 5-minute walk up to DuPont Street, there are new luxury condos going up from Ossington to Bathurst. And there are countless small, expensive condo buildings lining many downtown streets. In other words, we have massive developments alongside tent cities and scant affordable housing. Now, I am so thankful that the inclusionary zoning policy has finally given our city some authority to manage this dichotomy. And I am also very grateful to city councillors such as Mike Layton, who have been advocating for legal requirements over developers for years now. We all know that many other major cities have these sorts of regulations in place. It's commendable that Toronto is coming round. I will add that Doug Ford's recent amendment restricting IZ to major transit station areas does have a positive outcome. It means that developers don't have the right to demand further incentives or investments from the city for creating affordable housing. They will have already received massive investments in the form of dramatically enhanced transit access and infrastructure. These are my asks from the Housing and Planning Committee. 1, that the required proportion of affordable units be consistent with the high end of the proposed range, not the low end, which is obviously the end the developers will push for. 2, that the affordable units be mandated as affordable rentals for 99 years. If the affordable units are condos, there's much reduced ability to control the affordability of prices long term. 3, that we go with the city's own proposed amendment to the definition of affordable, meaning it is rent geared to income. 4, that we recognize that affordable units are only part of the issue, that developers actually need to conform with all aspects of the City of Toronto's vision, including green space, community space, appropriate infrastructure, energy efficiency, and so on. And 5, I would also support a recommendation made by John Lorink from Spacing Toronto magazine that there be made available a regularly updated public report on all the affordable units being built and completed under the IZ policy to allow for transparency and evaluation of the policy as it is implemented. I think we need to remember that developers want to build and they will build. And if we set some rules, they will conform to those. In the end, we, meaning the city councillors who represent the residents of Toronto, are actually the ones with the power. So we should act like it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Chiara Padovani. Good morning, Chiara.
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you to the members of this committee for the opportunity to share with you today. My name is Chiara Padovani. I'm a lifelong resident of Weston Mount Dennis, a tenant and co-chair of the York South Weston Tenant Union, and the manager of community advocacy at North York Harvest Food Bank, located right behind the new Mount Dennis LRT station. As a tenant and chair of the York South Weston Tenant Union, I've seen the cost of housing skyrocket higher than wages, talked to neighbors getting evicted after their homes were sold for development, and worked with hundreds of tenants getting priced out of the neighborhood despite working multiple jobs to make ends meet. As manager of community advocacy at North York Harvest Food Bank, I work closely with food bank and meal programs in York South Weston and across Toronto. And we've seen a massive increase in food bank visits, especially in the northwest corner of the city. We know that the number one reason people need to come to the food bank is because they can't afford their rent. So it's against this backdrop that I was excitedly awaiting the inclusionary zoning proposal because of the potential it had for laying out the direction and future of the community where I work, live, and have called home my entire life. But I'm speaking with you today because we've been left out of the plan. Despite becoming home to one of the largest transit hubs in the city, York South Weston, including Mount Dennis, Keelsdale, Weston, and Rockcliffe Smythe, are missing on the inclusionary zoning map. I understand that provincial legislation limits inclusionary zoning to major transit station areas, but the Mount Dennis LRT station far exceeds any definition of a major transit station area. Expected to open next year, the station will connect UPS, Up Express, GO Transit, and the Eglinton Crosstown. There are already 9 high-rise condo developments totaling over 3,000 units proposed around this station, none of which are planned or required to include any affordable housing. I'm asking the committee to use inclusionary zoning to get ahead of the development curve in York South Weston and make the most of this policy for the people and the communities that need it most. In particular, I'm asking for 3 improvements. Number 1, include major transit station areas like Mount Dennis and neighborhoods like it to get ahead of the curve. Number 2, implement a faster phase-in of inclusionary zoning by no later than 2025. We really can't wait till 2030. And finally, at the very least, use inclusionary zoning to incentivize the development of more rental and rent geared to income housing, and raise set-aside rates 20 to 30% in accordance with the city's own feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kara. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you, Kara. Thank you for your presentation. In the staff report, do you see any analysis brought forward regarding the concept of a human rights approach to housing, or perhaps some consideration to what displacement, whether or not displacement is considered in the analysis?
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, for the question. I really don't. And I think the fact that Mount Dennis, Keelsdale, Little Jamaica, these communities that have been really facing the squeeze of displacement, and the fact that they've been left out of the proposal speaks to actually no. So that lens of curbing displacement, of implementing a human rights approach to housing is missing. And it's evident by the fact that it still is a very highly market-based analysis, and the feasibility used to define where inclusionary zoning is feasible is extremely conservative. And even then, under those own feasibility tests, we're still falling short by 50%. We could still be including affordable rents and units by more than 50% according to the city's own definition. What I can say that we are happy to see in the proposal is a move towards a income-based definition of affordable housing. And so that I can definitely say is a step in the right direction, and does follow a more human rights approach to housing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we'll now ask Nina Milova to join us. Good morning, Nina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Nina Milova, and I'm a member of ACORN, which is an organization that protects the rights of low and moderate income people. So we fight for change. And I'm here to support other ACORN members in their demands that 20 to 30% of new developments over 60 units are allocated to affordable housing, and also that the policy gets implemented as soon as possible. Well, I wish it would be implemented yesterday or 10 years ago, but at least by 2025. So the reasons we demand this is because it's obvious that there is a severe shortage in the city of Toronto of affordable housing. Homelessness is a known problem, and it costs city a lot of money, and even it costs human lives at this point. It puts strain on healthcare system. Running homeless shelters becomes more and more expensive, and it's more expensive than providing affordable housing. Labor shortages become more and more obvious in the city of Toronto, where, like I even heard, they had to pay $50,000 to dishwashers. And that's understandable because people just can't afford to work for modest wage if they have to pay the huge price for the housing. And even landlords themselves, they suffer from unaffordability of housing because the more money they charge the tenants, the less the tenants can afford the rent, the more there is a chance that tenants will simply default on the rent. And this is an ongoing problem in the city of Toronto too, where a lot of landlords complain that they simply cannot collect the rents. They spend a lot of money, of time and money in litigations with landlord and tenant board because they can't collect the rent, and they can't collect the rent because the rent is not affordable for the tenants. So it could make a good economic sense for large landlords to charge low-income tenants rents that they could afford to avoid costs of uncollected rent and costly litigations at landlord and tenant board. And a lot of businesses actually successfully implement market segmentation strategy where they serve wealthy clients at higher price and low-income clients at lower price, and they manage to profit from that. So I think we need to go ahead with enhanced inclusionary zoning policy as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Sasha Jeffcott. Good morning, Sasha.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Michaela Ferguson. Good morning, Michaela.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them so they can speak.
Good morning, Michaela. Can you hear me now?
To the chair, they still have not clicked on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel.
I'm actually going to read the next speaker so that if you are listening in and you want to make sure that your audio is connected. So next to Michaela, we'll have Sean Mahar and Mary Jo Letty and Mike Kosh. So if you can start getting ready and ensure that your audio is connected, that would be great. Let's give it one more try with Michaela. Michaela, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Can
Perfect.
you hear me?
Thanks for joining us today. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Planning Committee, others, and fellow attendees. Thank you for this forum and opportunity for constructive and hopefully meaningful discussion. My name is Michaela. I live in Toronto West. I am here with Progress Toronto, and I stand in allyship with all Torontonians who are precariously housed or homeless. As a frontline worker, I see the impact that chronic lack of affordable and safe housing can have on every aspect of a person's life. Toronto has been in an affordable crisis for years, decades really. 2020 magnified our fellow Torontonians with inappropriate and unsafe housing for those facing homelessness. Inclusionary zoning is a step in the right direction. However, what's being currently proposed in your plan is not enough. The current proposal is too low. So we ask for an increase of no less than 20 to 30% of all new residential developments be allocated as affordable and to be delivered before 2030. We also ask that you prioritize affordable rentals over affordable ownership. There are thousands of Torontonians waiting an average 7 to 10 years for affordable housing. Please let us truly all be in this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next, we have Sean Mahar. Good morning, Sean.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay, we'll move to Mary Jo Letty. Good morning, Mary Jo.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They have access to the audio panels. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom and we can unmute them so that they can speak.
Okay, let's just give Mary Jo a second so she can unclick. And next, we'll have Mike Kosh and Elisa Langbo.
This is the host of Mary Jo Letty. You can please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel. We can then unmute you so that you can speak. To the chair, they've connected their audio. I am now unmuting the speaker.
Fantastic. Good morning, Mary Jo.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mary Jo Letty, a member of the Order of Canada, a member of Romero House for Refugees, and downtown Acorn. For the past 30 years, I have lived in the neighborhood called Stockyards. Formerly, it was a neighborhood of workers, immigrants, and sprinkled within that, mansions on the corner. It is now a neighborhood that is under threat because of the massive developments being proposed, developments which by and large do not include low-income rental housing. 30 years ago, middle-class professionals and a variety of artisans began to move into the neighborhood. At the same time, houses opened for refugees in the same neighborhood. At the beginning, there was the inevitable struggles over who was in what backyard. But slowly, very slowly, the refugees were welcomed. Refugee children walked to school with other parents on the way. Winter clothes were left on the porch for refugees new to the cold. People began to hire refugees that they knew. And most significantly, neighbors invited newcomers for supper. After a few years, the neighborhood went through a process of finding a name, the West Bend, and began to host a fabulous street party every year. The street became a symbol for what was held in common. Having a common good did not mean becoming buddies with each other. It meant relating in ways that were neither too close nor too far away. The street we kept clean. It was the place where we greeted one another. It was the place of the little libraries, fostered our civic culture. We did not need to hire employment counselors for refugees. We had good neighbors. We did not need to promote classes in Canadian culture. It was walking around.
Mary Jo?
One more. I'm here to tell you that so many housing developments being proposed will result in numbing difference. We will no longer live near the essential work who care. Developers today and other times will tell you.
Mary Jo, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Inclusionary zoning. They do not tell you how much will be gained for us, city, and for the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jo. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Mike Kosh. Mike?
All right. Hey, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. So my name is Mike Kosh. I am actually an economist here working with Progress Toronto today. I recall a moment in my life, of course, I was watching politicians debate on social causes, and the general consensus of it all was we'd like to help, but we just don't have the money. I decided to buy my first course in the amazing field of economics. 4 years later, I'm organizing workshops with the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I'm here because I believe in what Progress Toronto is pushing for, and I want to advocate as an economist. We are calling for a dedication of 20 to 30% of all new development buildings as affordable rental housing. We want a phase-in of this 20 to 30% to be faster than the proposed 2030 date to 2025, a little more realistic for the people in need, and to prioritize affordable rental housing over affordable ownership. Now, for those of us and some of the speakers we have heard today who lean a little more conservative in our thinking, or mainly the economics, You might be wondering how we bypass some of the negative side effects of planned housing. We all know community housing projects don't always stand the test of time, despite the good intentions that they were built with. Some of our deputators today, of course, are showing us the dangers of cutting into profits, as it may reduce the quantity and caliber of developers who come knocking on Toronto's door. This is a serious question. However, there is an easy way to work around this, and I intend to meet with your budget planning committee in the new year to show you what I've got to help tackle this problem. But for this committee today, I implore you to listen to the stories you're hearing today and consider that the needs of the people must always come first. If you study the evolution of money like I have, you know that it came about to better suit our needs as a growing people. Nowadays, we're adapting the needs of the people to serve the laws of money, and that's a very sad switcheroo in my opinion. If we want this, we can make it happen, and I'm eager to share my research with any council members who are interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Elisa Kleinbaum. Good morning, Elisa.
To the chair, that speaker is present and their audio is connected. They are currently unmuted and should be able to speak.
Okay, let's try this. Hi, Elisa. Good morning. Seems like we have some technical difficulties. I'm going to go to the next speaker and come back to Elisa in a second. Next, we have Alan Broadbent. Good morning, Alan.
Morning, can you hear me?
Hi, Alan. Hello, Alan. Can you say a few words, please?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Alan. We can, but you're coming in really muffled. Can you try speaking a little clearer into?
Is this any better?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so I can begin.
Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alan Broadbent, and I'm CEO of Havana Capital Corporation and Chair of Maitri. My colleagues and I have been involved with the city on both the IZ stakeholder and expert advisory groups, which we appreciate. My basic observation is that the policy is too low and too slow. That is, the initial thresholds are too low and the phase-in is too slow. For example, the proposed phase-in schedule for purpose-built rentals will mean that no projects will be required to build affordable units until 2026. And by 2030 in Market Area 1, the recommended 5% set-aside rate for purpose-built rentals is 15 percentage points lower than what the city's commissioned NBLC analysis first said was possible. And that's not, NBLC did not take a shot in the dark, that's an informed analysis of what is possible. So all this in the face of ever-escalating rents in the city. Now, developer pushback is to be expected, particularly because they've had a fairly free run so far, and they take their profit margins for granted. And our developers and construction companies are first rate at what they do. They've created significant wealth, and all of that, I think, is good and important for society. But our public policy over-reliance on the real estate market, while often successful, has failed at affordability, particularly for the 47% of Torontonians who are renters. We're continuing to centralize the market and key market players. We're guaranteeing certainty for developers while exacerbating housing uncertainty for renters. Markets are supposed to work for people. If our housing market can't bear some regulation that ensures that affordable rental units are developed while also offering moderate profits, we don't have a strong housing market. To date, we've centralized market feasibility without prioritizing what is feasible for people, and this must be addressed. In good part, this is a failure of government. The federal and provincial governments have failed to exercise their fiscal capacity sufficiently, and municipal governments with far weaker fiscal capacity have failed to use their regulatory tools sufficiently. And this has produced a housing crisis that made a home unaffordable for people with low incomes and has inflated housing prices to create financial stress for home buyers. Too many Torontonians don't have access to safe, secure, and affordable housing, particularly renters. And as you know from the city's own numbers, 47% of Toronto households rent their homes, and about half of the city's rental stock is from purpose-built rental units. And the proportion of units with moderately affordable rents has decreased by 33% in the last 5 years, and this is from the city's own numbers. The cities clearly are well aware of the crisis that renters face, and yet the recommendations before committee don't maximize the potential of inclusionary zoning. The city has relatively few tools available.
Alan, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Inclusionary zoning is one of those tools, and I think we can do better at exercising it. I would recommend we speed it up, that we have a more frequent 18-month, say, review process, so that these can be ratcheted up appropriately over time. And one final thought, it's hard to expect other levels of government to act fiscally when the city won't use its regulatory tools. Okay. And I'm aware that those other levels of governance are watching and expecting best efforts.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Alan. Thank you. Next, we have Kelsey Gilchrist. Good morning, Kelsey.
Hi there. My name is Kelsey Gilchrist, and I live in Bloor Court. So my word is Davenport, and Councillor Bailão, you're my representative. I'm speaking today alongside other folks from Progress Toronto to advocate for inclusionary zoning. I've lived in Toronto for the past 4 years, and I love living here. I'm lucky to have rental housing in the city that I can afford, but I know that that's not a reality for everyone in this city, not by a long shot. When I walk around my neighborhood, I can't help but be aware that so many folks here are teetering on the edge of housing insecurity. Here's the thing, I see all these condos going up, but they all seem to be built for someone else. Someone who makes a 6 or 7 figure salary and owns multiple properties already. Someone who doesn't live the way most Torontonians live. The housing that is currently being built by developers in Toronto is out of reach for the majority of the people who live here, and that just doesn't sit right with me. That's why I'm calling today for the committee to recommend inclusionary zoning that would mandate 20 to 30% of the units in new development buildings to be affordable rental housing. I'm also calling for the timeline of this mandate to be moved up from 2030 to 2025 to ensure that we address the housing crisis sooner rather than later. The truth is, as previous speakers have mentioned, Toronto was lagging behind on affordable housing. Montreal, New York, London, and many other cities already have similar inclusionary zoning mandates from anywhere from 25 to 50%. And their economies have continued to thrive. Inclusionary zoning isn't an absurd pie-in-the-sky proposal. It's becoming a global standard. To echo Simon, who spoke earlier, I believe that Toronto should be a leader in this space instead of remaining so far behind. This policy costs nothing, and yet there's this tremendous potential for it to make meaningful impact on the housing crisis in Toronto. If the city had implemented 20 to 30% inclusionary zoning 10 years ago, by now there could be 30,000 new affordable housing units available. Not only that, but the city's own feasibility study has shown that the policy would make an impact on housing supply while still allowing developers to make a profit. When the developers who are speaking today say that this policy would cause them to leave the city, I think we can all see that that's a pretty obvious bluff. Councillor Bailão, as my representative in Davenport, I want to address you directly. I'm asking you right now to put the people of this city before the big developers and advocate for meaningful inclusionary zoning. We need you to speak up for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, Jonathan Balzat. Good morning, Jonathan.
So I'm hoping everyone can hear me. I'm just going to file ahead here.
Yes, we can hear you.
So my name is John. Excellent. My name is Jonathan, and I'm a filmmaker in my mid-30s, and I've been a resident of Toronto for 15 years. At the beginning of this month, my partner and I moved to the High Park neighborhood. For the majority of my time in the city, I've been a freelance gig worker providing technical services for events and videography for a variety of organizations. But the pandemic has disrupted this significantly. I've become interested in the work Acorn is doing, especially for low and moderate income people fighting for change, tenants' rights, and housing affordability. I'm here to offer my impressions on the importance of strong inclusionary zoning policies. Earlier this year, our landlord signaled his intention to sell the property. We had over a year of lead time to find suitable accommodations, so we were optimistic that we would be able to find a home that suited our needs. Somehow, the rental market was worse than what we remembered in 2018, the last time we were thrust into this position. Everything has become more expensive and seemed a little overvalued. Many places are in disrepair through neglect or have been awkwardly sliced up into different units, where every room with the potential to hold a bed is called a bedroom, even if that was never the intent for the space. What's become clear is that there aren't many affordable living spaces in the city. There's a ton of new developments going up, lots of shiny glass buildings, but these are neither affordable nor desirable to live in. They photograph well and might be attractive options for a type of young professional working in the core, but not for a working class family needing a place to prepare their meals, a quiet place for study, or a workshop to create work out of. The idea of what's affordable has been thwarted by the marketing practices of development corporations, and it's completely out of step with the reality of people's earnings. 30% of income devoted to shelter costs has been the rule of thumb for my entire adult life, 17 years. Market rent isn't an objective measure and definitely not a guiding principle like the 30% rule. To rely on market rent deflects accountability. We can't just shrug our shoulders and lean in on that explanation. We need to create a city where everyone is able to contribute and prosper from. Inclusionary zoning must be phased in quickly. We can't wait till 2030. It's been widely reported that half of the jobs in the GTA are temporary, without guaranteed hours, and is generally precarious and transient in nature. Inclusionary zoning is a true reflection of the economic realities faced by half the workers in the city. We need permanent, deeply affordable rental housing, a commitment from the leadership requiring 20 to 30% of new builds include spaces for all Torontonians, even the ones without salaries and protected jobs. This is a huge opportunity for the low and moderate income people of the city to gain affordable housing, and I have faith Council will do the equitable thing and vote for the people who provide the services that make this city a desirable place to live and conduct business. Thank you to Madam Chair and the committee for your time and being given the opportunity to express my views here today.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. We're going to try to go back to Elisa and see if she's been able to connect. Elisa, can you hear me?
To Elisa, if you just click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel.
No? Okay. Let's try Sean Mahar. Sean, can you hear me now?
Am I coming through?
Let's try this again. Can you hear me okay? You were cutting off a bit.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can. Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, and thanks for having me. In the interest of time, because I know it's tight, I will skip over the somewhat cranky part I had written about how disappointed I am that after years of community groups taking up the city's cause with the province to fight and win the right to have inclusionary zoning and have the right for the city to shape inclusionary zoning without interference, the city has backed away from the comparably robust bylaw that it drafted last July and presented the mishmash of made-up rules and special carve-outs that you have in front of you today. I'll just focus on the facts because other people have talked about the big picture, so I'll just a couple of technical details. And the first technical detail is what we call Test 2 now. And it's important to be clear about what Test 2 does. Test 1 already assessed whether IZ imposes so much cost that a developer either couldn't make an adequate profit or would cede the land to a competing use that pushes out that development opportunity. Everything we need to know about the market, we know from Test 1 and NBLC, the city's leading firm on market valuation, laid it out in detail and then updated, painting a clear and unmistakable picture about what was possible. And then 2 years into the process, just a few weeks ago, Test 2 got added. Test 2 says, wait, even if the developer makes more than the land is worth now, and more than a healthy profit, they also have to be able to make the profit that they anticipated. Even if there's no current legal way to do that, even if there's no as-of-right capacity to earn that profit, even if there's no other way for them to make more money on that land other than that development, if they've developed a reasonable anticipation of making much, much more, we have to let them have that too, or they will take their marbles and they'll all go home. They will just hold on to the land and make no profit at all if they don't get the profit that they dreamed of. That is genuinely the argument behind Test 2. That may seem nonsensical, but it is not nearly as nonsensical as how Test 2 gets applied. This new test was added after a review of the NBLC study suggested the idea of a further test, but that review gave literally no rationale for adding another test other than that there was some text in the NBLC report suggesting that there might be some developers who might think this way. And so let's be better safe than sorry, but that's not analysis. That's not a market review. That's not an assessment of what economically is going to work, but even more nonsensically, after having decided to adopt a test with no rationale for doing so, the policy sets a margin of acceptable loss at 15% across the city. So if you think you're going to make 100 million, but then we bring in inclusionary zoning and you only make 85, you will not build. But if you make 86, you will. And no matter where you are in the city, across totally different land markets, the number will always be 15%. That 15% knocks back your capital appreciation by 2 years or 2 minutes. It will be the same. And why 15%? Also literally no.
Sean, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Sure. I'll just say this. Sport says specifically that is an arbitrary number. It could be 20 or 10 or 5. It's just 15 because, and it's an inequitable number. It imposes a far better deal on the downtown core.
I believe there are some questions for you, Councillor Perks.
Sure.
So why does it give a better deal downtown than the rest of the city?
So the way Test 2 works is everyone gets a 15% margin on their anticipated profits. Well, the downtown developers are anticipating enormous profits, and they've had rapid land appreciation. So under this new policy with the 15%, downtown developers are asked to pay to contribute about a quarter of what NBLC originally said they could contribute, whereas suburban jurisdictions are asked to contribute something pretty close to what NBLC said was reasonable for them. This is not a break for everybody. It's just a break for the downtown.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure I understood what you were saying about Test 2. So if I followed you, Test 2 says a developer would rather not make a profit because it's not as big a profit as they had hoped. Did I get that right?
Yes. It says the developer absolutely won't make that profit unless they get 85% of what they hoped for. And why 85? Nobody knows.
Okay. So the claim therefore is I'm a developer. I've invested $30 million in buying a property. I would prefer to make no profit on my $30 million than I would to only make a profit of 4.5 million.
Yeah, I just put it in simple math. If you had a property worth $10 million and you decided you want to pursue a development that would make you an extra $100 million, but inclusionary zoning meant you'd only make $85 million, you would stick with holding a property that was worth $10 million.
So I just give the $85 million away.
You just never realize it. You just sit there and
never realize it.
Or
so the thesis here is that investors would rather make no money than some.
Well, it's even weirder because part of the thesis is that you would sit and hold on to your land as inclusionary zoning rates go up and up and up every year. that your rational actor strategy would be, I will wait till my taxes rise and rise and rise, and then move, rather than capitalize on this opportunity now because it's not as big as I thought it might be.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you. And thank you, Sean, for your presentation. Recognizing that downtown lands are highly valuable and the speculation value continues to rise year after year. If we treat the downtown exactly the same as the other areas, that what I'm hearing from you is that not only will the downtown produce a different outcome, we need to take a different approach to it. So my question to you is that there's a section in the staff report that specifically talks about off-site dedication. So therefore, if you can't secure the affordable housing on site, perhaps you can do it off-site. But the requirement is that it must be in close proximity to where the development originates. Is there a way around it? Do you see it as a viable option where the value is transferred to the outer core, but we yield more units based on the depressed land values in other places?
Part of the goal of inclusionary zoning, and one of the reasons for that name, is that it's about including people who are sometimes marginalized in terms of their housing opportunities in all neighborhoods in the city. Toronto has a big problem with concentration of poverty. The Three Cities report that David Holchansky generated shows that we're pushing the lower income families out to the suburbs more and more. And so the virtue of and the reason for inclusionary zoning strategies in other cities that says if you build on site, you have to build nearby, is so that people who work in the Dufferin Mall can afford to live near the Dufferin Mall. I think that's another one of those odd carve-outs of this piece of policy is if you look at the maps, we've carved out little pockets that don't have to face as much inclusionary zoning. We've carved out a little pocket around Little Jamaica, even though the Allen Expressway and the Eglinton Crosstown and the University subway line all come through that little white area on the west side of your map. We're saying they can't possibly have inclusionary zoning. And so there won't be a way when those neighborhoods develop to include the people who live there now if we don't require the development to happen in close proximity to where the inclusionary zoning is acquired.
So are you saying that if you don't get the affordable housing in close proximity to where the site is originating, that you would rather lose it altogether?
I think we definitely want to get it, but we also want to get it nearby. We want to make sure that our neighborhoods are mixed and that working people can live downtown. And so that's the logic of the proximity rule.
Recognizing that downtown is actually a small portion of the city. Geographic land-wise, it's not a lot of land. So I thank you very much for answering the question.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We're going to try to go back now to Callum Houston. Callum, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Great, fantastic. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. My name's Callum Houston. I'm 24 and I've been living in Toronto my whole life. For probably my whole life, I've also figured I would always live here, but it's gotten incredibly expensive, and I don't know, the city has demonstrated it doesn't want it to be an affordable city. Even since the pandemic, it's just become more dangerous with the threat of COVID. And I think if the city actually wanted to demonstrate to people that they want to stop the spread of COVID, they would make sure the people who are most at risk are housed. And I think they would demonstrate to frontline workers that they appreciate what they've done by making sure they can live here. I don't really get how we can expect people to continue to put their life on the line and not house them. That's why I'm calling for 20 to 30% of new condo developments to be affordable by 2025 and not 2030, and to make sure it's prioritized as affordable renting over affordable home ownership. Again, this is a very easy policy that would prove to people that you guys want, our frontline workers to continue working here, and that we don't just throw you to the side as soon as you can't work or you can't afford the bills. Anyways, that's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next, we have Ruth Maddock Jones. Good morning, Ruth. Just 1 second to connect.
To the chair, I believe that speaker has called in. I am now unmuting their phone line.
Good morning, Ruth.
Hi, can you hear me?
Good morning. You have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you to the committee for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ruth Maddock Jones. I'm a writer and performer who lives in High Park, Parkdale, neighborhood of Toronto. I'm a member of the downtown chapter of Acorn. As I said, I'm an artist living in Toronto. I've been in my neighborhood, Gordpert constituency, hello, Councillor, for almost 20 years, which is why I can afford to live in High Park, Parkdale. If I was to lose my apartment, I would risk being homeless. And that is not hyperbole. That is not only me. I have seen a drastic reduction of affordable housing, especially for my community. Long gone are the spaces to live and work for artists that once existed for a reasonable price. It is now a privilege to be able to walk to work or to go shopping or to be able to bike to your job. Now only those with larger incomes can afford to live like this. And many of my colleagues have moved out of the city to Hamilton, etc. Theater, dance, music, visual arts contribute to making Toronto a vibrant city. But so many artists and artists' families can no longer live here. For many years, artists have subsidized their own work by figuring out how to live on a small income, but now it's impossible. A one-bedroom basement apartment can go close to $2,000 a month. A one-bedroom above ground can go up to $3,000 a month. There's no rent control for a new rental. So an apartment can go from $2,000 to $3,000 from one renter to the next without any change to the apartment, just pushing the prices further and further out of reach. Rooming houses in my neighborhood are being bought up and renovated with present inhabitants ending up on the streets. This is impossible. This is housing as a commodity, not a human right. And I agree with the previous speaker that market rent isn't affordable. We need housing that reflects the income of lower and moderate income folk, of artists living in this city. The city has become unlivable for too many. We need to strike a balance between business profits and the needs of ordinary citizens. As the argument put forward by the industry that regulation such as this will dissuade development is an old and tired one. It is time for you, our elected councillors, to take action on behalf of the city and the people in the city that you serve, and not the developers that have the resources to pressure for policy. You have a choice. You either believe that municipal and provincial government has a role in protecting affordable housing or not. And if not, it's a jungle out there, and only the affluent and the business class survive. That's the reality. What do you believe the role of government to be? This is your job, councillors. You serve your constituents. Opportunities like this don't come every day. I ask you to support the amendment that send it to City Council, so all members are required to stand up for their constituents.
Ruth, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you. I urge the committee to support increasing the allocation to 20 to 30%, and please bring it in sooner than 2030. That's too
Thank
late.
you. Thank you,
Thank
Ruth.
you very much.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Claire McGee. Good morning, Claire. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much. Hello, my name is Claire McGee. I'm a member of Acorn living in Ward 9. I'm here to talk about why strong inclusionary zoning policy could be a real infusion to the life of the city that we love. Inclusionary zoning is an important opportunity for the low and moderate income people of the city to obtain affordable housing. And with that comes an opportunity for all Torontonians to reap the benefits of having diverse perspectives close to home. What I've come to know through conversations with diverse community members, including those outside of my bubble of conceivable income, both higher and lower, is that every time I explore a new perspective, I'm wiser for it. Toronto has always been my home. And for some time now, I've known it to be a city that touted its diversity, but also kept the barriers that keep me from getting to know like a wider variety of people. And it's more so for people who aren't motivated to do so. Okay, so even without the ways that marginalization dictates income, income itself creates diverse perspectives, and I think that they're worth valuing as we consider building in safeties for this city. So that, for me, a lot of safety in the city is kind of built on having a community that talks to each other and is in relationship to doing better when things go bad. Anyway, as others have called here for today, I'd love to see our tagline of diversity being our strength turned into a motto for consideration of how we can facilitate consistent community building opportunities, and inclusionary zoning is one of them. I support what Acorn members are demanding: the maximum amount of units set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing. Inclusionary zoning must be phased in by 2025. We can't wait until 2030. As somebody else mentioned here earlier today, like there are people in desperate situations now. 2030 is a slap in the face. It must be fully phased in at 20 to 30%, which city studies have shown will allow developers to get 15% profit and landowners to get 10% above the value of their land. I'm just realizing I missed a very nice point that I made in my notes, which is that I think what we're doing here when we're bringing the developers into the conversation to say like, oh, but I would like to make more profit, is that we're prioritizing their comfort above the safety of Torontonians, and those are the people you serve. I think that's really important to keep in mind. It must be affordable housing, which is more affordable to lower income housing. So again, like not the market rent, which we've been talking about. Like that's just ridiculous when we're considering what people are allowed to make, and that we're also prioritizing then developers over the other business owners who require staff. If your staff can't afford to keep your job because we've seen it with restaurants.
Claire, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
That sounds great. Thank you. Based on income, we've already talked about that. I think we're already pretty good in terms of the notes. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Abdullah Naqvi. Good morning, Abdullah.
Hi there, this is Abdullah Naqvi. I'm a member of Toronto Acorn. I'm going to echo the sentiments of what a lot of us have said, and I guess the reason why we sound like a broken record is because we're not being heard by city councillors, and it's pretty frustrating. So again, I've lived in Toronto for the last 10 or so years. I've seen how prices have gone up, and it's unsustainable to the point of breaking, and it is breaking now. And when we look at the number of people who can't afford to live in Toronto, so of course, as we've said, we want 20 to 30% of all new rental units to be deeply affordable, meaning they're affordable not just to people who make, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 a year, but to people who make between $10,000 and $30,000 a year, because that's what people are getting paid to work in frontline services. And you want to live close to where you work. That shouldn't be something that's affordable only to people who make a lot of money. And again, we want it by 2025, not 2030, because that pushes our timeline out some more. And it's difficult to trust that it'll happen by 2030 even then. So we're asking for the city to place people over profits. As the previous speaker said, I think that the concerns of developers are not even secondary but tertiary. I think we really need to think about the people who live in this city, and I want to live in a city where I can raise children and they can live here. I don't want to live in a city that's a playground for the rich. And diversity means socioeconomic diversity too. That brings a lot of different opinions and ideas to the city. We want affordable rental units rather than just affordable ownership. And the last thing I'll say is, as a master's student now studying political science and economics, I would think that it's also in the best interests of city councilors, people who live here, to or people who represent us to represent us well, because these are policies that are extremely popular. I petitioned for these policies, and the enthusiasm that the Torontonians have for this motion to make all 20 to 30% of all new rental units deeply affordable. That motion is extremely popular. People are extremely enthusiastic about it, and I just think that it's beneficial to everybody except for, obviously, the developers, who I'm sorry to say, you've had your time, and I think it's time that we prioritize the needs of Torontonians. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Abdullah. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Let's see if Elisa is connected now.
To the chair, that speaker is connected by phone. I'm unmuting them now.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Hi there, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you so much. Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Alyssa Klingbaum, and I'm a research and policy coordinator at the Women Abuse Council of Toronto, or Women Act. Our mission is to eradicate violence against women and advance gender equity through coordination, education, research, and policy. We convene and mobilize communities across Toronto to drive system change for women, and we have been doing this work for 30 years. I'm here today because the proposed inclusionary zoning policy before you is not strong enough to address Toronto's housing crisis. We hear from community agencies and survivors every day about the importance of affordable housing for women's safety. A lack of access to safe and affordable housing can prevent women from leaving an abusive relationship, and violence is the primary cause of homelessness for women and families. The need for women's affordable housing is even greater than we can measure. Women's homelessness is often hidden because moving between shelters, family or friends' homes, or an abusive situation does not meet traditional definitions of homelessness and results in an underestimate of the issue. To solve an immeasurable problem, we need bold solutions. We echo the calls from many other speakers here today that Toronto's IZ policy must require a minimum of 20 to 30% of all new residential developments be set aside for affordable housing. Studies have shown that developers would still earn a profit even if we require twice as many affordable housing units as the policy currently proposes. The evidence is telling us that we can do better, and we can also do this sooner. We don't have time to wait for the long phase-in periods proposed in the policy. Women who urgently need affordable housing to escape an abusive partner or to make ends meet for their family do not have until 2026 or 2030. Their safety and their economic security are on the line today. The gaps in the proposed IZ policy are not just about how many units will be created and when. They are also about who will have access to these units. As you all know, the city has committed to dedicating 25% of its new affordable and supportive housing to women and girls. Yet the IZ policy is silent on units allocated for women-led households. We need a clear plan on how IZ units will uphold the city's commitment to housing pathways for women. We have the 25% target. Now let's use the policy tools we're creating to reach it. The lack of affordable housing in Toronto is an urgent issue and a gendered issue. I call on members of this committee to move forward an IZ policy that creates more affordable housing for those who need it most and for when they need it. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Elisa. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next, we have Harshika Patel. Good morning. Good morning.
To the chair, one moment, please.
Thank you.
To the chair, that speaker is present. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Patel, and I'm a member of Acorn's Etobicoke chapter. I'm speaking to you all today in support of Acorn's inclusionary zoning campaign because the housing crisis in the city of Toronto has reached an unprecedented level. As a 27-year-old, it pains me to think about my future in Toronto. My partner and I are finding it very difficult to ascertain whether it is financially feasible to bear a child, knowing that we will never be able to afford a home at the current market price range. Feeling this uncertainty has provoked a lot of stress and anxiety to the point that it has become an existential topic. I know we're not the only ones feeling this way. Young Torontonians are struggling to make ends meet even with a moderate income. Not only is housing expensive, but so is food and transportation. In addition, many of our wages have not been rising to meet the high inflation rate, yet the price of housing keeps skyrocketing. Furthermore, I live in Etobicoke North, where I have witnessed an increase in homelessness. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, I would see individuals experiencing homelessness only in certain parts of the suburb, but now it feels as if they're at every major intersection or highway exit. Not only is there an increase in homelessness, but those who are earning a decent income are still struggling to make a living in the city. So much so that young Torontonians I know are forced outside the city to rent or purchase a home. The future of Toronto is leaving Toronto. In addition, essential workers who the city has been relying on during the pandemic and praised for their heroism are being priced out of the housing market. Thus, it is crucial that the city meet our demands, as already mentioned by previous Acorn speakers. By supporting these inclusionary zoning demands will assure Torontonians access to affordable homes and decrease the probability of the city needing to spend $2 million of taxpayers' hard-earned money to evict homeless encampments, while also ensuring that Torontonians stay in Toronto. We need affordable housing now. We needed it yesterday. It is time the city starts implementing policies that benefit the taxpayers of Toronto over the developers who may not even reside in the city, the province, or the country for that matter. Housing is not an investment. Housing is a human right. I hope the committee's judgment is not clouded by the contribution developers made to your respective campaigns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Barry Marsh.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them so that they may speak.
Good morning, Barry. Can you hear us?
To the chair, the speaker has now connected their audio. I am now unmuting the speaker.
Good morning, Barry.
To leave a message, wait for the tone. If you want to leave your number.
Okay, we'll try the next speaker. Kristen Verasingan. Krisam.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Derek Lau. Oh. Braden Salties. Sorry.
To the chair, that speaker is present. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Okay. Good morning, Braden.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Good morning. My name is Braden Soltis. I'm 26 years old. I've been a resident of Toronto for most of my life. I've lived from Bathurst and Lawrence to Roncesvalles to Regent Park to Willowdale. And all these neighborhoods I've called about 10 different places home. As an adult, I've had to be financially responsible for 2 of these homes. I was proud to strike out on my own and try to make it in the city that I grew up in, but what I was not prepared for was the reality of actually being a renter in the city. Now, I'm a minimum wage worker. On average, I make about $2,000 a month. But in both my apartments, my portion of the rent was $1,000. That's half my monthly income. This is before, the internet bills, the gas bills, hydro, food, transit, etc. So, and my hours are also never consistent, meaning I don't always hit that $2,000 a month. So then what? What do I sacrifice? Is it heat, breakfast? Now, beyond the precarity of lower class folks, what does my $1,000 of rent actually get me? Well, it got me 2 apartments with cockroach infestations, holes in the walls or ceilings, a living room window that would be eventually sealed over with cinder blocks from a neighboring development. And in my current apartment, it's meant that all major appliances have broken down and a shower that sometimes works properly. And the frustrating part about all of this is that these apartments were the best ones that my roommates and I could actually afford. This is the reality for Torontonians. For decades, the city has been relying on private developers to provide affordable options, which they have not done so. In fact, these developers and other real estate investment trusts have been driving up the prices of homes and rents by slowly monopolizing and holding captive the supply of rental housing with virtually no attempts by governments to rein them in. By mandating that developers set aside 20 to 30% of all units in new developments of 60 units or more for affordable housing, this will ensure that these developers can't just continue to make a tidy profit while most of us can barely get by, or worse, are forced out of our homes because the rent went up yet again. And I just want to reiterate the figure, 20 to 30% at least, permanently and immediately, not 8 to 22% eventually. There are 78,000 households on the waitlist for affordable housing. The city has got to be aggressive if it hopes to come close to, fulfilling that target. I understand also that later in the day, y'all are going to be discussing the definition of affordable housing. And to touch on that just super quickly, the city currently defines affordable housing as, quote, at or below City of Toronto rent. This is a laughable definition. If you take a look at literally any realtor page online, you'll see just exactly what that average currently looks like. The definition must be changed to a to income program, or no more than 30% of one's monthly income can be charged for rent.
Braden, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Sure. It's just, we are in a crisis. This is incredibly important. There's thousands of people who sleep on the street every night, and there are countless more who are one bad month away from joining them. So if you don't help us, no one's. I hope that you do what's right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Derek Lau. Good morning, Derek.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Ian Underwood. Good morning, Ian.
To the chair, that speaker is present. Their mic is now unmuted.
Okay, good morning.
Thanks very much. Good morning. My name is Ian Underwood, CEO of Habitat for Humanity Greater Toronto Area. Our message today is start cautiously, but get started. And against this backdrop, I want to make 3 points. First, ensure affordable home ownership remains an equivalent option to affordable rental. The city's Housing TO plan sets out a wide range of programs through which to create and maintain over 120,000 affordable housing units in the next 10 years. Only 3% of those are affordable ownership units, and we are not meeting the targets. Inclusionary zoning provides a low-cost opportunity to deliver affordable ownership units. And by doing so, we create pathways for young people and for families making less than $90,000 trying to raise their children in the city to be able to have an affordable home base and start to build some equity. The equity formula and the resale price restrictions in turn ensure that these units remain affordable for the 99-year period, same as affordable rental, win-win. Now, the second point is let's be cautious around set-aside rates and the pace of transition. And I know that is counterintuitive for Habitat for Humanity, who wants to deliver more affordable housing units, to advise caution in this area. So let me explain why. Inclusionary zoning only works when lots of housing is getting built. We are already a city that is falling behind on building enough housing to keep up with demand. So if inclusionary zoning compromises return on investment of Toronto projects, there is a real risk that some investor capital will move and some projects won't get built. The result, fewer homes get built for everyone, fewer affordable units get created through set-asides, upward pressure is created on market prices, which creates a ripple effect on the cost for organizations like Habitat for Humanity to deliver affordable units. Lose, lose. So we urge a gradual introduction of inclusionary zoning as is proposed in the staff report. Commit to regular reviews and adjust accordingly. Push faster on other affordable housing programs, but on this one, stakes are too high to bet wrong and to end up with a decrease in the rate of construction in this city. Finally, embrace affordable housing as a collective responsibility and provide incentives. Toronto's hot real estate market has no doubt led to significant financial gain for developers and investors. The proposed IZ policy, however, will require developers to incur all the costs of development charges and other fees, not just for the market units, but also the IZ units. The city's open door policy, on the other hand, exempts all affordable units from development charges, build fees, other city fees. So we urge the city to repeat this formula for IZ. It's consistent, it's fair, it reflects shared responsibility, but most importantly, it increases the chance that we can get more of what we desperately need, which is more affordable housing. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Ian. Let's go back to Barry Marsh and see if Barry is connected.
To the chair, Barry Marsh is connected. I'm now unmuting their line.
Okay. Barry, can you go ahead? You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Barry Marsh. I'm a member of ACORN living in Etobicoke North. It's very important to have a strong inclusionary zoning policy. This is a huge opportunity for low and moderate income people of the city to gain affordable housing. Right here in Etobicoke North, in a small 1 square block neighborhood, 20 families were renovated, and some are still struggling and fighting because affordable housing is difficult to find. I support ACORN's demand for inclusionary zoning. Demands are the maximum amount of units must be set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing. 30% of units in developments with 60 or more units should be set aside. Units must be affordable based on 30% of household income. Inclusionary zoning must be phased in by 2025. It must include the entire. The Council of the Mayor has an opportunity to protect our right to housing. The recent report by ACORN shows that developers have enormous influence at City Hall based on donations, but I hope Council and the Mayor will stand up for the people by implementing a strong inclusionary zoning policy. And I thank you for allowing me to address the Council. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you. Next, we have Adina Lebo. Good morning, Adina.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you, Adina. You can start.
Oh, thank you. My name is Adina Lebo, and I'm deputing on behalf of the Toronto Seniors Forum, which is the voice of what is the reflection? Sorry.
Are you
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Adina. Let's try one more time. I restart your time.
You can hear me. Okay. I'm deputing on behalf of the Toronto Seniors Forum, which is the voice of seniors at City Hall. We're part of the new Long-Term Care and Senior Services Division. TSF members provide input to the City of Toronto staff and members of council on issues that affect older Torontonians. We use a seniors lens to evaluate all policies, processes, programs, and services. The current senior population in Toronto 50 plus is estimated to be around 690,000 persons and is expected to double to 1.2 million over the next 10 to 15 years as the baby boomer generation passes into old age. City Hall statistics show that in 2019, 50% of seniors are trying to live in Toronto on incomes of less than $25,000 per year. That's about $2,000 per month, factoring in OAS and GIS. They need housing accommodations at the rate of $500 to $750 per month in order to live very basic lifestyles and have enough money for food and transportation costs, get them to doctor's appointments, see friends and family. Many surveys show that most of these seniors are now paying up to 70 to 75% of that money just on rent, leaving very little for food, transportation, and other life necessities, including medicine, some of which aren't covered by healthcare. Over the last 2 years, we've seen double-digit increases in seniors' use of both shelters and food banks, and see that the pandemic has aggravated the situation. The worst of this is that the senior migration into older age is just beginning, with the majority to come over the next 10 to 15 years. We can't wait to put roofs over seniors' heads. We need bold action now. Just look what happened with long-term care during the pandemic. Surveys are showing 90% of seniors now want to stay at home, which means they need a roof over their head. The city's current IZ plan is aimed at moderate and mid-range levels of income, daycare workers, nurses. But what about the needs for deeply affordable units for seniors who are too old or too sick to work? They, as well as new immigrants, minimum wage workers, young adults starting out, those living on disability, are not even being considered in this plan. Where and how are these people going to be living? At this point in time, we have no housing options that allow people a roof over their head for $750 a month, and that's the problem. Boarding house legislation.
Adina, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Until 2022, and mid-level housing, duplexes and triplexes are at a research stage.
Adina, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
City Hall is researching it. The supply is being depleted as they are being bought up and turned into monster homes. According to
Adina, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
This is not true. It's not easy to get those permits to build the middle. So here we are in 2021.
Adina.
Decisions on inclusionary zoning.
Adina, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Any questions of the speaker?
Introduced. But where
Any
we
questions?
should be bold
Okay,
to make up
thank
for
you.
everything we haven't done,
Adina.
we're not being bold. Had we instituted the IZ 10 years ago, we could have added 30,000 units rather than the 4,000 that we've made up. To make up for lost time,
we're going to
we
have
need
to
the 20
disconnect.
30%
Adina,
of all new
thank you.
residential developments across the city.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Adina, for your
Was
presentation.
there any issue with speakers not being able to hear you? I just don't know if clerks need to look at that too.
Yeah, we'll connect with Adina offline.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next we have Michelle German. Michelle?
To the chair, that speaker is connected. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning, community. Thanks for welcoming me. My name is Michelle German. I'm the Vice President of Policy at Wood Green Community Services. We serve about 40,000 clients per year across the city and are the second largest nonprofit housing provider, as well as an active developer of nonprofit housing. Today is an exciting day in the world of housing policy with the introduction of inclusionary zoning alongside a new definition of affordable housing and an update on two very important programs that will help us create new affordable housing so desperately needed in our communities. Below, I have a few comments on each of these items, and I just want to thank you to the committee for your leadership and to all of the city staff who have helped to make all of this possible. On inclusionary zoning, we believe that building mixed income communities are required for a prosperous city and feel that this inclusionary zoning policy will help us achieve that. IZ is a complex piece of policy, and you can get lost on the technical nature as well as the philosophical one. I ask you to please not get lost or let perfection get in the way of progress. This policy before us today is a great place to start and has been informed by years of consultation from community developers, nonprofits, and best practices from other jurisdictions. It's a policy that will not make any one person happy. It's not perfect, but we can have a tremendous systems level impact on housing development, producing affordable units. We would like to see it adopted as is and feel that it has enough of an evaluation built in so that we can ratchet it up as needed, which I hope that it will be, or adjust it to be different in the future. We should have had this 30 years ago, but here we are, so let's move forward. On the affordable housing definition, we believe that moving towards an income-tested definition of affordability will help close the gap people are experiencing in finding suitable housing that they can afford, and that today's definition is an important step in achieving this. We would like to echo the concerns outlined in a letter by our colleagues of developers of nonprofit housing that was submitted to the committee. In particular, in the issues related to the financial impact the new definition will have on our projects and will likely result in our increased dependence on grants or government contributions. We would like to see this committee and staff work with developers of nonprofit housing like ourselves to identify solutions on this issue as part of the implementation.
That's not his home office.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, that was the counselor with the mic on. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. That's okay. I said, what? This definition is a great start. We look forward to continuing to work with the Housing Secretariat and City Planning to make sure it does not have adverse effects, like inhibiting nonprofits like us to develop new units. And then a few final notes. We're very excited to see the MURA program introduced. We love it. We think it will be very effective in responding to the run evictions that are plaguing our cities and look forward to participating, as well as the next phase of Housing Now. We're very happy to see this program expand and evolve based on what's working. And we're particularly interested to see sites that are dedicated to nonprofit housing developers like ourselves. Unlike private developers, we guarantee to deliver long-term affordable housing to communities that need it most. It's our mission to keep a public good in the public interest forever, making this initiative, Housing Now, very special in that it leverages city-owned assets and allows us to bring our resources to make the highest number of affordable units at the deepest level of affordability possible. It's a very important program. Thank you for the time today to share my comments on all of these important items and for your continued leadership as a committee to bring new solutions for affordable housing that are so needed.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I have a couple. Michelle, your organization builds affordable housing, right? Nonprofit,
yes.
Affordable housing. So you work with performers, you work with all the, the numbers, correct?
That's correct. We have a number of projects in our pipeline and actually have a goal of building 2,000 units over the next 10 years.
Okay. And what you're saying is that this is a complex policy and you are supportive of the proposal that is in front of us, and with the review to hopefully, make it faster and increase it. Is that what you're saying, that the numbers work as they're being presented?
Yes, they work. There's opportunities to look more at rental. There's opportunities to look at expanding beyond transit zones. There's lots of opportunities to make this bigger and better. But today, it's good enough to move forward and go through the rigorous evaluation that's outlined in the policy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Victor Willis. Good morning, Victor. Oh, it's good afternoon already. Sorry.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel.
Okay. Great.
Chair, it's Gord here. I just got a note from Victor that he won't be able to depute on this item, but he will depute on a different one later in the day.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Councillor Perks. Next, we have Miro Yogaraja.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio, which they've just done so. I am now unmuting their mic.
Great.
Hello to everyone. My name is Miri Yogaraja, one of the benefits organizers at Parkdale People's Economy. I've recently been looking for a one-bedroom apartment that's affordable, that is light, that can house both me and my dog. The search has been confined to almost exclusively basement apartments and studios, though these are also somewhat out of my budget. I tour spaces with short ceilings, with little warmth, while considering the extra cost of utilities, the internet, the inevitable seasonal affective disorder kicking in from the lack of light, the deep feelings of knowing that Toronto doesn't care for those who don't hold wealth. My family used to live in a basement apartment, 3 people in a 1-bedroom, while my mother worked overnight at a factory. Simultaneously, I was in a basement apartment while at grad school, dreaming of moving out. Where rent has increased and wages mostly stagnant, I'm still looking for a home, very likely in a basement apartment. I've been contemplating leaving Toronto as it's so deeply unaffordable. I ponder the opportunities around the world where I can make my film and writing talent and my love, where my dreams will be nurtured, and the cost of living, an alarming term, I must say, will not put me in debt or make me think my existence is a burden. Now, this is the reality of someone who has a consistent middle-class income, who benefits from the proposed IZ policy. For those who are on Ontario Works or ODSP, who are constantly failed by the Toronto housing landscape and supportive housing, the options of leaving the city are far more limited. There are families like mine that live in one-bedroom basement apartment because the average price for a 1-bedroom apartment in Toronto is $1,800 a month. For a full-time minimum wage worker, they make $2,152.50 a month, meaning 84% of their income would go towards housing. This showcases how the working class are disposable to the city, how the working class must suffer a lack of light, a lack of space, a lack of an ounce of privacy. The working class has hopes and dreams that they reflect on as they go to bed. They work overnight shifts at the factories across the city, take transit for hours to get to work and back. They work so incredibly hard to help their children pay their student debt because a degree gets you out of poverty, they say. They think of the responsibilities of the future and what it could hold, and they hold on to that potential. They are what make our city run. They make sure our needs are met as they stock grocery shelves, clean the school our children attend, and test medical devices that we use in our public hospitals. They do so much for us, and this inclusionary zoning policy leaves them with little. IZ can be more inclusionary, with 20 to 30% of all new developments should be set aside as affordable rental housing, which has been determined to be feasible and still allows room for profit from developments. And IZ policies ought to apply to all new developments with 60 units or more, with more affordable rental rates being based on income. These are key to retain the hardworking people of the city, for people to continue to have a reason to stay in the city, and for the basic requirement for people to have a roof over their head. We deserve light.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Beth Wilson. Good morning, Beth.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them.
Good morning, Beth.
To Beth Wilson, if you can please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel.
Okay, we'll come back to Beth after. Ann K. Brown. Good morning, Ann. Good morning, Ann. Ann K.
To the chair, that speaker does not appear to be present.
Okay, let's try Ambalika Roy. Good morning, good afternoon, Ambalika.
That speaker is present. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Ambalika.
Dear members of the Planning and Housing Committee, I am here on behalf of the Right to Housing Toronto, a network of organizations and individuals working to support the implementation of the right to housing by the City of Toronto. The affordable housing crisis in Toronto continues to deepen, leaving many Torontonians living in housing precarity while many are experiencing homelessness. There are immediate steps that can be taken to respond to this crisis, such as increasing and sustaining relief measures, but the housing affordability problem will not be solved if we do not acknowledge the fact that there aren't enough affordable housing options to meet the diverse needs of the residents. The city staff calculated that out of 230,000 units created over past 5 years, only 2% were affordable, a definition that does not even account for the deeply affordable units. We are glad to see the city move forward with the proposal of the inclusionary zoning. This is a useful policy tool to solve part of the problem of affordable housing supply. For too long, the current zoning policies have enabled developers to construct condos and detached homes that meet the housing needs of only a portion of our population, leaving those living on lower incomes behind. It is clear that the current housing policies are failing the needs of our residents, threatening the very basic fabric of our communities and people's right to accessing adequate housing. The current IZ proposal has many pieces to it that can help minimize this risk. So the fact the policy is mandatory demonstrates the city's commitment to ensuring that developers participate in this important initiative. Defining affordability based on income ensures to no household spending more than 30% of its income on shelter, and definitely setting the period of affordability to 99 years. It's critical and ensures that over time, the gains we make in creating affordable housing options is not eventually lost. There are, however, aspects to the proposal that must be improved to ensure an effective policy in building affordable housing that meets the needs of our residents. We need to be ambitious on set-aside rates and phase-in period. The existing set-aside rates are too modest. The strong market areas, there are room to increase the set-aside rates substantially and likely more quickly. The current phase-in period has been extended in a way that the affordable housing needs of many Toronto residents will continue to be neglected for a longer period. We have some additional concerns around the barriers that some may face in accessing this program. A needs-based approach ought to be applied in a number of other ways. Like, for example, the guidelines proposes that a household must have a composition of at least one person per bedroom. But however, some people might be excluded, like a household with caregivers may require more room, but in the current definition would be considered as overhouse. Finally, we know the housing markets are dynamic and the policy will evolve. So therefore, we request to review the policy more regularly and to ensure that the review is grounded on a rights-based framework. As always, Right to Housing TO is available to the city to discuss this very important policy and provide recommendations that ensure creation of affordable housing in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. We'll now try Chrisanne again. Let's give it one more try before our lunch break.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Chrisanne Veersingham. I was born and raised in Scarborough Centre, speaking as a volunteer with Progress Toronto. You're probably familiar with the recent story making the rounds, which says, based on data from CIBC, that the average gift parents give to their children to buy their first home has risen to $82,000 over the pandemic. This led me to question how I could ever afford to build a life of my own, being born to hardworking refugees who, like many Canadians, were trapped in a system of poverty and consequently don't have any savings to give, and most of their income goes to rent. They poured everything they had into me and my siblings, and despite us all now making well above the median income for several years now, we still don't see a pathway to owning a home in Scarborough, a community we grew up in where the median home price is now almost $1 million. And if that is the case for us, what does that mean for those who make well below the median income? Does City Council even believe there is a housing crisis, given their inaction even on the small steps like rooming houses? There's no shortage of times councillors will come out and say they're going to be tough on things like crime, but by now we should all know that the leading indicator of crime is poverty, What does council think will happen when more than 50% of current income goes towards housing for many Torontonians? What does growing up under such economic desperation do to a person and society? We need strong inclusionary zoning of 30% of new units. And given cities like Montreal, New York, and London have 25 to 50%, I don't understand why we should be slow rolling this like some other speakers have suggested. And given the own city's feasibility study, which says that developers will profit under such conditions, the current proposal is a reminder to our city councilors that we cannot be too timid and we must be bold and tackle things like affordable housing, which will lead to decreasing crime, solve our homelessness problem. I think Helsinki had a housing first policy and they completely eliminated street homelessness. So personally, I think we have to be bold. We shouldn't slow roll this. We already have examples of it working elsewhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, committee will see you back at 1:30. We'll break for lunch. Thank you. everyone. We're back in session and we'll continue with deputations. Next, we have Beth Wilson. Good afternoon, Beth.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us today.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Beth Wilson. I'm the senior researcher at Social Planning Toronto. And yesterday we released a research report with partners Jeremy Withers and Sean Mahar on the potential of IZ to create affordable rental housing in Toronto. And in that work, we evaluated how the city's draft policy measures up to that potential. So I'd like to share a few of our findings with you. IZ provides a unique opportunity for City Council. It presents an opportunity to have a greater impact on Toronto's long-standing housing crisis than we have had in decades. Toronto residents struggling with the city's housing crisis, many of whom you heard from today, need council to use this tool to its full potential. Unfortunately, what we found in the research is a wide gap between the potential of inclusionary zoning and what the policy is likely to achieve. We found the city could produce three and a half times more affordable rental homes if set-aside rates were based on the evidence. And that's compared to what the city's policy would likely produce based on initial inclusionary zoning requirements. But even once fully phased in 2030, we found the city's policy would produce less than 60% of the amount of affordable rental homes that could be required under an evidence-based policy. The potential, while still ensuring a level of profitability for developers, is much greater than what's proposed, and in particular benefits downtown developers with lower set-aside rates, much lower than what could be in place. In the research, we raised serious concerns about the ability of the policy to produce any substantial amount of affordable rental housing, at least in its early years. And that is because the set-aside rates, as you've heard this morning, the set-aside rates for affordable ownership are only slightly higher than those for affordable rental. So it's unclear whether that small difference in rates will actually encourage any substantial development of affordable rental housing. And we don't want to find out 3 years from now, when the policy is being reviewed, that it didn't do the job. Council has an unprecedented opportunity to create affordable rental housing amidst a long-standing and worsening affordable housing crisis. It would be a huge missed opportunity and failure of leadership if the mayor and council were to pass this policy as is. We recommend strongly that you prioritize residents, and particularly those most impacted in the housing crisis, and urge you to increase the affordable housing requirements and ensure rental housing is prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Any questions of the speaker? I do have a couple. Beth, thanks for the report. I just have a couple of questions. When you talk about the 30,000 units lost over between 2011 and 2020, did you count that towards the units approved or the units built?
Oh, the units built in that time. That would include 80 units or more.
Oh, okay. And on the 25,000 achievable, did you, does this, is it if the IZ was applied across the entire city or just where the legislation allows us to apply?
Just near transit stations, and just, if you look at the report and go to the right to the back, there's a table, so you can see which areas of the city it applies to. So it only applies to certain areas of the city where the consultants tested the feasibility of IZ. So it's areas where you're proposing to have it and near those transit stations.
So the market study areas or the major transit study areas?
So it's based on residential development that was proposed at the end of 2020. And it is based on those developments that are within 800 meters of a transit station and within areas where the city is proposing ISED would apply.
Okay, great. That is clear. Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Beth, for joining us today and for the study. Next, we have Maija Sidal. Maija? Good afternoon, Maija.
To the chair, one moment, please. To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Next, we have Firdaz Bilimoria. Firdaz, good afternoon.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Next, we have Dan Bingham.
To the chair, that speaker is present, and they've just been provided with the audio panels. So at the bottom of their WebEx panel, they should see a connect audio option. If they click that, we can unmute them.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dan. Did you have a chance to connect?
To Daniel Bingham, please click on connect audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel. To the chair, it looks like they've done so. I'm now unmuting the speaker.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, you know, this is the winter of our discontent. And now, what are we going to do about it? We are here today to try and help people find a safe place to live. My name is Daniel R. Bingham of the Member Advocacy Committee out of Neighborhood Group. I'm on the steering committee for 3 nonprofit organizations in Toronto. All 3 are dedicated to saving people's lives. I came here in 1972 at 13 years old. By the time I was 15, I moved out on my own and rented a room in my friend's house. Reasonable or low-cost housing at this time was widespread. Not being able to find housing at this time rarely came up on the radar of the average person. Social services at this time were accessible and proactive. I moved out with what was called, at this time, students' welfare. They paid first and last month's rent, and in my case, paid the landlord directly. I can't remember, but around 1978 or 79, Manpower, or we knew it as the unemployment insurance, started a project where anybody that wanted to take a course to improve their chances of finding a job, Manpower would pay for it. I personally took a chef's course at George Brown. I did my apprenticeship at the Chelsea Inn and starting a 15-year run in the food industry, ending up in a management position before I changed careers. It is better to teach a man how to fish, sort of thing. It was a time when the government saw the value of investing in the future of its citizens and helping them rise up. There was a sense of hope for the future that sadly now is increasingly difficult to find. Fast forward today, after years of cutbacks, temporary funding, endless cost-saving measures, well, they have created a modern nightmare. Across the spectrum of society, we have people of all descriptions facing the imminent loss of secure and safe long-term housing. The encampments constantly expand as the lack of support or infrastructure grows, and the public anger expands at the same constant rate. It boggles the average citizen's mind how there can be so much homelessness. There are veritable flocks of cranes building up new condos seemingly without any end in sight. Well, our reply is these units are built for profit and value, a value that some people would say would be lowered if affordable units are included. This is an urban myth. Diversity in the long run increases prosperity and sustainability. Vested interests will never give this myth a chance to be disproved without a great fight. Now, I've been told, and I believe, the council cares and works constantly to improve the well-being of all its constituents. I pray that it's true. Today, you have a chance to start to rebuild the city, to restore that sense of hope in the future for everyone. Today, we ask you to make them, not ask developers to allot 20 to 30% affordable rental units before approval for development is permitted. Full stop.
Dan, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Real quick. Studies and fact-finding surveys and action needed in the level of emergency disaster reactor. This is a phase-in period and must be sped up now.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
It is now.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, Shani Hill.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may start.
Okay, well, hello and thank you to the committee for your time. My name is Shani Hill with Progress Toronto. I have lived in the city since 1997. I started like many in a small basement apartment that I shared with a friend, and I hoped to work hard and someday be able to afford a down payment to buy a house in the city. That is no longer a realistic goal for me, but I'm one of the very fortunate...
Vaccination policy. Will the vaccination policy be modified?
Sorry, I hear someone speaking in the background. Anyway, but I'm one of the very fortunate who have safe rental housing that is within my budget. Many of my friends and colleagues weren't as lucky and have moved outside the city to find affordable housing. Others make sacrifices to make ends meet. A friend shared with me that she turns her heating off at night to keep her electricity bills down in the winter and takes Zoom calls from her kitchen to catch a breeze from during the sweltering summer months. We're losing a generation of talented and creative people that would enrich our city. I'm looking to the mayor and city council to act boldly on housing. This starts with introducing strong inclusionary zoning rules. This needs to include 20 to 30% affordable rental housing in all new developments, and this should be phased well before 2030, as many of the speakers have already mentioned. This should prioritize affordable rental housing over home ownership. Inclusionary zoning works, and the city's own studies show that developers can still make a sizable profit. As a volunteer with Progress Toronto, I have made calls and knocked on doors of hundreds of residents in Ward 9 Davenport and wards across the city. Many are angry, some are desperate and anxious about the future. Affordable housing is the issue that resonates with residents of all ages, and the pandemic has brought some of our housing problems out into the open, into our public parks where unnecessary and avoidable confrontations with city staff, police, and encampment residents have made our city seem cruel and divided. I urge the Planning Committee to act boldly on housing and address the underlying housing issues that have increasingly made Toronto a place of profits for developers and loss of opportunities and progress for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks, Shani, for joining us today. Next, we have Pratyush Tripathi. Pratyush?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pratyush, and I join my friends from Progress Toronto in asking for a stronger inclusionary zoning policy. For a moment, I would like to turn the clock back to when pandemic first made its presence felt in Canada. The ensuing crisis demanded a great amount of sacrifice from the city. This great city and its wonderful inhabitants responded to the call. Workers kept the city and its essential functions running. The grocery shelves remained stocked, the electric grid did not fail, sewage didn't flow on the street, and the TTC continued ferrying passengers. The untiring working classes of the city ensured that Toronto survived one of the biggest challenges to civilization in recent history. They kept their promise. Today, I'm asking you to keep yours. As everyone here is familiar, renting has become extremely expensive in Toronto. The lack of affordable options is forcing people to pay exorbitant prices. and it has affected everyone across the board, but it is particularly hard on those whose hard work ensures the functioning of this great city. Low-income households, already struggling with making the ends meet, are levied a cruel tax in the form of foregoing a higher percentage of their income as rent. More and more people are pushed to the brink as a basic necessity for a dignified existence continues going out of their reach. Among the many conversations I've had with the people on this issue, I can't forget the desperation in the voice of a single mother of two with a special needs child as she told me how the rent eats into all her income, leaving her with no means to meet the needs of her children. I implore the members of this community to understand the scope of the crisis facing the city and accept the solutions being put forward. It will continue to allow the developers to reap profit, and at the same time, it will go a long way in alleviating the housing crisis. During the canvassing effort last week at Davenport, an old gentleman, after patiently listening to me explain what we are demanding and recounting his own experiences, agreed to sign a petition, but sighed, "Nothing is going to change. I'm asking you today to prove him wrong." Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Ayushman Banerjee. Ayushman?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayushman. I'm here on behalf of the Center for Equality, Rights and Accommodation. We're a nonprofit organization that works to advance the right to adequate housing in Toronto and across Canada. We've participated in many of the stakeholder consultations on IZ, and conceptually we support a policy that captures value that is generated from Toronto's hot housing market to build affordable homes. We also recognize that IZ is just one tool and not the silver bullet to solving the entirety of the city's housing crisis. But given the potential of the tool, it's important to bring about an effective policy. To this end, many elements of the proposed policy do hold promise. For example, the fact that the policy is mandatory and the units are to remain affordable for 99 years signals a strong commitment and by extension increases the likelihood of affordable housing options being produced. We're also pleased to see that the definition of affordability is being reconsidered to be measured against income. That said, there is room to strengthen this policy. First, I'd like to point out that we recognize that there are provincial restrictions to where the policy can be applied. But within such confines, it is imperative to apply the policy as widely as possible and do this quickly. In particular, we note with some concern the low set-aside rates and slow pace at which the policy is currently expected to be phased in. We acknowledge that one test has been used in all the feasibility analyses to filter out areas that would inhibit landowners from making at least 10% after the policy is introduced. Notably, this calculation also accounts for the fact that developers will make a profit of 15%. However, it appears as though a second test was recently introduced, which has made the proposal more modest. This test restricts the application of the policy to areas that not only pass the first test, but also to areas that have experienced a drop in land value that does not exceed 15%. This is meant to mitigate market shocks and allow for markets to adjust. However, we contend that the second test is unnecessary and adds, in fact, an additional guardrail for the interests of the development industry who've already been accounted for through the first test. I believe there's some interruption happening. Anyway, plus 2 years of consultations should have already signaled to markets that the policy is on the horizon and that it should consider adjusting. Plus, the current slow phasing process appears to discount the immediate needs of many low to moderate income residents who are struggling to access the affordable housing rights that they need. Remarkably, after applying the second test, there are no set-aside requirements in place for purpose-built rental units for the first 5 years across the entire city, after which the increases are modest. This is precisely the sort of housing option that Toronto desperately needs. So we urge the committee to advance the right to an affordable home by increasing the set-aside rates and reducing the phase-in period based on the first test. We also hope that there are more frequent opportunities for review where the policy can be assessed against a more robust evidence and needs-based framework. So we look forward to providing our housing expertise as the policy evolves and welcome further discussion with the city. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Irela Ganon. Irela?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I'm representing Building a Better Blue Adjustment here today, and I was part of the team that helped negotiate the meager 10% government mall development affordable housing. And I keep on thinking, we keep on crowing about what a huge accomplishment it was to get 10%. That means 90% of units will be unaffordable. And this is seen as an anomaly. And I really think, what is the city for? We are building a new city on top of the old city of Toronto, but this city is completely unaffordable. And we need to consider the places for artists and marginal people where inclusionary zoning would help. So I urge the council to vote for inclusionary zoning. The cities like New York and Paris have robust inclusionary zoning rules. And I keep on thinking, who is the city for? I mean, right now the developers make endless amounts of money so that they can buy their way into council or into the provincial council chamber so that they can get their way. But the point is, the people who make our city most livable are the ones who have the mom-and-pop shops and the artist spaces. And in negotiation, we're constantly fighting arts against affordable housing, new parks against affordable housing, community spaces against affordable housing. And these are the things that we pay elected officials to put into the plan. It shouldn't be anything against affordable housing. We need to make our city better. We need to make our city be a place where we want to live together. And we want places for young people to meet and gather so they're not climbing on top of, private property or cars. We need to have inclusionary zoning so that people have a safe place to live, a safe place to gather and gather their strength and make our city better. We need to have, our city is not intended to be just a playground for the rich and developers. And we need to think about ways that the developers are kept in check. The inclusionary zoning rules only apply to the biggest developments, and the other ones can go ahead and rip out affordable housing units and renovate people willy-nilly. We're just asking for inclusionary housing so that 80%, which is still a huge quantity of the units, are market rate, which is largely unaffordable for the majority of the people. And as we move into a gig economy, which is what most businesses are becoming, people are earning minimum wage. And
Irela, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. Most of the units should be affordable for people earning minimum wage, since most of the people in the workforce are earning minimum wage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Irela. Next, we have Bree Gardner. Good afternoon, Bree.
To the chair, 1 moment, please. To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. So next we have Cheryl Case. Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Hello?
Hello, Cheryl. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Is it my turn to speak? Sorry. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Hi, so I'm calling here today to speak about the inclusionary zoning draft report before you. So in September of 2020, City Council passed a motion that Little Jamaica would receive inclusionary zoning as part of Phase 1. The community was very excited to see this decision made, and this is why it's so incredibly upsetting to see now that the draft does not include Little Jamaica to receive inclusionary zoning. The direction to include Little Jamaica for inclusionary zoning was made in respect to the ongoing displacement of Black residents from the neighborhood. This policy was envisioned to contribute to city initiatives to confront the ongoing erasure of the cultural heritage of this incredibly important community in the city of Toronto. And so I'm speaking to you as a member and contributor of the community advocacy in the Little Jamaica neighborhood, led by Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization and the Black Urbans in Toronto, asking for the City Council direction to be honored through the inclusion of Little Jamaica in plans to implement inclusionary zoning in this phase of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, and thank you for your deputation. I'm just curious, based on your analysis and reading of the staff report, do you see a very clear implementation of a human rights approach to how they're evaluating and even developing the framework for inclusionary zoning?
Thank you, Kristen Wong Tam. So I do not see the implementation of such an approach, no.
In your communications to this committee, you cited that Little Jamaica has been and the areas surrounding Little Jamaica has been excluded from the IZ criteria. And so, are you of the mindset that without inclusionary zoning, the Black community there could be further displaced with respect to revitalization and gentrification that's coming through the development pipeline?
Yeah, so I'd say that the Little Jamaica neighborhood is incredibly vulnerable to ongoing patterns of land value increases. So with the approval of Eglinton and Crosstown, the City of Toronto conducted a study to see how would the land use around the Crosstown respond. It was very disappointing to see that the protection of the cultural heritage and Black community was not prioritized. So the report following in 2014 looked at building, greeting, and traveling. Not included was protecting the heritage, nor the supporting the increasing affordability and retaining the ability for the neighborhood to be a home for the Black communities that have lived in this neighborhood for over 100 years now. I was going to say that. So since the Eglinton LRT has been under construction, the price of housing has doubled. And so one of the things that is incredibly concerning is while these housing prices have gone up, the actual population of the neighborhood has gone down. Very critical to note that the Black population has decreased at the rate 3 times quicker than other racial groups. And I can say that in speaking to Black residents who have been displaced from the neighborhood, they've been displaced specifically because of the rising rents and housing prices in the neighborhood.
And Cheryl, when you raised this very alarming concern with our city planning staff, how did they respond? Is it something that it's ongoing as a dialogue, or have they just said it's just not going to get into this round?
So I've been very concerned in respect to the lack of transparency and the reason for why Little Jamaica was excluded. So I will note that last year, I did have a meeting with Chief Planner Greg Lintern about ongoing systemic racism within planning broadly and the outcomes of planning, specifically that Black people are at a higher rate being displaced from their communities. And in terms of what happens with the follow-up, I'm very curious to see how that conversation is represented, if at all, in the work that is before you. Further, after the motion was passed in 2020 for the neighborhood to be studied for inclusionary zoning, there has not been any consultation held with the community around how the neighborhood can be, what will it look like for the neighborhood to receive inclusionary zoning. Again, that again reflects on my concerns around transparency. And there has been attempts to get a confirmation that the neighborhood receive inclusionary zoning, and we have not, of course, received that. As you can see before you, that the intent was not to include the neighborhood at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Cheryl. Next, we have Butterfly Gopal.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and it looks like they've just done so, so I am unmuting the speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can. You may start. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So greetings, Planning and Housing Committee and all the allied deputants today. My name is Sabrina Butterfly Gopal. I'm a resident in the Jane and Finch community, housing organizer and a member of Jane and Finch Housing Coalition, Jane and Finch Action Against Poverty, and a huge supporter of the arts and movements in the neighborhood. I'd like to start by saying we stand in solidarity with communities like Little Jamaica, Weston, Mount Dennis, Rexdale, Flemington, and Thorncliffe Park, and many parts of Scarborough. These are the communities going through massive development and displacement and are now off the map completely from the IZ Area 3. This is extremely shameful and hurtful. We share collective struggles in the Northwest and the Northeast suburbs, and also other parts of downtown Toronto and the encampment resistances. As a renter for more than 25 years, starting in my mid-teens in Toronto, and a Jane and Finch Coalition organizer, frontline worker for over 20 years, I've experienced as early as my mid-teens, or seen through shared experiences, the desperation of precarious housing, employment, food insecurity, reliable, affordable transit, and the criminalization of all of these. Are you really here to solve our affordable housing crisis, or will you continue to support by only doing token Band-Aid solutions? I'm appalled by the new draft of the inclusionary zoning policy. We demand the City of Toronto, who needs to prioritize working poor, Black, and racialized communities in meaningful, sustainable ways now. These communities like Jane and Finch, who've created identity and history that put Toronto on the map as a world-class city. These are the folks, these are the communities that also carried the City of Toronto during and after this pandemic. How can these heroes face displacement from the homes and communities, fighting against evictions, bad landlords, developers, the fight against child welfare for being underhoused and poor? These are the layers and the impact from your continued neglect in responding to housing in meaningful, structural, and systemic ways. Based on this policy, Jane and Finch will have to wait until 2030. That's 9 years from now. I see more shelters being created in Jane and Finch. Is this the plan for the city for us? Jane and Finch is under major gentrification. In 2018, 3 new subways, currently in LRT, Metrolink storage warehouse office facility development in the heart of our community. A community hub and center of the arts that we fought for, continue to fight for, and are winning. The demolition of more and more to come of Toronto community housing townhome communities, and tons of new building developments, all happening now. But this threat has been the reality to displace us long before, very sophisticated, violent ways through gentrification and development. Waiting list of 20 years for social housing, rental eviction, cost of hydro for folks on fixed incomes, unsafe maintained buildings, with the threat of losing 5 of our schools that we won.
Butterfly, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
The priority has always and continues to be on surveillance and policing. millions of dollars going into this and not even Wi-Fi. Is this the world-class city you want to build? Sleep time is over, folks.
Thank you, Butterfly.
Beds. Wake up, City of Toronto.
Thank you. I've given you a few more seconds more.
Deserve their families to have homes that are sustainable. Do extraordinary things.
Thank you, Butterfly. We appreciate your comments. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your deputation. I'm just curious. My last question to the previous speaker was about, how is city planning responding to the concerns that you and others in the community have raised? Can you share with us what that responses look like and whether or not you are satisfied?
For sure, our neighborhood has been working around community benefit agreements, creating frameworks that look at affordability that is deeply affordable, that responds to not just the income of folks, but the family makeup. We have larger families. There are different frameworks that community have driven in partnership with Parkdale and other communities that have been ahead of this game. And we see the City of Toronto roll out with Jane and Finch Initiative with tons of resources. But, this research has been done in the community. And this is again, the disparity or how dollars or resources are prioritized, and then the work that community have done, the labor, the free labor, it gets erased. When there are community frameworks that have worked, there are, we've heard from other deputations around IZ and the percentage being a lot higher in very big cities across the world. It's shameful that the City of Toronto is still so behind. Even when you see a report that kind of reflects what we needed, and this most recent report really backtracking and reflecting what the city is pushing for, this is not the time to be stepping back. We are in extraordinary times. We need extraordinary responses.
Thank you. I have one follow-up question. The City of Toronto has created a confronting anti-police racism unit. We have adopted a series of different motions that speak to how it's important for us to support and protect Black residents and in particular the Black-owned businesses in Little Jamaica and other places. So on one hand, there's clear policy direction for us to support the Black community, and then on the other hand, we have a really significant policy going through this committee and eventually a council. That could even further support the Black community. They seem not to be aligned. Can you, as someone from who's probably on the outside, obviously, what do you think is going on here? Why are we not aligning these two things together? And if you feel comfortable answering that question.
I think this is a historic attack on racialized Black working poor communities. Our neighborhood, Jane and Finch, was a strong working class community in the 70s. Under the watch of electoral government and officials, this didn't just happen by magic. This was structural, systemic, intentional, and violent, and intentional in the way that these communities are working poor, Black and racialized communities that are on fixed income. There are tons of research that every level of government has done that knows the struggles and the intersectionalities of the social determinants of health and how it's impacting neighborhoods like ours. So it's shameful that millions of dollars from all levels of government, from different boards and other stakeholders of government, still can't get it right. And in a pandemic, when we saw the precarious of housing and how that elevated the reality of this pandemic and the transmission, we weren't the first, the second, third, we were the fourth hardest hit in the waves of this pandemic. Shameful that folks that have kept this city going are the first in line of being displaced and their health and their family's health being on the line all the time. Shameful.
Well, thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Butterfly. Next, we have Daryl Chong. Good afternoon, Daryl.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Bilal and the members of the Planning and Housing Committee. Thanks for letting me speak today. As you know, GTA's members own and manage more than 150,000 units of multifamily purpose-built rental across the GTA, mostly in the city of Toronto. Excuse me. I submitted a letter that includes some tables, so apologies if I fly through this too quickly. Based on the city's data from 2019, Toronto has about 310,000 purpose-built rental units. 243,000 are owned by the private sector, and of that, 225,000 of these units were built before 1980. In other words, 93% are more than 40 years old. So there's lots of units getting up there in age. You already know resale homes are priced beyond the reach of many. Young people and aging folks like the flexibility of rental. So either by choice or necessity, there's a huge demand for rental. But new primary rental supply has been extremely scarce and recently quantified by the city as insufficient just to meet anticipated population growth. So in the past few years, we've seen an increase, which is good. We started to get some good momentum, and then the world changed, so we're watching carefully. This committee reviewed a report just a couple of months ago from Toronto Planning called Right Sizing Housing. And in this report, it notes that 4,100 rental units need to be built every year for 35 years just to meet the demand. It also states that rental completions would need to increase by 2,500 units per year for that same 35-year period, 2016 to 2051, just to fulfill the demand, because we only open about 1,600 new rental units a year. The same report concludes that given 4,100 or more rental completions has only been achieved once, it's very unlikely that this level of rental development could be achieved consistently in the future without expanded policy and program support for the rental housing sector. The city's official plan sets out the importance of purpose-built rental in the city, and it says it wants to stimulate growth or production through the implementation of strategies including effective taxation, regulatory and administrative policies, and incentives. In your last DC review in April of 2018, Council approved an incentive for non-luxury purpose-built rental by providing a DC rebate. This was approved, didn't really happen because it was tied to a provincial rebate program, which was canceled. So Toronto consistently recommended and officially approved incentives to create more rental programs, rental. The recommendations in today's report regarding purpose-built rental acknowledges the chronic undersupply, the challenges of building new without incentives, and considers the unknown obstacles that will materialize in the next couple of months or years after the pandemic. It says the city will continue to incentivize the creation of affordable rental housing in rental developments through the Open Door program. We support this approach to preserve projects in the pipeline, all the other initiatives that you've started, and encourage other considerations to generate more supply. We need to work together to bring down the average age of rental, the rental stock, which is, as you know, 93% is 40.
Thank you, Daryl. Councillor Perks has questions. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Daryl, are you ever going to acknowledge that the reason that that purpose-built rental dropped off so dramatically around 1980 was because the Condominium Act was passed in the mid-70s and created a market environment where it was vastly more profitable to go in and build a condo than to build a rental building?
Well, I think there's a number of things that played a part in sort of the disappearance of the rental development community. The tax policies that changed in the early 70s, capital gains, the imposition of rent control in the mid 70s. And yes, to some degree, part of what you just said as well played a role. There's not one single thing that created the environment. It's a combination of a series of policy changes.
So all of the things that you just listed, except one, would have an impact on someone building a condominium, selling those units, and some of the owners of those units renting them to people. Only one of the things that you discussed doesn't affect that, and that would be the creation of the Condominium Act, correct?
I think tax policy would play a big role in that as well.
We could argue that. In any event, perhaps when you come and tell us that we have to provide your members with incentives and that we shouldn't regulate, perhaps you could begin by saying that your members are being pushed out of being able to make make money on these properties because the condo developers have a much more lucrative rate of return.
I don't know if that's a fair assessment. I mean, even for my
Well, they're out there building and you're not.
well, so but even I mean, the cost of construction is massive. So even where one of my members has land at the base of their building, an old tower in the park land site, and the land is essentially free, the numbers, the economics still rarely support, even when the land is free, building a rental product, just because of the cost of cement and windows and bricks and labor and all the other things.
And who's competing with
also
them to buy those materials?
Sorry, pardon me?
Who's competing with your member to buy those materials?
Okay, I suppose what you're trying to allude to is that the competition for cement drives the price up. I don't.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the speaker? Daryl, I just want to check one number that you mentioned. You mentioned that right now we're producing about 1,600 units a year. Was that the number you mentioned?
Yeah, that's from Toronto Planning's report, which was dealt with at this committee a few months ago in their annual pipeline report.
Okay.
And it's 1,644 is the 10-year rolling average.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Will DiNovi. Good afternoon, Will.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Will DiNovi. I'm a young parent living in the Bloor-Ossington neighborhood in Ward 11, and I'm here to voice my support for a strong inclusionary zoning policy in Toronto. I grew up at the foot of Bathurst Street in downtown Toronto in an apartment building and at a community in which the majority of the units were committed to affordable housing. I've also had the chance to live much of my adult life outside of Canada in cities with robust inclusionary zoning policies, and I've seen firsthand the benefit that these policies can have in creating healthy, vibrant, mixed income communities, especially in cities like our own, cities that are rapidly growing, but where the growth has not been equitable and inclusive. And it's for that reason that I'm here today to express my strong support for the policy that ACORN and its members are demanding, a policy more responsive to the needs of the city residents than the current proposal under consideration. I'm calling on our council to fully phase in inclusionary zoning by 2025 rather than waiting until 2030. I'm calling on council to follow the city's own feasibility studies and set aside 20 to 30% of all new developments for affordable rental housing. I'm calling on council to apply inclusionary zoning to all units with 60 units or more. Above all, I'm calling on council and the mayor to put the needs of working families in this city above the profits of developers and to finally acknowledge in a substantive way that the status quo in our city right now is not sustainable, equitable, or inclusive. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that council and the mayor will take advantage of this exciting opportunity to address our city's affordable housing crisis in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Will. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Kira Heineken. Good afternoon, Kira.
To the chair, one moment, please. To the chair, I believe that speaker is connected by phone. We are now unmuting their line.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Kira. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today. We're here to express the support of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness for an effective inclusionary zoning policy framework. And we encourage you and council to ensure that the policy gives priority to securing rental housing, especially that which is owned and operated by nonprofits serving people experiencing homelessness. While we at the TAH are not experts on inclusionary zoning, we do know it is another important tool to create housing that will help end people's homelessness. And of course, we need as much of that housing as possible. There are three primary areas of interest with the proposed framework that we believe can be addressed through implementation guidelines and next steps to make it a stronger tool in our shared fight to end homelessness.
The first is incenting developers so that the affordable housing created through IZ is predominantly rental. Other submissions today point out that the policy creates an equal financial incentive for developers to provide either rental or homeowner units as their IZ housing. The implication is that most developers will prefer to provide homeowner units. We're concerned that the result will be insufficient rental housing secured through IZ and fewer lower-income households served. And the way to address this is to create a wider difference between the set-aside for securing homeowner IZ units versus rental IZ units. Secondly, establishing a standardized and efficient way for developers to transfer to nonprofits the rental units created through IZ as nonprofit-owned units, or in some cases, very long-term leases. This is the best way to ensure long-term affordability. Nonprofit providers are not just signing agreements with the city and/or developers. As you know, they're willing partners with a mandate aligned with your own affordable housing goals. Thirdly, in regard to definition of affordability, or definitions, the key concern is that the proposed affordable rent levels are nowhere near low enough to be affordable by the people in greatest need who are members served. At the same time, the proposed definition will make it more difficult for housing providers serving people leaving homelessness or at risk to create units. Given this, we do support the letter to this point that is the subject of a deputation for item 28.4 from nonprofit housing developers, and we urge you to consider its recommendation. To achieve deeply affordable units, exemptions from development charges and property taxes will be needed on all units in a nonprofit project, as well as capital grants. Rent supplements or housing benefits are also essential for the people our members serve. Housing benefits are the key current program that helps move people experiencing homelessness into housing, and it is the most effective tool for ensuring that people's homelessness is brief and does not become chronic. It is time for the city to play a bigger role in creating housing allowances for people experiencing homelessness. So as noted, we believe that these concerns can be addressed in implementation guidelines and practices and next steps. We do support other measures to strengthen the proposed IZ policy framework, but we urge Council to adopt an IZ policy without further delay. It is time for Toronto to move forward on inclusionary zoning. So to conclude, our priority, our highest priority is that we get rental housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we have Tom Jankos.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Tom Jankos with Kingset Capital, and I just want to say that we have the unique position of being community builders, financiers of residential projects, and we also run the Kingset Affordable Housing Fund. And that's an important thing to note. We are currently developing affordable housing at 705 Warden in partnership with the City of Toronto, and I stress the word partnership. This project is a true partnership because we are sharing the responsibility of providing affordable housing. The proposed policy ignores the structure and success of such projects and places the sole burden of a societal issue on one sector. Any policy must be balanced with offsets like DC credits, parkland credits, application fee and tax credits, or density bonusing to help share the cost of affordable housing. Without this, these policies will fail, and we, all of us, will miss an opportunity to deliver affordable housing. And I want to say this very clearly. I am aligned with every speaker in favor of affordable housing. However, and I stress, however, where we differ is that I believe we are all responsible as Torontonians in providing affordable housing. We, the development industry, are ready to build affordable housing, but the responsibility must be shared between all of us. Otherwise, it is economically unrealistic. And that is the point that everyone seems to be ignoring.
You finished, Tom?
I'm sorry, I'm finished.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Next, we have Catherine Chilniccioni. Catherine?
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Next, we have Pam Hyatt. Good afternoon, Pam. No? Okay, let's try the next speaker, Earl LeBlanc.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Earl. Go right ahead.
Oh, hi. My name's Earl LeBlanc, and I'm a member of the East York Acorn, which I joined about 2 years ago. The reason I did join was I was renovating. I lived in an apartment, a nice, fair-sized one-bedroom apartment in East York, and I was paying $890 per month with a large garage. I don't know if I mentioned I was there 10 years. So we were renovated and given a small payout, but it was rapidly gone. With the cost of a mover, they subtracted last month's rent and so on. And moving to less than fixed or renovated apartment, there was further costs. So I know I'm a retired teacher, but in the private school. I worked for a private school, so I don't have the fairly good or very good pension of a board teacher. So this all was a shock to the system, and the reason being my rent increased 35%, plus give or take 5%. When you factor in parking costs that I didn't have before and other costs. So currently alone, my rent is 71% of my retirement income, which, and if I factor in the little savings I have, it's not going to last long. So I could be one of the people that are homeless. That's a reality. I hope it doesn't come to that. I'm trying to juggle finances and so on. So the other factor in all this, myself and many other thousands of people were basically thrown out of our neighborhood that we've enjoyed for a long time. And then, as you know, just a couple of months after I was renovated, this happened about 2 years ago. So a couple of months after that, of course, COVID hit, and that put an extra strain on people's, especially retired people's income. And, so I'm basically...
Earl, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I hope, my hope is, like everyone else, and I agree with every presenter today, that we maximize this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Mike Mestian. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, everybody. You can hear me as well?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Planning and Housing Committee, and esteemed staff. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to speak about this very important issue. My name is Mike Mestian. I'm the Vice President of Development at Tridel. And just before I continue, I just wanted to commend and thank Council, staff, Toronto Public Health for providing the leadership and assistance in getting through this pandemic. I recognize, and we recognize here, there's been a lot of late nights and a lot of tough decisions needed to be made. So thank you. As a developer of mid and high rise buildings in close proximity to transit throughout Toronto and the GTA, this policy has a direct impact on our business. I've read most of the letters provided by my counterparts in other shops, as well as builds, and I've listened to most of the presentations made this afternoon. I share this collective sentiment with the folks on in the development community. In the interest of time, I won't repeat the same points, but rather echo their concerns with staff's proposal. And I'd like to be very clear on this, on Tridel's position. We absolutely support the notion of affordable housing, but have serious concerns on several matters, as well as its implementation as it's currently written. Firstly, we are a strong belief that a successful implementation must be a partnership that bring both parties, that have both parties share in have a stake in the success. We would request that the city actively consider the objectives of this proposal, which I believe is to provide safe, functional, and respectable place to live, while providing the industry with incentives to encourage affordable housing across the city. Secondly, in order for proper implementation and to avoid any unintended consequences, staff must carefully consider all aspects and put in place specific details that have been created in collaboration with and workable by the private sector. Certainty is critical for our business to be successful, and the current framework, in my opinion, leaves too much up in the air for consideration at some point in the future. On behalf of Tridel, we respectfully request that the IZ, OPA, and bylaw be directed back to staff for further consideration in light of all the comments that have been received. And additionally request the committee to direct staff to consult further with the industry stakeholders and come up with a made in Toronto solution that works for all and delivers the product that is needed. In closing, we recognize that the mayor and council has been laser focused on matters to provide housing, and we support that through some form of VIZ. And if done correctly, we believe, as many have suggested today, that it can be an effective tool to achieve this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Mike. Next, we have Mark Richardson. Good afternoon, Mark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with HousingNowTO.com. I'm looking forward to talking to you later this afternoon about Housing Now, a program that actually quickly delivers thousands of new affordable housing units, which sadly any flavor of inclusionary zoning is unlikely to do. Also, for the folks at Acorn who have been live tweeting the 2018 campaign donations, earlier speakers and deputants today under the message, follow the money, I can save you all the search by disclosing that in 2018, I donated $100 to Jennifer Keesmaat's mayoral campaign. I can only hope that that does not taint the advice that I'm providing to council now. Today, there has been some absolute fantasy math repeated over and over again during dozens of inclusionary zoning deputations, which requires a fact-based approach and response. One thing we know from our volunteer analysis work on your Housing Now sites is that current multifamily construction costs in the city of Toronto are well above $300 per square foot. But the challenge of providing 99 years of affordable rental comes with maintaining state of good repair on the units, places an additional burden on the operators as they try to assess capital requirements for major refits of the Housing Now buildings at their 40 and 80-year mark. Councillors, you know this from your own TCHC buildings and even private buildings like 650 Parliament, that maintaining state of good repair on those buildings is not free, and that 99 years is a hell of a long time. Your inclusionary zoning models have to account for those lifetime unit costs, not just feel-good numbers being thrown around in advance of a municipal election year. To be specific, on the preferred IZ model that Acorn and Progress Toronto have been using in their deputations today, those requests are entirely untethered from the economic reality of even your own Housing Now program, which is essentially delivered on free, low-dollar leased lands. They're asking for 20 to 30% inclusionary of every development with a minimum of 60 units or more, and is set aside as permanent, deeply affordable rental housing. Those numbers can't be delivered today, even under Housing Now. asking private landowners to deliver on those demands without a heavy investment of direct government subsidy dollars would account to civic malpractice by our council. Inclusionary zoning is not a magical one-time wonder drug. IZ is not Viagra. Councils need to treat inclusionary zoning like insulin. You need to get the dose just right. You need to follow the expert instructions on the label. You need to take it in small amounts as directed, and you need to monitor your diet and your blood sugar every day to make sure you don't overdose on the treatment and kill the patient. We would encourage you to listen to Wood Green, to Daily Bread Food Bank, to Habitat for Humanity, and KingSet Affordable Housing, and others who actually develop new affordable housing in Toronto, and take a cautious and measured approach to your inclusionary zoning rules. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson, for your comments today. With your experience with Housing TO and the recommendations that are before us today and the staff work, are you happy with the recommendations? Would you like to comment on what you think should be added?
At the moment, I will take the strange position of deferring to your chief planner, who wrote a very good op-ed in the Star the other day and believes that they found the sweet spot. And I think we have to follow that sweet spot for now. This is going to be like dealing with COVID. You're going to try vaccines. You're going to try masking. This is the same idea. You're going to try inclusionary zoning. You're going to try it in doses that make sense based on the advice of people who actually build affordable housing, people who actually build new housing in Toronto. Magical math numbers will get us nowhere. And, you know, the numbers that are being touted today would be fine if the federal government was bringing $300,000 a unit and $10,000 a year a unit in subsidy. But we just had a federal election and ain't nobody doing that. So we have to deal with the federal dollars, the provincial dollars that are there. So yes, for now, I'm going to tell you to listen to Greg Lintern, which is something I don't often say in these presentations.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mark. Next, we have Christine Mercado. Good afternoon, Christine.
Through the chair, the speaker has the audio options enabled. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel and we can unmute them. Through the chair, it looks like they've done so now. I am unmuting the speaker.
Okay, good afternoon, Christine.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And we're here today to express concerns about the draft TMSA around the Long Branch GO Station that's part of the inclusionary zoning policy. This is actually running deep into the neighborhood of Long Branch and Alderwood, and it's done without considering the growth plan that's in place or the zoning that's in place. Could I just get staff to pull up my letter? Is that possible?
That is not possible, Christine, but councillors do have access to your letter in our portal.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll just guide you through the letter because it's fairly extensive. So Long Branch has always been inclusionary through the existing zoning that is permissive to all housing types. And because of this that Long Branch works where we need the development is along the avenues in the existing site and area specific plans that are in place and quite frankly have not been developed yet. This policy is only opening up Long Branch to build larger homes and spoil that diversity that already exists. We have a 0.6 minimum that's proposed in the PM STA, and it's catering to builders that will make Long Branch more unaffordable. So on page 5, I've got a zoning map of how in Long Branch the yellow belt is not restrictive, and I've done some screenshots of the zoning map, and it shows that we have extensive RM zones where there's every type of more dense housing that's actually permitted. We have a growth plan and we have a growth plan in place that captures every form of zoning. And if you look north of the lakeshore, it's more than half zoned RM. If you go down to page 7, south of Lakeshore still has RM and apartment buildings. And on page 8, the housing is already diverse and inclusionary. But then on page 9, I show you an example of what's being built by the builders, which is just severing properties, taking down our trees, building larger homes that spoil the diversity. So on page 10 to 13, this is a really interesting sort of component, is that this is a data pull from the applicant's own case that shows that Committee of Adjustment applications in the southwestern portion of Long Branch, and which would include the inclusionary zoning that's being proposed. And on the next 4 pages, you will see all those sections in red. Those are applications to sever our 50-foot lots and create 2 new large single-family dwellings. That's the most expensive form of housing. The green is applications to create missing middle housing, and the white is just to make a bigger home. And yellow is to legalize what's existing. So to be quite honest, with the variety of housing that is permitted in our RM zones, applicants are only applying to make the most expensive type of home. This policy will not change that. And it's also important to note that because of action and the existing official plan, the builders aren't actually getting these large densities either.
Christine, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, for sure. So I do have references to the tree canopy. That is another huge concern of ours because density and tree canopy should not be exclusionary. And in closing, I would ask that opportunities exist in the existing growth plan in Long Branch and SASB 23.
Thank you.
The avenue has not been included.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Christine. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Manju Basini Ravanathan.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Manju Basini Ravanathan. I'm joining others at Progress Toronto Volunteers to share my perspective and voice my support for inclusive communities. I'm fortunate enough to own a home in Scarborough Rouge Park, but it took me a long time, over 10 years of saving money to invest in my first home. And a big part of that time, I actually lived at home with my parents in order to be able to save that money. This was possible because I graduated from university without too much debt, got a good job with a good income, and I was able to save that money. I grew up in rental housing where my dad had a hard time even finding someone who would rent to us because we were immigrants without credit history or rental references. And I think this situation has gotten much worse. While my mom worked for many years, she was laid off while I was in university, and my father basically supported us, a family of 4, on a $25,000 income, which even with inflation taken into consideration, wouldn't be possible today. And I know for a fact that without living in an inclusive neighborhood surrounded by mixed income housing and going to a good public school, I'm not sure I would have had the same opportunities to be where I am today without living in an inclusive neighborhood surrounded by public housing as well. In addition to my own personal story, what saddens me even further is that my family members who really made it possible for me to come to Canada are currently living in subsidized housing and or rental housing with no means of owning a home anytime in the near future. Most of them have lived and worked in Canada for over 30 years, and they've been hardworking people. So if they can't afford housing in Toronto, I fear that the situation is going to get worse. And it also not just affects housing, but education and other opportunities people may have to overcome and move beyond their circumstances. And what scares me is I've been to San Francisco, and Toronto's starting to remind me a little too much of San Francisco with its increasing poverty levels and homelessness. And I think we need to ensure no less than 25 to 30% of all new units be affordable. Otherwise, we're going to have a challenge, in the future with homelessness and a lot of income gap issues. So I just wanted to voice my support for inclusionary communities.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker, Jeremy Withers. Jeremy?
To the chair, one moment, please. To the chair, I believe that speaker is connected by phone. I'm now unmuting your line.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Anna. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Jeremy Withers. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Geography and Planning at U of T and the Outreach Coordinator with the Affordable Housing Challenge Project at the University of Toronto's School of Cities. I'm going to begin by stating what, at this point in the afternoon, has been made quite clear. The IZ requirements the city is proposing could be set around twice as high, while still leaving developers at least 15% profit and land vendors at least 10% above their land value. And the city's proposal wouldn't even reach this low level until the end of the decade. So how many of the councillors here truly feel that in the context of a mounting housing crisis, the development industry needs to be left with higher profits than those, when we know that the cost will be thousands of affordable homes every year? So in the interest of time, I'm going to focus my deputation on a key issue, which is a last-minute revision that took place within weeks of the public release of the third of 3 feasibility studies. As you know, a second test was added, which, I'm quoting from the study, is a conservative check intended to support the sensitive implementation of an initial IZ policy, one they expect to become, I quote, less relevant in time as the land market adjusts. This revision beyond the standard feasibility test, which was whether land vendors could receive at least 10% above their land's current value, it looked beyond that. The second test is concerned with protecting the speculative value of land, value which the city creates when it approves additional density and the province creates with billions in transit investment, etc. So this test is truly conservative, and it only allows affordable housing requirements to reduce that speculative, publicly created land value by 15%. So let's be clear about this. The purpose and the power of a well-designed IZ policy is to capture most of that value and allocate it to serve the needs of lower-income residents, not to leave 85% of it for land vendors. So the effect of relying on this last-minute test for anything other than setting initial requirements for a few years is clearly going to be to protect the huge windfalls land vendors have come to expect, thereby reducing IZ's ability to protect lower-income residents. So this brings us to the question of how long the phase-in should be. The slow 8-year approach to phase-in in the proposal is based on the idea that the city should wait to see if the land market adjusts, after which, and this is a quote from the city study, set-aside rates could potentially be increased as the market dictates. But this is a highly conservative way to conceive of IZ powers, especially for a city like Toronto that is one of the fastest growing and least affordable housing markets in the world. Landowners cannot be expected to adjust their speculation until they're made to. The city needn't wait to see if the land market adjusts. It should indicate to the market the period over which land vendors will need to adjust to the new normal, which is receiving around 10% above their land's value. So an 8-year phase-in is far longer than experts typically advise. For example, Nico Calavita, who's an emeritus professor at Berkeley studying planning, undoubtedly one of the most prominent scholars studying IZ, recommends phase-in of no more than 2 to 4 years. A 5-year phase-in period seems a more than reasonable amount of time to make land vendors adjust their speculations to this new normal. So I just want to conclude by saying I think it would be difficult to argue that anywhere in North America stands to benefit more from a well-designed IZ policy than Toronto.
Jeremy, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, as I already gave you 30 seconds more.
My last sentence here. As you make this decision, do not forget, Toronto has 5 times more cranes in the sky right now than any other city on the continent.
Thank
and it's
you.
one of the fastest growing markets in the world.
Councillor Perks has a question for you.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Councillor Perks, go right ahead.
Thank you. So I want to pursue what you were saying about the second test. If you apply the second test, as we've done here, and it assumes that if the vendor doesn't get their expected return, they will just sit on the land and get no return at all. Am I correct in that understanding?
I don't even think that they assume that. I think that there is a fear that's out there behind this, which is, oh well, what if land vendors go on strike? Don't sell land to be redeveloped because they're not satisfied with making at least 10% above current land value. And I think that that fear is unwarranted when you consider the fact that it's not like land vendors are going to go sell land somewhere else. The whole point of this policy, and I'm going to actually quote from the NVLC study, which ironically provides a very clear quote to indicate the importance of the need for the city to be proactive with setting, with ensuring land markets adjust to IZ. The quote is, "It would be valuable to signal in advance the intention to impose an IZ policy as far ahead as possible to allow the market to adjust so that the market can price the policy into future land acquisition." And I think that that's what you're doing by saying clearly, we're going to fully phase in to this amount, regardless of what would leave you 85% of your speculative land value.
Okay, I take your point on fully phasing in, but so you're suggesting, so your thought is that landowners will be sufficiently fussed about losing some of their speculative profit that they will go on capital strike and just let their money sit there without any return.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that that is the concern that is being put out there.
No. I'm sorry. To be clear, I'm not saying that's what you believe. I'm saying, is that your interpretation of what staff is putting in front of us?
That's certainly, I think, what's underlying their fear. But I also want to raise the fact that, where is it? Sorry. There's a quote in the Toronto Star from yesterday where city staff indicated to Victoria Gibson, according to this quote, that they included a long phase-in because they were concerned, because they had heard developers were concerned that they hadn't received incentives, and this was a way to make that right. I haven't quoted that exactly, but that is the gist of the quote. And I was confused by that, and I would encourage you to press staff on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Jeremy. Next, we have Maimouna Hassan. Good afternoon. Maimouna?
To the chair, one moment, please. To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay, and so then we're moving to the last speaker on this item, and Catherine Sherlincioni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Catherine. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Catherine Sherlincioni, and I'm here with Progress Toronto. I'm here to speak to you about the need for strong inclusionary zoning, of course, and how the current proposal is simply not enough. In preparation for this deputation, I was asked to think about how the housing crisis has affected me. I am a white woman, second generation, highly educated in this country. I have a good job working in human resources and another working in the Toronto community. And I have access to generational wealth. Yet I cannot afford to live outside of my home. How? How is it possible that with every privilege that is afforded to me, I cannot reasonably live outside of my family home? I was watching CB24 about 6 years ago when they had an ongoing program of real estate professionals on to answer questions. And someone my age asked, how am I supposed to break into the market? The answer was to ask your parents for money. And the expert proceeded to laugh because he knew what a ridiculous statement this was. The answer shows that you must have a family in a position to assist you in order to have a home. And in those 6 years, unaffordability has only increased. How does this help the majority of people living in the city that do not have access to assistance outside of their individual income? Outside of home ownership, I spent this fall attempting to find a place to live in the city, to be closer to my job, live in the community where I actually grew up, and finally be on my own at 30 years old. But because I require a car to pick up and drop off food for my community work, I cannot afford to rent an absurdly overpriced hole in the ground without being left with a budget that is one rainy day away from being completely knocked off track. Again, I am able to live with my family, and so I am much more privileged than most. If citizens with all of the opportunities and privileges like me are having a difficult time finding housing, we are leaving no room for equity and progress. A characteristic of the city we love to showcase while overwhelmingly protecting interests that are in opposition of these traits. I've spoken to the city multiple times regarding multiple issues around housing and more. Every time I see there have been implementations in other cities with similar issues, Montreal, London, and New York starting with their inclusionary zoning, but why do I have to ask my city to just do the best they can? The request for stronger policy is not outrageous. Why is Toronto and their leaders always hesitant? When we look to a clear and long-standing and quite honestly embarrassing issue, considering our standing in the global community regarding housing costs and the visibility of this crisis for basically decades at this point, and take appropriate action first. I'm tired of begging my leaders to lead. I am demanding, like others, that there is a dedication of 20 to 30% of all new development buildings to affordable rental housing. Don't worry, the developers will stay rich with 15% profits. Do this in 5 years, not 10, and prioritize affordable rental housing over affordable ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. That concludes the list of speakers for today. We'll now have a staff presentation and then proceed right into questions of staff.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's Greg Beechern. With me this afternoon are Deanna Charney from our housing policy team and Matthew Bennett from NBLC Consulting. They're going to take you through, and Mark Conway, I think I see in the room. They're going to take you through a presentation of the proposal that's before you in the staff report. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank all the stakeholders who have been part of this proposal as it's been developed and considered over the last couple of years. I know there's a lot of interest, a lot of passion, rightfully so, around housing challenges in Toronto, and just framing this as a very important part, but a part of the housing action plan that your committee has been considering and working through over the last couple of years to bring housing solutions to the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deanna.
Thanks, Greg. So as Greg mentioned, I'm Deanna Chorney. I'm a project manager in our city planning division. I'm just going to bring up our presentation. So hopefully everyone can see that.
I'm sorry, this is the host. I apologize for the interruption. If you could please go to display settings and switch view, as we seem to be getting your presenter view.
Sir. Try that again. Sorry.
No worries.
I'll do one more time.
It might actually even be easier if you are presenting when you make the switch.
Yeah, I think it's just the bar. There. Can you see it properly now?
You can. Thank you.
Wonderful. So to start, I'm Deanna Chorney, as I said, a project manager in city planning. I'm very happy today to be talking to you about our proposed inclusionary zoning framework. Certainly, as we've heard this afternoon, there's considerable strong opinions about inclusionary zoning, and we've heard that throughout our consultations. We know this is a new policy, but it's also been implemented throughout North America. So we've really ensured that we're taking both
Deanna,
of these.
I am really sorry for the interruption again. Do you have something layered over your presentation on the right-hand side? It's just showing up as a grid.
I don't. Let me stop and try one more time.
Whatever you were moving in that moment was the item that was blocking.
Okay, that's the WebEx. Is it better now?
It is. Thank you.
It is?
And now the little, the grid is back. If you're able to minimize it, there should be an arrow.
Just try.
And then you can drag it to the bottom of your screen.
Is that better?
If you could make the PowerPoint the active thing and then go to the next slide, it might pull them into the background.
How's that? No? Okay, I'm just one moment. I'm going to get some support here. Make sure it's working.
To Deanna, the city clerk's office can display the slides if you prefer. We will do so now.
I think that would be helpful just to make sure that we don't have any issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So moving on to this next slide, I really want to take a minute to just talk about our housing spectrum and highlight certainly that IZ is just one piece of our overall housing spectrum and one piece of the puzzle in addressing the city's affordable housing challenges. We know that through the Housing TO Action Plan, there was direction to implement inclusionary zoning, but that it can't and won't address all of our affordable housing challenges. On this slide, we've identified a range of different policies and initiatives that are currently being advanced or will be advanced that will all taken together help to address the city's affordable housing challenges. It's important to note that inclusionary zoning really is a planning tool that will help support our low and moderate household incomes, those who make too much to be eligible for social housing, but certainly who are already priced out of the market and really struggle to afford affordable prices and rents. So on the next slide, we've identified here our roadmap that we've taken over the past 3 years. And this work bringing forward our IZ framework is really a combination of extensive background consultation and background analysis. We've brought forward 3 different background assessment reports, and through that work, consulted on the findings throughout the process. We've also undertaken an extensive consultation process, meeting with stakeholders, the public, and developers. And we've also engaged an expert advisory panel, and that was made up of think tanks, academics, nonprofits, and developers, and all of which helped to steer our final policy and draft guidelines. I want to raise 2 key points here on this slide, really that are about moving forward. The first is that we've committed to do a review of our policy after 3 years. That's in advance of the requirement for 5 years under the provincial rules. We've also identified that we can't apply inclusionary zoning outside of protected major transit station areas, or PMTSAs. That work is underway. City Council has already approved 2 PMTSAs, and we're continuing to advance more PMTSAs, and will continue to do so throughout 2022.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm wondering if we have this presentation in electronic form sent to us yet, please, so we can follow like that. Go back on it. We have it in front of us. Do you happen to know? Sorry, Deanna.
We did send it through the city clerk, so it should be available.
It is up in the portal, Councillor, so if anybody wants to follow it in your portal, you have access to it.
Yeah, I'm on CMP.
It's there, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So on this next slide, I wanted to take a minute to remind everyone about the key principles and goals we've outlined for our IZ policy. And we've really worked to ensure that these goals are realized throughout our policy framework. These are to continue to encourage market housing, create inclusive, equitable communities, mixed income communities, and increase the supply of affordable housing. So IZ is really about finding that sweet spot between all of these goals. We know that without prioritizing each of these, we won't have a successful policy framework. So without ensuring that market housing development is continuing to be supported, we won't achieve affordable housing. And without ensuring that we have an affordable housing framework that supports good quality affordable housing, we won't achieve mixed income communities. So on the next slide, just want to take a minute before we turn it over to our consultants with Enbury Alliance to talk about the background analysis we've undertaken. Through the provincial regulation, we were required to do a number of background studies and analysis. So the provincial regulation does not allow for an appeal other than by the minister, but with that comes specific requirements that the city has to undertake. The first is we retained Enbury Alliance Consulting to do a financial impact analysis, and that was to look at the impact of IZ on the housing market and the viability of development. Next, we retained a third-party reviewer, Economic and Planning Systems, out of Denver, Colorado, who reviewed the NBLC findings as well as provided more guidance in terms of how to think through other jurisdictions, how they've applied inclusionary zoning, and in particular, looked at some of the key findings from the NBLC analysis. Finally, we undertook a housing need and demand analysis. And through that work, we looked at key housing indicators in the city. So really where we're seeing some of the biggest challenges with housing affordability, as well as market indicators. So all of those pieces taken together helped to inform our IZ market areas and ensured that we were identifying which areas were eligible for IZ. So with that, on the next slide, I'll turn it over to Matthew Bennett and Mark Conway with Enbury Alliance Consulting.
Thanks, Deanna. Toronto is one of the most unique and successful real estate markets in North America. No other market has accelerated in value consistently for 22 years, even through a recession. Given the scale and complexity of Toronto's real estate market, inclusionary zoning means testing a very large range of variables. This chart highlights some of them. To consider the impacts of inclusionary zoning, we've tested more than 260 financial permutations, producing a wide range of results. One of the most difficult variables to test for are the conditions of underlying land ownership. So across the city, there will be situations where developers have owned land for many years and their land cost is low. In this instance, there could be lots of room to capture value through inclusionary zoning. There are also situations where a developer has recently acquired land at market prices without fully knowing what inclusionary zoning might mean, and their land cost is high. In this case, there is less room to capture value through the housing tool. These are very different scenarios, and they exist probably in all of our city's submarkets, but the distribution of these ownership conditions is impossible to know. So, our impact testing considers both, producing a basis of research to inform the city's policy development. Next slide, please. Land value is the measure of feasibility in this analysis because developers cannot lower their profit margins beyond industry standards. Even if willing to, banks won't lend on lower margins. This is to mitigate their risk. Prototypes were developed with city staff. They capture diversity in geography with variance in building scale and market strength. We then develop assumptions to reflect sub-market conditions. This includes pricing, rents, other market inputs, including the existing pattern of land values surveyed in these areas. Each building is assumed to be made of concrete, and we appreciate that construction costs are rising quickly. We assume current DCs and parkland costs, and that Section 37 will be replaced by a 4% community benefits charge. Next slide, please. Within our work, there are two key financial tests. The first, that you'll be familiar with from previous iterations of the work, compares a site's existing land value to the land value of the site after rezoning for high-density residential development. To pass this test, land values must be 10% greater than the value of an existing use after the rezoning. In this example on screen, which is commercial use in North York, the North York Center submarket, without inclusionary zoning, there is significant land value uplift from $20 to $48 million. A landowner here could clearly be motivated to sell their property. With 30% inclusionary zoning applied, the rezone value is only 5% above existing. In this case, a landowner is not likely going to be motivated to sell their property to a developer. But with 12% inclusionary zoning, the rezone value still exceeds the existing land value by a healthy margin at $38 million. But this is still a 20% or $10 million impact to the site's value without inclusionary zoning applied. Next slide, please. Updates to our work in 2021 have included a clear focus on 99-year affordability. Our previous work also considered shorter durations, but the city has now clearly prioritized long-term affordability as a key feature of the policy. We've included revised affordable housing definitions developed by staff for both ownership and rental product using income thresholds. Previously, these were based on average market rent. We've moved to an income-based approach. But most notably in our work updated this summer is the introduction of a second financial test. This was developed based on feedback from the peer review. It acknowledged that our previous impact testing went to some great length in describing and addressing the potential for near-term market impact with qualitative discussion. But we agreed that it was prudent to develop a second financial test to measure the potential near-term impacts of a new policy. While any land value impact could be challenging on some sites, the test identifies where land values, not profit, would be impacted by 15% or more. This is useful in considering the potential of an initial policy as it's introduced to the market. Next slide, please. So understanding that inclusionary zoning will impact land value, the second test is all about considering near-term market impacts, ensuring the housing market can maintain momentum. On the same North York Center test site, a 30% inclusionary zoning rate would mean a 55% impact to land value. Our testing concludes that this is not sustainable as a near-term market impact in late 2022, for instance. At an 8% initial set-aside rate, land value is reduced by just under 15%. This represents a more moderate place to begin. Results of the second test are intended to support the city in calibrating the initial policy response for the new housing tool. Next slide, please. Key considerations for an initial approach. Markets need time to adjust. An aggressive policy could impact the supply of new housing and undermine the policy's intent overall. So, as the city does in other instances, like with development charges, we have been consistent in recommending that the inclusionary zoning policy be phased in gradually. There is incredible long-term potential for this policy tool, but it requires a measured approach and recognition that the tool must be aligned with economic reality. The initial policy should be monitored and evaluated regularly, and this will allow for adjustments to set-aside rates and applicable inclusionary zoning locations as the market dictates, and as detailed in TSA planning emerges. Deanna.
Thank you, Matt. So on this next slide, before we get into the specific policy parameters that we're proposing, I wanted to take a minute to really highlight one of the central messages that we've identified throughout the development of this policy. And that's that through prioritizing one or more specific elements of the policy, we really have to balance others. Through the Housing TO action plan and direction we received from Council and through consultation, we prioritize two key elements of the policy. That's a 99-year affordability period, and that rents and prices will be based on our new income-based definition. We've also developed a policy that does not rely on financial incentives or programs, as we want to ensure that it's sustainable over the long term. So while the policy will only be implemented in PMTSAs that have established minimum densities and reflect up-to-date planning frameworks similar to other jurisdictions, we aren't proposing a density bonus. Bringing all of that together and informed by our financial impact analysis, we've established set-aside rates that reflect this balancing of priorities. This will ensure overall housing supplies continue to be supported. So on this next slide, we've identified the areas of the city where IZ will apply. And these are what we're calling IZ market areas 1, 2, and 3. Keep in mind, again, that IZ only applies to the protected major transit station areas, so the 500 to 800 meters around transit stations, the yellow dots on this map. We've identified 3 different market areas to reflect both the different development viability that we saw through our market analysis, as well as the different development contexts across the city. So on this next slide, we just again reinforce the key piece here about the policy and 2 big priorities. One, that units will be maintained over the long term, and 2, that they will be affordable to low and moderate income households. And again, these are the aspects that we heard throughout our consultation as key priorities. And consistent with how other affordable housing is delivered in the city, rents will only increase for sitting tenants by the guideline, and affordable ownership prices will be limited to inflation escalation. So on this next slide, we've identified what IZ rates we are proposing at this time and what will be phased in. So we know that now we can apply modest rates of 5 to 10%. For condominium developments, and by 2030, 8 to 22%. We've really captured or recognized that land markets need time to adjust, which is why we've proposed a phase-in up to 2030. So looking at a prototypical development, a 300-unit condominium, we can see that in 2022, we would be securing between 15 to 21 affordable rental units or 21 to 30 affordable ownership units. In 2030, those numbers jump from 24 to 48 affordable rental units and 33 to 66 affordable ownership units. So on this next slide, we've identified the full phase-in to really get a sense of what we're proposing in each year of the policy. Key points to note here is that we've proposed to freeze rates for the first 3 years, so up until 2024. And again, this is intended to reflect that land markets need time to adjust. This is a new policy framework. We've also identified certainly that through this policy, these are baseline affordable housing requirements. We can always achieve more or deeper affordability through layering on programs like Open Door to achieve kind of better affordable housing outcomes. And finally, we know that securing an affordable rental unit is not the same in terms of revenue for a developer as securing an affordable ownership unit. So we've provided equivalencies of those 2 percentages to ensure that not one tenure is prioritized over the other. So on this next slide, I just want to take a minute to step back to our financial analysis conducted by NVLC and show how we're really maximizing what is viable today. So you can see that our proposed rates of 5, 6, and 7% are based on what the overall market can sustain. So for example, in the downtown, there was viability at 6%, but not at 8%, and our proposed set aside is set at 7%. In market area 2, we saw variable viability, Toronto East providing more, Stock Yards Junction a little bit less, and we proposed a 6% viability test, or a 6% set aside to recognize this. In market area 3, we tested and we saw viability at 4%, but not at 6% in most cases, and we've proposed a set aside at 5%. On the next slide, we've identified again viability rates and results for affordable ownership housing. And again, the key message here is we've really maximized our initial set aside rates to what the market can bear today. The key takeaway here is that we will continue to refine or adjust these rates through our 3-year review and will increase or decrease based on changes to market viability. So on the next slide, just want to take a minute to highlight 2 key pieces. One is that we're proposing that for purpose-built rental, set-asides will be introduced at a later time. And part of that is because we've heard that purpose-built rental is already more challenged in the city and is challenged in competing for land. So we propose that set-aside rates of 5% in Market Area 1 and 3% in Market Area 2 will begin to apply in 2026. The second is that developments over 100 units or more than 8,000 square meters will be required to provide affordable housing. We've exempted projects less than those sizes to recognize that smaller scale mid-rise projects are already more challenged with development viability, and inclusionary zoning requirements shouldn't apply to them. However, our policy will cover most larger scale development. So on this next slide, we've identified and we've heard about the need for a clear transition period, and we've heard that today. We've proposed a date of September 18th, 2022 for when the policy will begin to take effect. Keep in mind that we still need approved protected major transit station areas, and some of those may come later than the September 18th date. The September 18, 2022 date aligns with the last date that the province requires the community benefits charge bylaw to come into effect. And so we've really tried to make sure that that transition period aligns with all these different changes happening in terms of the planning system to provide more certainty. We've also heard that we need to have a fair transition process to ensure that projects that are in our development pipeline and or secured community benefits are exempt, since many of their costs and revenues are already fixed. So on this next slide, we just provided a bit of a snapshot just in terms of how Toronto compares with other jurisdictions. We know it's really challenging to compare inclusionary zoning frameworks from one jurisdiction to another. All of them need to be looked at comprehensively. For example, some jurisdictions might have very high set-asides, but secure also quite high rents. Others might have had voluntary frameworks in place for decades before moving to a mandatory framework. The 2 pieces, again, that we're prioritizing is a 99-year affordability period and rents that are going to be based on low and moderate household incomes. And those are really key in terms of driving, I think, a successful affordable or inclusionary zoning policy here. So on this next slide, we've also highlighted 2 additional variables to think about in terms of how we compare. That's the percentage of the set-aside rate and incentives. And certainly, as I mentioned, we're not providing financial incentives, but we'll be providing increased minimum densities through PMTSAs and providing parking relief. So on the next slide, I've highlighted again that we will be providing or conducting a 3-year review, again, which is well in advance of the 5 years required by the province. And that review will look at the full background analysis again, so our financial impact analysis, housing need and demand, and market area analysis, and will give us an opportunity to reflect on what impact our proposed framework has on any land values, prices, and rents. We also will be monitoring the results of inclusionary zoning with reports every 2 years to make sure that we're keeping track of how many units are secured, who's it helping, and so on. So finally, on this last slide, just wanted to highlight that we know implementation is really a key aspect to creating a successful policy. We brought forward draft implementation guidelines. We've heard that we need to continue to consult on these and test these over the coming months, and we'll be consulting throughout 2022 and bringing forward final guidelines before our transition date in September 2022. So with that, I'll thank you for your time this afternoon and turn it over to questions.
Thank you so much. Now questions of staff, and we'll start with members outside the committee. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this. Could you, can we talk a little bit about the timeline here? So the first time council gave an indication that we were pursuing this project seriously, as far back as I can look, it's 2017, where we asked planning to actually undertake some of the initial work to prepare for a provincial regulatory change, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. I would even go further back because we've long asked for conditional zoning from the province. So the whole concept of inclusionary zoning stems from that history.
Sure.
And then the provincial government introduced it in 2018.
Our first signal to the development industry that we were serious about preparing regulations was 2017. The province changed their regulations or initiated their process in 2018.
The previous provincial government introduced it before they lost power, and then the new government changed it again in 2019.
So that was 2019. So 2017, the industry got an indication that we were going in this direction. 2018, yet again, the industry got an indication that it was coming. 2019, again, even from a conservative government, this is coming, albeit in a slightly more narrowly cast. And then for the last 3 years, we've done studies. Is that a good indication of how many opportunities the industry has had a flag on their radar, had a blip on their radar saying inclusionary zoning, inclusionary zoning, inclusionary zoning? That's 2017, 2018, 2019, all the way through. At what point in time, just along the studies, we had the NBLC brought in, did the first study. Did we know we would have to be bringing in a peer review of that study, or did bringing in NBLC actually check the box to the provincial regulation that said we've reviewed the city's work from an outside, an external source?
Maybe Deanna can comment on that, but from my point of view, it related to the period of time that we had to undertake this review, all of the input that we were receiving from all of the stakeholders, and ultimately a decision to be as prudent as possible. I don't know, Deanna, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so through the chair, the provincial regulation requires that the city's analysis be peer reviewed. And so while we did retain NBLC as our consultant, we felt to comply with the full intent of the regulation, we needed to ensure that that analysis is also reviewed by a peer reviewer.
So just let me be clear, the NBLC would have been adequate to fulfill the provincial requirement because they're an outside, because it doesn't say it has to be peer reviewed, it said externally reviewed.
Again,
Go
ahead, Deanna.
Yeah, our interpretation of the provincial regulation is that it needed to have an outside peer review.
Okay. And what instructions did we give the outside peer reviewer? What parameters did we give them? Check our work? Or did we suggest that we were looking or to look through it through a different lens, through the land value lens?
So through the chair, the key components, and we put out a request for consultants. One of the key pieces was to make sure that and Barry Lyons, the financial impact analysis, was sound and that the inputs they were using were realistic and reflected market conditions. The second piece was to ensure that the analysis they conducted reflected, standard approaches to looking at financial viability analysis and financial impacts of IZ.
And that's where the second test came from.
So through the chair, it may be helpful to have NBLC speak to this again, but I think a key piece to keep in mind is that all throughout the reports that NBLC were providing to us, they were raising a number of qualitative cautions that we couldn't, assume that a 50% impact to land value was viable in the short term. And so through the peer review, they included this second test that really quantified what they had been saying all along through their analysis.
So then why didn't that qualification show up when we were seeing numbers where we were achieving 15, 20, 30% in some cases?
I think maybe Matthew, if you want to respond to that question in terms of your understanding of the work that you did.
Sure. I think Deanna's summarized it quite well. We showed Councillor that at a fully phased in rate, those rates we might get there in time. But we were consistent in the reporting in stating that we need to take a measured approach to get there, and that will take time for markets to adjust.
Can I ask about that measured approach? So what did other jurisdictions look like as a phase-in? I know that voluntary kind of throws a bit of a monkey wrench in, but for spaces that were required, what was the phase-in period? Because we heard from a deputant that the recommendation from an academic perspective is a shorter phase. This is quite long. Can you tell us what other jurisdictions, like any of the other ones on the list, had as a phase-in?
I'll let Christine Ono respond to that.
So through the chair, it varies depending on jurisdictions. Some places start with a voluntary program for years or decades before they introduce the mandatory policy. A similar comparison might be San Francisco, who introduced changes to the policy in 2017 and then phased in over 8 years to 2025.
And what about New York? What did that look like?
Yeah, New York started with a voluntary policy in 1987 at rates of 4 to 5%. They moved in 2005 to rates of 10 to 20%, where density bonuses were provided. And then in 2015, they moved to a mandatory policy of 20 to 30%. So decades.
So in the analysis that's been done, since we've added this second test that has the lower set-aside rate, what profit margin do we predict in our models that the developers are achieving in areas 1, 2, and 3? Because if it was 15, if they had 15% at 20 or 30%, what are they achieving when we're only at 8 and 6?
Do you want to comment on that?
The profit margin remains constant, 15% in all of the scenarios. What would happen in practical terms if a developer had already paid market value for land, absent the calculation for inclusionary zoning? If they were then hit with the policy, didn't see it coming, their profit margin would have to compress. And that's not viable from a lending perspective. And so
that was your last question, Councillor. I gave you 3 minutes more.
Thank you, but I'm trying to get an answer.
It's a complex issue.
Please disregard the second test. Your initial assessment, they would generate more profit as a result of us having a lower set aside. I want to know what the percentage difference would be.
That was your last question.
The percentage does not change. It remains 15%.
That was your last question, Councillor. Sorry.
But my question,
we'll go to a second round if need be. I understand this is a complex issue, Councillor. If need be, I'll definitely do a second round. Don't worry. Okay? We'll stay as long as we get our questions answered. Other visiting councillors that wish to ask questions? Sorry, Councillor Fillion, followed by Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fillion, we can't hear you.
Hi. Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Yes. No, thank you. Yes, I'm really scratching my head about North York Centre because it looks to me like if there's anywhere in the city where developers have hit the jackpot over the last couple of years because of provincial changes, it's the North York Centre, and there should be all kinds of money available for good causes. So did your analysis take into account the greatly reduced amount that the developers are paying in the North York Centre as a result of the switch from Section 37 to CBC?
Matthew, do you want to identify our methodology for that prototype?
Sure. Through the chair, Councillor Fillion, yes, our modeling methodology does assume a CBC approach. It does not capture what might have been a Section 37 value.
Right, but does it look at the difference? For example, and I'll just give you a site that I'm dealing with now. The Section 37 was $36 million. The CBC is 5.8. So just on that one site, which is a large site, but the you're talking about a $30 million difference. in that's a windfall to the developer.
Our work is forward-looking, so it would consider that as a land value attribute as the policy is changed. But the work does not consider what inclusionary zoning might have meant in a previous policy iteration into a forward-looking policy iteration. It really deals with their set of parameters that we have in front of us.
But are you not looking at available profit? Like, so it looked to me that part of the rationale for phasing in is like, oh, for people who bought land previously. So the people who have bought land previously, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, I just don't understand, were buying it before there was that change, which has given them that windfall, and also before the Ontario Municipal Board on Steroids was in effect brought back, which has caused people who presumably bought assuming they would have to comply with the densities and the secondary plan to ask for and achieve at the land tribunal much higher value. So it looks to me like there's all kinds of money that could come out of all there for affordable housing.
You're right, Councillor Fillion. In the instance where somebody purchased land previously and considered a high Section 37 payment and a 4% rate might now reduce that consideration in their pro forma, they would have more money available for profit.
So, and I may need to drill down on this with you outside of the meeting, but I'm really wondering why I would have thought that North York Centre would be one of the higher percents, not the lowest percent, and I would have thought it would be a really high priority area, and I'm would I guess like to work with whoever to re-examine that and hopefully do something sooner and do more sooner there.
Through the chair, I also want to highlight 2 key points, which is one, that we did 3 rounds of analysis, as I mentioned. So looking at a pre-CBC regime and then with our community benefits charge. The second is that throughout that analysis, we found fairly consistent results. So certainly, your gut instinct may be that North York should have be able to accommodate more inclusionary zoning, but we did see that finding consistent throughout our analysis.
Yeah, I suspect I don't want to say I know more than the experts, but I would really welcome the opportunity to go over all the data and see if perhaps there are some flaws. There could be flaws in my information, or there could be flaws in some of the assumptions. And I think it needs to be looked at between now and council, if that's possible.
We'd be happy to do that, Councillor, and it underscores the high variability across the city and the fact that staff are recommending at least a 3-year review, given what's been observed as a rapidly changing environment in Toronto.
And in order to look at that between now and council, would you need to have a motion, or is that something that we can just do?
We can undertake to do that, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Carroll. Just before you start, Councillor Carroll, I just want to welcome the mayor as well, because I know that he was at the police board and he just joined us at committee as well. And Councillor Matlow, I believe you're putting your hand up because you want to ask questions. You want to be next. Okay, and welcome as well. Okay, welcome, Mayor. We're just going through questions of staff. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm assuming my clock starts now. And my questions follow along Councillor Fillion's line. I'm wondering if, for my residents who might be watching, if staff could explain again, and I'm sorry if you already have, why the test in North York is just North York Centre. It doesn't venture over to Bayview and beyond, so it doesn't capture the Shepherd subway in that first test for transit stations. I'm wondering if staff can explain the rationale why.
Want to start, Deanna, in terms of
Yeah.
the market areas?
Certainly. So through the chair, as NBLC raised, we looked at 11 prototypical development sites throughout the city. And, again, as we highlighted, those range in terms of different market areas, as well as different build forms and so on. We didn't identify a site in every area of the city. And certainly, we have understood that there might be some areas where we've seen very recent change, and we couldn't have anticipated, maybe not along the Shepherd Corridor, but certainly other areas of the city where we didn't anticipate some of those recent land changes. So we didn't have existing sites there. The site, though, within North York, does inform that general area and inform market viability. The second piece that we looked at, in addition to the NBLC analysis, was a whole host of market indicators over the last 5 years. So we looked at resale prices and escalations. We looked at our development pipeline. We looked at rents and prices and so on. And then, depending on those indicators, we looked at whether an area could sustain an inclusionary zoning requirement.
Okay. So what my residents will say is the change isn't 5 years, it's 20 years anywhere along the Shepherd subway. But what I heard you say is that the metrics you used in North York Centre will inform that if Shepherd subway transit station areas are in the second wave.
That's
Is that what you think
it's
the
indicative.
residents
It's indicative of those situations. Yes.
Okay. So, because I'm part of the group of councillors asking for stations in their area to be looked at, but I understand that's already beginning. I want to follow on Councillor Julian's line of questioning, though, vis-a-vis this juncture in the change from Section 37 to community benefit agreements. My understanding is that when we bring this forward, the province may, determining blessing this will go through the OLT, will likely be appealed by developers who don't want to do this at all and go through the OLT. Would it not be prudent to have some comment in our recommendations with respect to this is the time to do it, because there are people who speculated and purchased land with using formulae that included what they would have to pay in Section 37 to do dense development, and now they don't have to pay at Section 37 rates. So now is the time. Wouldn't it be prudent to make a comment on that so that you could use it as an argument at the OLT? Why would we be avoiding that?
Maybe you can make a couple of thoughts, Councillor. One is just to make sure that we're clear that this matter cannot be appealed by individual developers. It can only be referred to the OLT by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. That's one point of clarification.
Sure.
Another point is that the CBC charge will apply citywide, but IZ currently, as proposed, does not apply citywide. So you're dealing with these different contexts.
Yeah.
I think I would say to you that given that PMTSAs exist across the city, potentially in association with many transit stations, we will look through our analysis that we undertake in the future, as we've recommended, as market areas change and are influenced by transit that exists and transit that's coming online, and ultimately look to extend inclusionary zoning where it's supported by the market across the entire city in PMTSAs. This is an evolving, I think the sense of your question is that, can we send a signal? And I think we are sending a signal that ultimately we would like IZ to cover the whole city and be applied in all PMTSAs where the market supports it. We want to maximize the opportunity for affordable housing.
Okay, then just one more question.
Last question, Councillor.
Because it is a referral, but I think we can assume this province is fairly responsive to the development community. They've signaled that from the minute they were elected. So in developing the language and developing the proposal here, have we kept in mind that referral to OLT will likely happen?
Well, I mean, that's speculation. I think our advice to you is our best professional advice, and we back it up with, I think, a number of studies and a robust consultation process. And in my view, should withstand the scrutiny that the provincial government may give it, and ultimately the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the consultant through you, was Little Jamaica ever specifically assessed with respect to market viability? In other words, rather than just the city of York in general, was Little Jamaica in particular assessed along Eglinton?
The chair, no, it was not identified as a test site in our work.
And just to supplement that, Councillor Matlow, the prototypical site in that area of the city, I believe, was Weston. Am I correct, Matthew?
That's correct.
So again, we looked at this indicative approach of picking 11 prototypical situations and applied them across various geographies.
But the answer is that Little Jamaica in particular was not assessed.
Not specifically, only on an indicative basis.
And is it true that there's an LRT being constructed and hopefully being completed within the next year? Although I say that aspirationally.
No, that definitely would be my hope, that it opens as soon as possible. Yes.
Is it true that even before the completion of the LRT, we already have 41 active applications in the Little Jamaica area?
There's I don't have a number offhand, but there's a considerable amount of interest as there is in many transit lines, and that's the chicken and egg kind of proposition that this introduction of this policy brings into question.
Have you considered the possibility that, given that Little Jamaica, obviously its value to the Black, the Caribbean, and the African diaspora communities in our city, and the fact that the city is, we are leading an initiative to support and revitalize and protect Little Jamaica, and that Black communities historically have been displaced whenever large infrastructure projects or gentrification have been pressures. In this case, Little Jamaica, as you know, are facing both. That Black communities are often displaced historically, and given these realities that we know and I believe we all agree on, why wouldn't Little Jamaica be considered for that assessment in particular, given our concern, our collective concern, that many people who both live and work there could be priced out of the neighborhood if this pressure continues to make the area unaffordable?
Through the chair, Councillor, I think again we looked at 11 prototypical sites. Many of those sites look at areas of the city where racialized populations are housed, where our more vulnerable populations reside. I think we took a careful direction from council around the 99-year tenure of the affordable housing and the income-based definition. Those were two very key responses to what we are hearing from stakeholders, and certainly direction from council around the need to orient inclusionary zoning to the populations that you've identified in your question.
Speaking of council direction, a year ago, in September 2020, I moved, I believe, a 17-item motion to initiate the Little Jamaica strategy. And one of those items specifically didn't request, but directed staff to include Little Jamaica into inclusionary zoning. Whatever became of that direction, and why wouldn't that have been adhered to or considered as part of the strategy brought forward?
So through the speaker, I think the challenge that we've identified in the presentation and in the report is that we're bound by the nature of the provincial regulation in bringing forward this inclusionary zoning proposal. And that included making sure that we had the market viability test address, which we did undertake. And as much as we may have wanted to include all of the areas of the city, as I said, we wanted to take this as far as we possibly could. But ultimately, it's got to withstand the scrutiny of the market viability test. And as it stood right now with the information that we have, we couldn't bring Little Jamaica and maybe some other areas into a market area. However, we have brought other areas of the city, Northwest, North York, Golden Mile, and other areas into it. So again, it's very much based on where the market was through the analysis that was undertaken by NVLC.
May I ask one last question?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Absolutely.
Go. I'm giving a little bit more time to everybody. It's a complex issue.
I appreciate it. Really, just a final question. With everything that you just said, Greg, notwithstanding the province's requirement to do that market assessment, I disagree with that. With that only, that being the sole approach or the focused approach. But I understand that we are subject to those requirements. I am not arguing with you. Is anything in the provincial requirements, though, precluding us from doing that assessment in Little Jamaica in particular? And the reason I ask that is that I'd be willing to bet that if that assessment was done, given the fact that the ORT is being built right now, given the fact that we have 41 active applications.
Can you speed it up, Councillor?
Given that we know that there are more coming down the pipeline and that we don't want people priced out of the neighborhood, is there anything that excludes, including Little Jamaica, in that assessment now, so that we don't have to wait for 3 years? Because if we wait for 3 years, we're advertising to developers, hop in right now.
I think we got the gist of it, Councillor. Greg, if you can answer, and that was your last question.
Thank you, Anna.
I think including it right now, and for that matter, any other area that did not pass the market viability test that we've outlined would jeopardize the launch, if you will, of the remainder of the inclusionary zoning policy. To call the whole thing into question, because some areas have met that test and some areas would not, based on the advice that we're being given. And I would not want to present that checkerboard result, if you will. I would, however, undertake that the Little Jamaica work and other work, Jane Finch and other work, Weston and Dennis, that are going on right now in the city, puts us in a much better position to as quickly as we can, update that market analysis and modify or amend this policy and put us in a better position to do that in the future, in the immediate future.
She didn't test.
Thank you. If I could have my screen back just to see.
Microphones open, and we have a lot of big noise going on when people are speaking. I think, could you please remind everybody who's not speaking to turn it off?
Okay, thank you. If you are not speaking, if you can turn off your mic. Any other visiting councillors wishing to ask questions? Nope. Okay, bring it into committee. Councillor Bradford.
Madam Chair. My questions are going to focus on two areas. I want to talk about the set-aside amount and then the timing or the phasing, as we heard from Councillor Layton, some questions around that. So on the set-aside first, the big discussion that we're having today, we're hearing from deputants, is whether or not the set-aside is at the highest possible rate it can be. I'll be clear that I agree we should be setting the set-aside to the maximum amount possible today. So the question is, could you explain the analysis of our consultants, or the consultants did, to explain this policy tested at the upper limit for introducing a policy like this? I saw the table, you had the 30% there, you said it's not viable, but can you walk us through that?
Matthew, maybe if you could highlight the sweet spot, if you will, that we've been trying to get and to push this as far as we possibly can.
Yes, of course. Through the chair, Councillor Bradford, the first test considers how much ultimate value uplift might be available on a site within one set of parameters, with a fairly low as-is value of land based on either the existing underutilized use or as of right density. But we know that land doesn't trade at those prices, and land trades at above that. And so the second test is then used to consider how much land value compression might be reasonable in the near term. And so in time, we may get to the stage where we can have 20 or 30% set-aside rates. And I hope, I've been working on this file almost every day for 3 years. And if I could recommend set-aside rates that were at that rate within my professional judgment, I would be doing that today. But I just see that being a big risk to our city's land market, and it undermines the policy, in my opinion. And so what we need to do is get there gradually and through a moderate implementation of the grants.
We'll talk about the phasing in a second, but just to put a fine point on it, you tested higher, you went higher and higher until you tipped the balance where you don't believe in your expert opinion that those developments would go forward anymore.
Right. I think we would have land vendors pause in terms of the velocity at which they sell sites. And for developers who've already acquired land, they would be exposed to a problem because the land component of their financial model would then be compressed, and they're financing against that. So that creates an issue.
How many years of the financial analysis data did you use for this?
There are point-in-time analyses. This is the third iteration of the work. So first in early 2019, again in spring 2020, and then again this year.
And then you did a peer review in 2021.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good. The modeling, I guess the modeling for this policy, does it guarantee that every single site is giving the maximum possible amount of housing, or is it based on our best possible estimates looking at the market as a whole?
Yes, through the chair, the modeling is prototypical. It certainly is not perfect. There will be sites that we could see higher rates of inclusion, and sites where the rates of inclusion that we're showing today might be problematic. And so our view is that to develop pragmatic policy, we cannot push to the maximum that one specific set of circumstances could allow for. It would preclude viable development in other locations.
So there are sites that could achieve today that 20% number, but when you're looking at the market as a whole, you want to make sure that it's not too onerous as a whole when we're instituting a policy across the city.
That's well said. And our report identifies circumstances where higher set-aside rates might be achievable when we're thinking about employment area designations, for instance, and then converting those into mixed-use areas around transit. There's a really clear opportunity in that set of circumstances to do more with.
When you were looking at jurisdictional scans, 600 plus jurisdictions and their inclusionary zoning policies, what's your best guess on how many of those are in the US? Is it all of them? Is it most of them? Is it some of them?
I'll defer to staff there if they conducted the scan.
For the chair, the vast majority of jurisdictions who use inclusionary zoning that we looked at were in the United States. In Canada, only Montreal and Vancouver have implemented inclusionary zoning. In Ontario, no policy has been brought forward because we've only been legally permitted to since 2018.
So this would be the first IZ in Ontario?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so there's actually no other jurisdiction where we can reasonably compare the planning regimes. Say like in Ontario, where municipalities are very much a creature of the province, we don't have a reference point with a planning regime that would be the same as ours to compare to.
That's correct. And I would also highlight that Vancouver operates under a charter and Montreal has an entirely different planning legislation. So it really, even within Canada, is apples and oranges.
Thank you. So I guess we heard a lot of deputants today talking about Vancouver, talking about Montreal, talking about New York, talking about San Francisco. but we're not in a position where we can just copy paste that policy and introduce it here in Toronto today. What type of changes would be needed? Would we be having to go up to the Planning Act? Would we be looking at a development permit system? What would be needed to bring in those sort of policies where, for example, you're doing incentive based on a density bonusing for affordability, IZ, like they have in New York?
Last question, Councillor.
I would just generally comment, Councillor, that in Ontario, we're governed by the Planning Act, and the parameters for this policy, the limitations that the provincial government has put in on its applicability to the geography around the transit stations. The city's on the record as wanting wider applicability. The city, there is no cash out option here. So there are some limitations to this approach, which may have made the proposal more flexible and more adaptable for certain situations.
Sounds like that matters. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. Just on the comment that you answered to Councillor Bradford as far as the employment areas for conversion, that we can do more in those areas. So does that mean that as the development applications come through now, that we're doing a study in that area, that we can do more in those areas as the applications come forward?
I would comment, Councillor Nunziata, through the chair, that where we have supported settlements, for example, for conversions, and where there has been a large site, for example, we have sought higher proportions of affordable housing. They've typically been done on a site-by-site or a one-off basis, where the city is proposing and has negotiated a settlement. But I think the underlying point is, and the point that was being made, is that land value increase from employment to residential is a lot more significant, and it does create the room, if you will, for a greater ask on the city's part for affordable housing, among other community benefits.
So what about the ones that we haven't negotiated a settlement, that want to come to the city for a settlement? Can we do the higher rate for those once we do the conversion if they're proposing affordable housing?
I think the conversation, that part of the conversation, is more of an employment lands conversation, but I would just generally say that we have to decide on the merit of the conversion first. We have to not use affordable housing in and of itself as a reason why we would choose to suggest a conversion. I think we've got to be comfortable with a whole range of considerations when we would be recommending a conversion to City Council. And those considerations are laid out in the official plan.
But it would help if someone came forward and they want to give us 100% affordable housing to do the conversion.
Well, I would simply say that there are scenarios where that might work and scenarios where it may not, and it depends on the location of the employment areas and the other tests that are being in those areas according to the official plan. It may not be desirable, for example, to locate 100% of affordable housing in the middle of an employment area where you are surrounded by concrete and asphalt plants, for example.
Well, I'm looking at the number of consultation meetings that were held with multiple stakeholders, including not-for-profit groups. So I guess my question would be to Deanna. You mentioned that in your presentation. Was that successful, the consultation and the meetings that you did have with the various stakeholders? And were there comments as well, and any amendments that were made through that input is part of this report?
I would raise a couple of key pieces. One is that through our public consultations, we really worked to ensure we were bringing a variety of voices. So, we advertised on Facebook and other venues to make sure that we heard from residents and tenants all over the city. We also had a robust stakeholder consultation process that I spoke to. As you heard, I think this afternoon and throughout the deputations today, there wasn't a lot of consensus from different stakeholders, but it did ensure that everyone heard from each other and understood the various perspectives. We also conducted do-it-yourself workshops, so kind of provided a lot of information to community-based groups so that they could do their own consultations. So all of which together really helped to inform our final policy.
So areas that have not been included, did they attend the consultation meetings?
So through the chair, we certainly did outreach to community groups and nonprofits throughout the city. So we did meet with different organizations who represented, for instance, through the Jane Finch Planning Study or Little Jamaica and so on, and Mount Dennis. I don't know in terms of who actually participated in our public events, whether or not they were representing those specific communities.
Okay, and I guess, Greg, I don't know if this question is for you or not. Part of the presentation was the density bonus. Can you just elaborate a bit on that?
Well, I mean, there is no specific density bonus that is been identified as part of the IZ policy. That may be what you're pointing out, but as an incentive per se, I would only indicate though that we are limited by the provincial regulation to introducing inclusionary zoning in PMTSAs. We are proceeding with recommendations for PMTSAs. We're estimating that the vast majority, something of 94% of our PMTSAs will meet or exceed the provincial density standards. Of the 2 PMTSAs that Council's already approved, we exceed the provincial standard by 100 units per hectare, and we have increased the amount of space allocated to mixed-use zoning by over 100%. So we are trying to make that policy linkage between increased density and the ability to create room for affordable housing. That's the idea here, is to bring the density along with the affordable housing commitment. And in similar cities where that didn't happen, for example, in Yonge and Eglinton, when the densities were increased without attaching it to affordable housing, in our view, was a missed opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
To the consultants, and I'm very sorry, I've forgotten your names. If I heard you correctly when you were answering Councillor Bradford, the element that the second test introduces that wasn't in the first test is the belief that many properties, or maybe even all properties, are currently valued or priced above what the zoning that's in force would suggest the price should be. And that there's sort of a speculative element that someone could come in with an application and get it zoned up, right? Upzoned. Is that sort of fair?
To the chair, in many instances, that would be a fair characterization.
Okay. So somebody has inflated the value of the property by buying it above what the value of the current zoning would suggest, because they're speculating they could make money.
Yes, they would be informed by the city's overarching policy guidelines and the official plan.
All right.
Make a judgment.
So I'm a land speculator, and I buy a property because I think I can get it upzoned and make a bunch of money. Then we change the rules, and I can't upzone it as much as I thought I could. So I'm just going to sit on my money. I'm not going to take it out and move it somewhere else. I decided that I'm just going to I'm not going to seek profit at all.
I don't think you walk away from the site, but I think that most developers in our city have seen recent history of the land market appreciating because revenues have inflated at a pace that exceeds what costs have done. And so they have faith that the land market will catch up. And so what they'll do is they'll slow down, they'll wait.
Oh, so you're not saying it with your second test that if we impose the values suggested in the first test, you're not saying that land will never be developed with inclusionary zoning. You're just saying it will take longer.
That's right.
Oh, that's worth understanding. Thank you. The next question I had is, there's maybe to the chief planner. There's a piece I didn't understand here, which is only the minister can send this to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. So it goes to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. Who's giving evidence? Like, who are the parties?
Scenario that maybe I could ask City Legal to.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if it gets appealed to the OLT, it would be the two parties would be the minister and the city.
Okay.
And we would, I guess, depending on what the issues list look like, determine who should be the witnesses, and they would do the same.
So if we approve a policy and the minister refers it, the ministry would be bringing witnesses and arguing that what we did was too ambitious. It would just be the provincial government, no other party, but the provincial government and the city.
That's correct.
Oh, those are both very good things to understand. Thank you. Those were my questions.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I have a number of specific questions, but I think Councillor Perks started off down a road I want to follow up a little bit on. And you touched on it a bit with the difference between our situation with the provincial government and some other cities that have charters and just a more sophisticated standalone ability to do things. So I'm really interested in what he opened up about what we are going to approve something, and some of us would very much like to approve the max. In fact, more that's in this report. And the deputants here today were very clear that they would like that as well. So I just need to know what the next steps would be once council approves it. And I think I'm going to ask our chief planner and also the city solicitor. I want to be very clear on the steps and what the next steps would be at the OLT or wherever it might go, or with the minister. I'm not exactly clear. So
Maybe I'll start. If council was to approve, for example, what we've put in front of you,
yes,
that would be a bill, and that would we would give notice, and the province would have 20 days to consider that for approval or refer it to the OLT. If I've got that correct, Kelly, you can confirm.
I'm sorry, I can confirm. You cut out for me for a bit.
I was indicating that council would adopt a bill, and the province would have, we would give notice of adoption, and the province would have 20 days to make a decision as to whether to approve it or to refer it to the OLT.
Well, they don't have to approve it. They just would appeal it or not appeal it within 20 days.
That's right.
so it would be appealed by the minister, not anybody else. Can anybody else appeal it? Or is there any jurisdictional requirements or ability to take it anywhere other than like courts, for instance?
Well, of course, anyone can try to bring something to court, but to go to the OLT, the legislation says that only the minister may appeal.
So the minister would have to appeal whatever, they could appeal anything that we do around this bill, correct?
Any attribute of the policy that we've recommended, yes.
I think I'm going to have some questions that are quite specific around risk, numbers, etc. Madam Chair, I don't know if I should just ask them here or what.
Try asking them, and I'm sure if we run into issues, our city solicitor will advise us to go in camera.
And I just have some other questions about, so within all these discussions, are you speaking to the province? Are you speaking to, I know you're speaking to landowners and many community members who've come today, but what are your, is this an exercise where no matter what we do, we're going to be sent to the OLT? Because there's no desire for this at the provincial level, and I just don't.
So I think it's common practice that we do run it up the flagpole, so to speak. Kerry, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Through the chair, we've had ongoing discussions with provincial staff since we started out on our inclusionary zoning process. So we've had meetings with them. We've invited them to our stakeholder meetings. We've invited them to our open houses. We've sought direction. We've had some feedback from the province. They have not provided us with any information that I would say would indicate that we are not on track from a provincial staff perspective.
Right. And so, okay, I'd like to hear more about those conversations, actually.
Through the chair, what we have done with the province, and I'm going to ask Deanna and Christine to perhaps elaborate, but we have shared our approach. We've shared our financial.
I'm sorry, I want to know more what they said. I'm sure I know what we said. I want to know very clearly what they have said they're intending to do.
So through the chair.
Go ahead, Deanna.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that the key comment that the provincial staff has raised throughout the process is that they will be looking to how the city addresses the provincial regulation. So how we address the assessment report, which is that financial impact assessment, as well as our housing need and demand analysis.
To hear from City Legal, have they been involved, or is this, if it's at the OLT, then I want to be clear on what happened there. Thank you.
Madam Chair, at City Legal, it's obviously not at the OLT yet. There's been no referral or appeal by the minister. However, if we're going to get into a discussion about perhaps the risk of appeal by the minister, then we're getting certainly into matters of solicitor-client privilege in terms of advice, as well as provision of information regarding potential litigation.
What does that mean? You can't tell me?
It means that we should go in, it should go in camera if we're going to discuss those specifics.
I do have those questions, so I'll let the chair.
Let's proceed with the public questions. Councillor Wong Tam, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the staff for that very detailed presentation and all your work so far. My questions are going to be largely focused on outcomes, and what I'm trying to gather from your report is how many units of affordable rentals versus home ownership are you anticipating, and how do we ensure that it can be number one, obtained and then secured and tracked. That's the piece I'm really interested in is how do we make sure that even on a modest at its most modest stage, I want to make sure that we don't just pass an IZ policy that doesn't produce the results that you're anticipating.
Maybe through the chair, maybe I'll start, Councillor Wong Tam, and you can help me with your question if I'm off track. We have looked at the applicability of the range of IZ that we're proposing, look back in time, if you will, on units that have been approved. And if you applied the initial 2022 rates, for example, that we're proposing, it would have generated just under 12,000 IZ units. And if you applied the 2030 rates that we're proposing, it would have supported about 25,000 IZ units. So we're, it's backcasting a bit, and it's a bit speculative, but it does give you a sense of the number of units that we could hope to achieve going forward, provided we maintain the viability question that we've been discussing, and provided the market remains as robust as it has been in Toronto's recent past.
And so you think that based on the proposal today, that if adopted, let's just say assume unamended, that by 2030, you as the chief planner will guarantee us, within reason, of course, subject to market conditions, that there will be 25,000 brand new IZ units that we don't currently have in the pipeline at this point in time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, unfortunately, through the chair, Councillor, I've been at this long enough to know that there are no guarantees in planning. Unfortunately, I'm giving you my best advice as to what we've seen in the past and how I would apply, or how we would apply this policy going forward. All other things being equal, I think we have a reasonable expectation of that level of performance, but that's why it's important to monitor this, as you indicated, and take the next step of doing an analysis and assessment of how well we're performing, and see what tweaks can be made if it's not working, or if it's working better than we thought. I think those are important questions to answer.
And are you anticipating that if you come back to us every 2 years, that gives you enough time to make any necessary tweaks if we are off the forecasted outcomes? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, again, we're recommending a 3-year assessment in the report, and we've also been indicating to various councillors who have been contacting us that where planning studies are underway, we will try to expedite market analysis in those areas so that we can conjoin the opportunity for IZ as those planning frameworks get done, whether it be Little Jamaica, Weston Mount Dennis, and Jane Finch, and others that are in process right now.
Yeah, thank you. I did misspeak, so I meant 3 years. But you're saying 3 years is enough time to review and study, and if you need to make those tweaks, you'll do it every 3 years.
That's what our recommendation is. We're certainly in the committee's hands if the committee desires something a little tighter than that.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the set of numbers, so you have the low end and the high end of set aside rates. I'm just curious to know what evaluation criteria will city planning staff be using to determine where do they land on each case by case analysis? Because it's not clear to me how you arrived at the criteria of which end of the number that you will choose, or is it left entirely to the discretion of city planning? And so can you explain that a little bit further?
Well, I mean, maybe Diana can help, but I think Diana can help. But the range I gave you is the escalation that we're proposing as the set aside rates rise through time. Diana,
sorry, just to clarify, you have within a market area a range. So I'm not talking about as you move from year to year. Within the first period, you have a range of set aside numbers. I'm trying to understand what criteria will you use to evaluate site by site analysis on what range your planners will be trying to nail down, because it does make a difference. I believe it does make a difference.
I think I understand your question. So if you're within a market area 1, 2, or 3, and you're within that PMTSA, Deanna, do you want to just talk about the criteria that would put you into market area 1, 2, or 3? It won't be determined by individuals. It will be determined by what market area you're located within.
Yeah, so it's important to note that our official plan amendment includes a map that will be embedded in the official plan, and we'll be updating our citywide zoning bylaw, identifying IZ areas as each PMTSA is approved. We've identified 2 different set aside. So one, if you're providing affordable rental within a condominium, another if you're providing affordable ownership within a condominium, and that's not a range between those two. So for instance, if it's 7% affordable rental in 2022. In the downtown, it would be 10% affordable ownership in 2022. We've also identified if a purpose-built rental project is going to be securing that tenure as rental, then they would have a different requirement.
I see.
That was the last question, Councillor.
Thank you. Round two would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have my screen back. Any other, Mayor, do you have questions? No?
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions for staff. So with regards to the 3 viability studies that you've done, so those studies were done because we're required by legislation to prove market viability, correct? And you've done 3 because, what was the reason? What made you decide to do these 3 studies?
Well, the legislation, the regulation requires the market viability assessment. It sets out various conditions that need to be assessed. I can go through those if you want, but those are specific matters that need to be encapsulated in the market review. Through the course of the review period, 2020-2021, with COVID and all the feedback that we were getting from stakeholders, with the direction from council about the 99 years and the movement toward a income-based definition, we undertook the update, if you will. And then as we proceeded, as we do many times, we undertook a peer review. I think it's only prudent, and I asked staff to make sure that we were really kicking the tires on this seriously. It would be helpful actually to look at the American experience. We got someone to look at it, given the limited experience that we have in Ontario, especially, and we turned to that peer review to bring some fresh eyes to the work we've done so far.
Did I hear you say that some of the variables actually change from studies to studies? So the 99 years, the income definition, the definition of affordable ownership, that those variables actually changed? So that's why sometimes there's discrepancy between the numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct. And also the CBC correction, we became aware that the 4% for the CBC was announced during the review period. So these are all factors that had us constantly actually recalibrating. I think the consultants did over 200 pro formas, if I recall. So there's been almost a constant flow of changes to try to bring something that was as current and fresh as we could.
And one of the things that I've heard you saying is that you have been in contact with the province as well, because you want to make sure you follow the legislation, because if you end up at the OLT, that you have everything possibly to defend the case that council sends you there to defend, correct?
That's correct. This is the first time, as been noted in Ontario, it's the first time that this legislation is actually being, and regulations are being implemented by a municipality. Lucky Toronto gets to go first. And we want to make sure that we've interpreted our approach correctly. So checking back in with the provincial staff is something that we've been very conscious of doing.
So the numbers that you have in front of us today are backed by the study that you have. That's what you're going to take to the OLT, is the market viability study and those the piece of work that you've done over these last 3 years.
That's correct. The whole package would go up to the minister. And again, if the minister doesn't approve, as been indicated, the minister goes through a 20-day review. If they refer it, then that's what would be considered by the OLT, is all of that advice that we've been given by NBLC.
But you feel confident that the report that you have in front of us is backed by the studies and we have a strong position?
Yes, I feel very confident in the advice that we're giving council, that it's a balanced approach, that we've followed the approach, especially on the 99-year and the income-based definition. It's a big change to affordable housing policy in Toronto, and we stand by our recommendation.
Okay. To our consultant, and I'm going to take advantage a little bit of this because I represent an area of the city, St. Clair, that had a big infrastructure project, St. Clair West, the right-of-way of St. Clair, and it was all upzoned over 10 years ago. And we've been seeing development coming west, but for 10 years, a lot of people in certain areas of St. Clair continue to say, why isn't development happening? Why isn't development happening? And people keep saying, well, the economics don't work. And so I compare it very much to what we're seeing here. And I was paying attention to the description that you're giving to Councillor Perks. Am I right when, so for example, on St. Clair, or another street, for example, Dundas Street, it's the zoning is 16 meters, but nobody's buying the land thinking the zoning is 16 meters when our official plan is actually calling for a six-story building. So whoever is buying the land knows that our official plan is calling for a six-story building. So that's the assumed land value. Is that how you're or how you build it out? Is that how you're?
Yes, we're taking the approach that a private developer would. And
that's how the market works.
That's how the market makes decisions.
Okay. And I heard today from a lot of the deputants that your studies showed that we could get between 20 and 30%. How do you respond to that?
In time, we may get there, and that would be a great outcome for the policy. But to get there, we need to introduce this in a moderate and in a way that's grounded with economic reality. To expect developers or landowners to compress their pro formas in the very near term in a quite significant way. We're talking about land value swings that could be from 40 to 60%. That won't happen in late 2022. We may get there in time, but we have to phase it in, be sensitive with policy.
Okay.
The risk is pushing too hard and slowing development pace, and that undermines the policy altogether.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will be very strict with a quick second round of questions. I don't see any hands up.
Oh,
okay.
I have one, sorry. I'd just like you to explain page 22 of your presentation. It says Toronto PMTSA's parking relief. Please explain that quickly because I only have a few minutes, got a tough chair. And then looking at, explain again, the transit-oriented communities and the expectation of such density with the necessity of having inclusionary zoning, affordable housing, and how this dovetails. Thank you.
Maybe I'll start, Councillor Fletcher. I think I got your question. There was some interference. I'll give it my best shot. The page 22 reference, we noted, just for comparison's sake, that some cities provide different kinds of incentives on that page. So some cities provide direct financial incentives. Other cities provide density bonuses. We do not include in our IZ draft policy a density bonus, but we have identified the fact that we are limited to PMTSAs for the application of IZ. And in PMTSAs that we have begun to bring forward to planning and housing, we are indicating density increases in those PMTSAs. So for example, I noted that 94% of our MTSAs will likely meet or exceed the provincial minimums. So in effect, we're providing those density incentives, which we feel provides the room to accommodate the affordable housing, the application of affordable housing inclusionary zoning through inclusionary zoning. So there's kind of a matching exercise going on there where we would hope that not hope, but there's a logic, if you will, to linking the introduction of that transit and the requirement, the mandatory requirement for affordable housing. I think you had a second question, and I'm just trying to recall.
Actually, my first page 22, the parking relief. We already give a lot of parking relief. How could we give more?
So through the speaker, the report proposes that the IZ units would not be required to provide parking. So that is indicated as an incentive, if you will, because that's a savings in cost. We are, however, and the committee will know this, in the process of a parking review where we're bringing forward recommendations to look at adjusting our overall parking requirements. So this is more of an indicator, if you will, that parking should be less of a financial burden for the affordable housing unit.
Okay, next, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Chief, legal counsel, but let Councillor Wong-Tam go.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. I want to understand with respect to the affordable home ownership. It oftentimes has been difficult to continue to maintain its affordability after the first owner. Sometimes with respect to built-in capital increases, equity increases, and sometimes it's just with respect to rising maintenance fees. How will you address that?
So through the chair, one of the tools that we have through inclusionary zoning is the ability to require what's sometimes used the term as a positive covenant. So an agreement that will bind future owners. And we've ensured that those affordable ownership units can only be sold at a maximum price each year. We have made sure that when we're defining what affordable ownership means and what those prices are, that we're looking at the total condominium fees that would apply for a specific project. So as those units resell, the affordable ownership price would take into consideration condominium fees and so on, but similarly would maintain that affordability with each new purchaser.
So, and that's to be maintained for the next 99 years as well? So
That's
therefore,
correct.
so if the maintenance fees are like a buck per square foot, for the next 100 years, it will not rise.
No, within the condominium could decide that condominium fees need to increase, and as each resale occurs, we would take that into consideration. So the new price would reflect those condominium fees.
And so who's eating the cost? Because someone's got to bear that cost. Is it the developer, because they may be gone by then, or is it the city that then has to subsidize the maintenance fees?
Yeah, that's right. So through the consultation on the policy framework and through the development of our implementation guidelines, we are continuing to refine this piece and we'll be continuing to consult. We've met with a number of affordable ownership providers to really understand, how to maintain certainty around those condominium fees over time, and we'll be looking at that to make sure that our final framework, provides a cap, or more or less, for those purchasers or those homeowners, so that there's not unintended affordability consequences.
So that's detailed work to come, is what you're saying.
We've outlined a number of provisions in our implementation guidelines, but I think to your point, we will conduct further testing and check in on this specific point.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And from my experience in negotiating with developers, trying to get some unofficial form of inclusionary zoning, but basically trying to get them to include affordable housing when there is no inclusionary zoning has been largely challenging. There and if left to a final decision, because everyone is being stubborn and we won't release anything until we get what we need in the development, they will always rather move towards affordable home ownership as opposed to affordable rentals. So how would you I guess develop a mechanism to ensure that you get comparable units of affordable rentals in comparable percentages, perhaps to affordable home ownership? And then how do you, what incentives and tools would you use to make sure that it can also exist in purpose-built rentals? Because otherwise it all lags behind.
Last question, Councillor.
Through the chair, as I mentioned, we have two different set-aside rates, one if you're providing affordable rental, one affordable ownership, and that is intended to address that those are equivalent. We can't dictate tenure. The provincial regulation doesn't allow us, but what I do know based on negotiations, site-by-site negotiations that we have today, securing new affordable housing, we will continue to work to the city's overall affordable housing goals, which is prioritizing securing affordable rental wherever possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I have my screen back?
Madam Chair, I just have the questions for the chief, our city solicitor, or acting.
Are those public questions? We can.
I'm just trying to establish any risk, and it's up to him to let us know. Risk levels.
Madam Chair, if we're talking about risk levels with respect to appeal or referral, that should be done in camera.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Madam Chair. To the chief planner, I just want to explore once again, Greg, if I may, because the question that I was asking you at the end of the first round, I was asking you about not just sort of saying, Little Jamaica shall at this moment be included in inclusionary zoning. What I was asking you about is the fact that the city of York was assessed, but not Little Jamaica in particular. And your answer was, well, you fear that if we go to the tribunal, that, if there isn't a justification or if something doesn't pass the test, then we would be vulnerable. What I want to ask you is, do you have any qualms about simply asking, allowing for the test to be made? In other words, Little Jamaica wasn't tested. There wasn't that market viability assessment done. What we do know, if I may reiterate, is that there are 41 active applications and that there are many more in the pipeline now. And I'll just to add to that question, given that you've been saying publicly and public comments about the possibility of Little Jamaica maybe being considered in 3 years, do you not have a concern that might advertise to the industry that if they come in within the next year or two, they're not going to have to make any affordable units? In other words, they may rush now knowing that we have rarely ever seen an application grandfathered with new provincial policies. So for those two questions, and I guess maybe the third, because are you aware that I've been working with Deanna, our team has been working with Deanna to work on a motion that certainly doesn't conflict with your concerns, but addresses your concerns while achieving our goal, which is to ensure that Little Jamaica isn't excluded from this exercise in phase one.
I'll start with your last.
All together.
Yes, I am aware, and I've been imprecise. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Our intention is to do that market analysis as we work through Little Jamaica, the planning study, and put ourselves in a position to make this happen as soon as possible. I guess is the best way I can say it, and make it ready, if you will. One would think through the planning exercise that we would get that and an updated market analysis, that we would get that information that we need to.
Greg, before you move on, then, on that specific point,
yes,
what you just said though doesn't jibe with. You just said by doing it through the strategy, through the process, which may take another year and then come back in 3 years to do, doesn't in fact do it as soon as possible. As soon as possible would be doing it now through this round. Do you know what I mean?
Well, to be clear, we can't do it when you mean, Councillor, through this round. I mean what we've got in front of us today. We can't do it through that. But we can turn our attention to doing a market analysis of that area as we undertake the Little Jamaica work program and put ourselves in a position to be able to amend, because we've got that exercise underway, put ourselves in a position to amend the market. Should it be substantiated, put ourselves in a position to amend that market area map as soon as we possibly can. And I know it sounds contradictory to the 3-year review. The 3-year review is more of a recommendation in the report of a citywide, let's check where we are. But we will have these incremental exercises, and I understand you've been talking, as other councillors have been talking to staff about the possibility of making sure that we bring some of these market analysis in specific study areas and advance them as soon as possible. That would still lead, though, to an amendment to the policy. We would still need a separate amendment to the policy to add that in.
Greg, respectfully, I don't.
Last question, Councillor. We need.
I don't believe what you're saying is. My understanding is different. That we could actually bring something forward for June to Planning and Housing to be part of the submission for 2022. May I ask Deanna to comment on that?
Certainly. It may be some confusion in our understanding. I don't believe there is, but
I press this only because of the importance of it, right? It's not to put you in the spot. It's just that the answer really will inform council. So
Councillor, I'm sure I'm going to have to cut you off. You're well over 5 minutes. If I could get my screen back. If committee, just give me 1 second. Okay, so I don't believe there is a need to go in camera. So we will proceed with speakers on this issue. Visiting members of the committee.
Sorry, may I just ask, Councillor Bailão, Madam Chair, just at the end of that question, I just asked if Deanna Chorley could just respond, because she may have more information than the chief planner has with respect to the viability of doing this for June, given that this isn't going to council until September.
Deanna, yes or no? Nod with your hair?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, good to go.
Thank you.
We're moving into speakers. We're moving into speakers, visiting councillors. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. So I'm so glad that Deanna had that moment to say yes, because listen, Greg is an amazing chief planner. I don't think he had all of that information when he was answering my questions, and I think there was some confusion. What I'll have a motion moved by my friend Councillor Wong Tam in a little while that will request that we do undertake, I'll just read it here, an additional market analysis of the area surrounding Little Jamaica within 500 to 800 meters of the Eglinton Crosstown stations to determine if this area should be added in the inclusionary zoning map of the official plan, etc., the submission to the Government of Ontario in 2022, and report to the June meeting of Planning and Housing Committee. Simple as that. And Deanna has made it very clear in our discussions with her, as she just had that moment to clarify that there is no problem with that. That can be done. And why wouldn't we do it? The city of York is a much bigger entity than Little Jamaica. And as you all know, Little Jamaica has very specific challenges and also very unique opportunities. And the challenges are that we have an area that is valued by all members of the community, and in particular, our Black, the Caribbean, and African diaspora, who are incredibly concerned about its fate. And we as a council, and I appreciate your unanimous support, ventured to take a number of steps last year, and the work is ongoing, to support Little Jamaica and the future of it and its viability and celebrate it. And it's been, an ORT is being built right through the middle on Eglinton, as we all know. And currently there are 41 active applications. So it's not hypothetical whether or not there will be development pressure there. It's happening right now. 41 applications. And we know that there are many more coming through the pipeline. If we do anything other than ensure that we use, admittedly, even the limited tools that we have in our toolbox to support affordability in the area, we are advertising to the industry that they have more time to rush their applications in that will not be grandfathered, most likely, without a single unit in some cases of affordable housing, which is unacceptable. In this community, historically, in cities throughout North America, Black communities have been displaced when there's either been gentrification pressure or pressure from large infrastructure projects, historically expressways, in this case, an ORT. It's had an impact on the businesses, an impact on the community that has been severe. And people are being displaced. People are already feeling that pressure. We often, rightfully, will blame the province when we talk about the lack of tools in our toolbox as councillors and mayor. And we often say, we need more opportunities at the municipal level to not just beg or plead or cajole or ask the industry, please give us some affordable housing. We have this historic opportunity, first city in Ontario with legislation that allows us to impose inclusionary zoning. Yes, it comes with a few restrictions and very clear mandates, including the market assessment. But it doesn't restrict us from choosing the scope of how little or how much we'd like to do. There is nothing that precludes us from including Little Jamaica in this assessment. And I just think it would be both shameful, but such a shame if we didn't do everything within our ability, our limited ability, to support affordability in Little Jamaica, given the not hypothetical or theoretical development pressure, but the development pressure that's happening in real time. I mean, we're in the midst of a housing crisis. As the chief planner said, and I completely concur with the spirit of what he said, we would like to see affordable housing and inclusionary zoning in every neighborhood in our city. Shouldn't be restricted here, restricted there, or based on what the developers think would be profitable or not. It should be done through a human rights approach, and that'll be the second part of the motion that you'll see from Councillor Ong Tam on my behalf. But it should be done everywhere to support people being able to remain in our city. So if we have the ability to do this assessment in Little Jamaica, why on earth wouldn't we? And I'd appreciate your support, and I appreciate your time listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Have my screen back. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bailão. Look, our city is faced with a critical vote today around inclusionary zoning, a policy that has the potential to create thousands of affordable rental units every year without costing the city a dime. We're in the middle of a housing emergency. I think all of you can appreciate that. We have more people being evicted across our city, and we have people sleeping in our parks. It is not time to be timid. It is not time to shy away from a bold approach to housing. It's time to treat this like an emergency. It's time for us to make it a little uncomfortable for those who have profited from the current system that has actually helped to perpetuate and fuel this problem. Indeed, if they don't feel uncomfortable, we're not doing enough. Developers are going to say absolutely anything. Let me say that again. They're going to say anything to get the city away from their profits. Now, I'm not blaming them. We've actually helped develop this system and create profits that the banks now depend on. We contributed to that. It's time for us to stop enabling them and to break their addiction to their profits and their pushback against affordable housing. Now, inclusionary zoning has been discussed for many years as a significant potential to help alleviate some of the strains on our housing crisis. It's not a silver bullet by any means. Governments will still need to bring deeper affordability to those who need it, and the market will still need to contribute to growth in the availability of market housing. But this policy looks to build out an important segment of the housing spectrum in the communities with the hottest real estate markets and soaring rents and costs. It's time we reshape the market so as to ensure that we are building mixed income communities in our city. And while I'd like to thank staff for this report, and especially Deputy Mayor Bailão for her hard work on it, and I appreciate you're being pulled in many different directions by politicians, by developers, by activists. I believe the current proposal sets the targets too low and ramps up the affordability requirements too slowly. In fact, I don't believe it's supported by the data from our international colleagues who actually, while they may have started with a voluntary approach, their required approach ramped up quite a bit faster than the 8 years. The city's requirement wouldn't reach the proposed low levels of units until the end of the decade, 2030. That is too late. The proposal only required developers to include around half the amount of affordable housing that the earlier studies showed was feasible and still delivered a 15% profit margin for developers. Inclusionary zoning has huge potential to help address the city's housing crisis. It's our responsibility as a government to be brave and use inclusionary zoning to its full potential. It's time we started standing up against huge profits for the few developers and investing in housing for the many. While there was a second test and analysis put forward, that test did not change the findings that there was feasibility with the policy when fully implemented. It's being characterized by our current consultants as a conservative approach, this second test. It's not time for a conservative approach during a crisis. What we need is bolder action. And what I'm proposing by way of a motion through Councillor Perks is higher affordability requirements, or the higher affordability requirements that were outlined with the first test and achieved faster. There's no reason to delay it. We have been sending market signals since before 2010, but most recently starting in 2017. There has been lots of time to adjust. You'll see in the motion as it's proposed, I asked staff to outline what is the most aggressive push forward we could make to implement, but still achieve the requirements of the first test. It's come up in some of the questions that particularly that Councillor Perks asked, that the second test involves the windfall received by property owners, and the role that the change is happening because actually of property speculators that were expecting to make a certain amount of money and bought those properties in recent years. Well, you know what? I don't believe it's our job to ensure that those speculators' gambles pay off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other visiting councillors? Okay, seeing none, bringing it in committee. Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Chair. I hope that it's an indication of how important I think this issue is, and this what I believe to be a step forward that I should be here today, because I think we all agree, and one thing on which we do all agree is that that making sure this is a city for everyone, making sure we have an adequate supply of affordable housing, is probably the single most important issue if you were to ask people facing our city right now. But I think we also know that we can't fix it alone. We are engaged in many wonderful initiatives, some on our own, some in partnership with other governments, some in partnership with the nonprofit sector. But the bottom line is that the development industry, which has had a very active and successful time, even through the pandemic, needs to be a player. And I would just say that, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the deputations that came today, I would just say that 30% of zero is still zero. So we need to continue to make sure that development continues apace. And that, of course, as we all know, is going to involve a continuing role, and a very important continuing role for the private sector. So the development industry itself says the policy goes too far. They would completely reject, and it doesn't mean that they're necessarily right, but they would completely reject what Councillor Layton just said, and some of the targets that would be faster and more aggressive. We've had that said today by some of the advocates who said we should go faster and further at this point in time. And there's no question that it is a very urgent situation. It's not as if this is the only thing we're doing. Thank goodness we do have housing now. We do have Open Door. We do have the Rapid Housing Initiative in partnership with the federal government. We've also had people come forward today and say this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. And they welcome this as a step forward. It is a step forward that within it contains a ramping up, to use the expression that I've heard used here, and that allows us to reassess. It tells me when we have people coming forward and describing it in that manner, and when we hear people kind of on both sides, that it's too aggressive and that it's too timid, that our staff, who have, by the way, worked on this policy extremely hard with the cooperation and partnership of Deputy Mayor Bailão, have done something right. We are, as has been mentioned, the first city, and I'm proud of the fact we're going to be the first city in Ontario to implement an inclusionary zoning policy. We're leading the way. It's a policy that we asked for, and now we're proceeding to implement it. But nobody can predict the future. I don't think we're going to know today. We can't know today whether the policy is too timid or too bold. We just have to know that we're going to try to get it right. I heard the expression, and some people will be critical of the expression moderate, but I heard one of our experts saying just a couple of moments ago, it's a modern policy grounded in economic reality. And I heard the words used that we have to phase it in, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have to be prudent and make sure that it strikes the right balance. And so I'm moving through this motion to have this policy reviewed after 1 year, so that we can not have to wait an extended period of time to conduct that review. We will know by then that work will be done on areas like Little Jamaica. And by the way, I think this motion, the second part of it, encompasses and adds to what Councillor Matlow said, because I support what he said and what he proposed. I think this motion encompasses that and gets that work done on the same timetable he proposed, and also adds to that other areas of the city, including the Shepherd Subway Corridor, in which we have to do this work so that we can include more areas of the city. And we're doing that because of the different constraints that were imposed by the province as to hoops we have to go through and things we have to do. If we need to calibrate the policy differently, to speed it up or to slow it down, we can do it then. And I will have no hesitation whatsoever to see that we act at that time based on the information we get coming out of that review, which would be done in 1 year in the report given to us by June of 22. But right now, I believe that if we're going to move forward, if we're going to do what was said here, which is to indicate that we are, based on the notice that was given several years ago of our intention to proceed, that we should proceed with a policy that is one that has been very carefully thought through by our professional public servants and with outside help, and that we should do what we have worked so hard on, based on the best advice we've had available to us from the people that have reported to us through this report and otherwise. And then once the impacts are known, we can, in this case, within a review period of 1 year, move in some different direction if the evidence put in front of us at that time warrants doing so. I will want to move as fast as we can and do as much as we can, but we have to do it within the bounds of reality, because 30% or any other number of zero is still zero. We need the affordable housing. This is not our only program, but it's a very important initiative. And I think that doing a review in a year will help to address some of the concerns that have been raised today by members of the committee and members of council. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. If I could get my screen back. Councillor Nunziata, followed by Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion. We can put it on the screen. That City Council requests that the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to undertake additional market analysis in the area around both the Mount Dennis area, Weston Road and Lawrence Avenue West area to determine if there are additional areas that should be added to the inclusionary zoning map of the official plan policy and report back no later than June 2022. I just want to talk a bit about the Mount Dennis area and the Weston area that's been mentioned a number of times. So in this area, some of these PMTSAs will clearly become a substantial node to future development and represent huge opportunities to future affordable housing. A good example is the Mount Dennis LRT, and that's why I'm moving my motion. On the crosstown line, it will become one of the most important transit hubs in Toronto, accommodating not only the crosstown, but also GO Transit, the Union Pearson Express, and several major TTC bus routes. Lands within a radius of 500 to 800 meters of the station are already the subject of major new development, with many more to come over the next several years. So Mount Dennis will be one of the largest transit hubs in the city, other than Union Station. As it was mentioned, the Eglinton LRT, the GO, and the Up Express. And in Weston, we have the Up Express and the GO station as well. And we are starting a planning study in Weston next year. In Mount Dennis, we are near the end of a planning study, and that will be completed probably in the next month or two on that planning study. I have a number of development applications that have come forward in Weston and Mount Dennis, and each application that comes into my office, I have requested affordable housing. I have one application in Mount Dennis that's proposing 19 stories, 100% affordable housing. This is their recommendation, and this is in the Mount Dennis area. So every application that has come to my office, that has been requested for affordable housing. And I can tell you, most of the applicants that have submitted their applications are more than happy to build affordable housing. None of them are resisting. So I think that's very positive. And as well as we heard from Neil Heatherton, CEO of Daily Bread Food Bank, and Annie Vanderwood from Habitat for Humanity, in full support of the staff recommendation as far as phasing it in. And we had a number of the other deputants as well that showed their support on the staff recommendation. So with my motion, and as far as the mayor's motion, which I would be supporting, includes Jamaica, the Eglinton and Keele area, which is my area as well, which covers the Keelsdale area. The planning study that we're doing at St. Clair and Keele area covers the Rockcliffe area. That planning study is ongoing as well. And we have a number of development applications in that area as well, in Councillor Bylaw's ward and my ward, for conversion and for affordable housing. So I hope that committee will support my motion, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by moving the motion that Councillor Layton mentioned. Do we need it on the screen, or should I just dive in? I don't.
You can start. It's already on the screen, Councillor.
Yeah, as you can see, it's a very technical motion, but I just wanted to speak to what the effect of it is. So Councillor Layton has been working with city staff. He asked them a question. What could we achieve? What would be the most aggressive thing we could achieve based on the original consultant study that only relied on one test, that first test about whether the landowner would make a profit of 10% and the developer would make a profit of 50%. It says, don't apply the second test. That's the effect of what all these words here have. So I want to talk about why. When I was asking questions of the consultant, I asked a very specific question. What is the consequence of putting in only the first test on those property owners who are land speculating? Does it mean that they will never put affordable housing there? And the answer I got back was no. They will indeed develop that land with the inclusionary zoning component. They just might wait a few or several years before the market value of units catches up so they can make the profit they originally wanted to make. That's what the effect of this motion is. We increase the number of inclusionary zoning units we would get. Some of them may take longer to be realized, but the market will decide when they get realized. If we don't approve the motion Councillor Layton and I are putting in front of you, we are saying, well, we don't even want the developers to put those inclusionary zoning units in down the road. So our choices here are whether we put a framework in place that will deliver some inclusionary zoning units right away, and then more and more as the market develops. Or we censor ourselves and say, no, we don't want those future units. We'll do a review someday, and maybe we'll decide we want. That's the choice. If you vote for this motion, you're saying we want more inclusionary zoning units. We understand some of them, the property owner might take a while to get there. Or you can vote no on it and say, we don't want them to do it, even if it's going to take a while. Very simple choice in my view. The other issue that's worth bearing in mind, and I've been having conversations with many members of council on this, is some people are saying, well, we can't push too hard because the province could send this to the Ontario Lands Tribunal and we might lose. Well, as staff told us, the only other party at that hearing would be the province of Ontario. So the only way council's will would get overturned if we put a more aggressive system in is if the province of Ontario sends their lawyers and their planners to try to stop us. And frankly, I would rather dare them to stop us than be too cautious. I don't think it is wise for Toronto City Council to censor itself based on what the province may or may not do. I think that if the province of Ontario wants to take the side of developers, we should force them into doing that explicitly and openly at a hearing at the Ontario Lands Tribunal, rather than doing their dirty work for them by limiting what we try to achieve as a council. It's a very simple question we have in front of us. We've been told we don't destroy the housing market. Told that. And, well, there are a great many things I agree with the mayor on in terms of affordable housing programs, and I've been pleased to work with him and his office on this. I cannot agree with his claim that 30% of zero is still zero. There's no scenario that's zero. That's just a rhetorical flourish, which undermines the importance of the decision we're making here. Whether you vote for my motion, Councillor Layton's motion or not, we get inclusionary zoning in both instances. One, we've been told, will get us more, and it might take a little bit longer. I vote for more. I hope you do too.
Other members of the committee, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do have a motion, and the clerks can please put that on the screen for me. My motion is going to be broken into largely two parts. I'll try to explain it very quickly. The first portion is to amend recommendation number 9 by adding a few more criteria for staff to report back on when they do come back in 2022. And specifically, I want to make sure that the additional analysis takes place has a human rights approach to it. We've heard a lot about market analysis. I haven't heard much about the human rights approach, having a racist approach, make sure that there's no displacements and things like that. Very important. The second part of the motion is to further dive in even deeper, because during the point of question that I had before City, I'm sorry, if you can just hold my time. I'm hearing a lot of feedback. Oh, it just disappeared. Thank you. The second part of the motion is before you, It really is about trying to ensure that when there is a report back, let's just do it more frequently. I think 3 years is too too infrequent, to be quite honest. This is a very large body of work, and the more we have a chance to amend it, enhance it, and refine it, I think we're going to get better outcomes. We can all agree that it's not perfect right now, but I do want to make sure that the anticipated outcome is going to be tracked very properly, because my concern is that we're not going to be able to get in front of it if we don't see it very often. And then the last two motions are from Councillor Matlow, as he's already noted. I'm moving these motions on his behalf. The motions are largely related to his comments about Little Jamaica and the need to make sure that there is a framework assessment to ensure that that inclusionary zoning is actually extended to that community. That community, of course, is predominantly Black. And I think that we all need to recognize that structural racism, systemic discrimination will be in play if we don't expand inclusionary zoning to those neighborhoods. We have seen historically what happens to Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities when we don't have the tools in place to protect them, or we introduce tools, planning tools, specifically land use planning tools that target them for displacement and deliberately exclude them. And I just want to be able to put that into a colonial and anti-racist framework. We don't have to look very far to the south to look at those examples. They are literally across Canada. The most notable is Africville in Nova Scotia, and I think that we need to do everything we can to protect Little Jamaica and the community that is there, including a lens to making sure that it's not displaced. So thank you very much, Councillor Matlow, for your ongoing leadership in the community and your ongoing advocacy. I just want to say a couple more words. Throughout my time at City Hall, I've spent a lot of time, as all you have, especially those who are in the Toronto East Shore catchment area. We spent a lot of time trying to wrestle development files to the table to make sure that our community's interests are defended. And that means that we push forward for community benefits such as, beautiful green spaces, recreation facilities, library enhancements, and so forth and so forth. The biggest and most difficult thing to get from any developer has been affordable housing. And despite the fact that the tools are essentially non-existent, we have had limited success in the old Ward 27 and now the Ward 13. But I got to tell you, one of the biggest challenges I've had is getting those units to be built directly in the construction site. So where the proposal is being built. So I am very, very supportive of inclusionary zoning, because without it, we won't get there. Because certainly I've tried, I know city planning has tried, but without the tool, it has been a colossal challenge, uphill challenge. So where we've been able to build success has been very incremental and site by site. And I got to tell you, every single development in our ward, we allocate Section 37 for new or existing affordable housing for capital improvements. I think I've been doing this almost like since my first day at council. But even with that type of steadfast determinedness to get it done, it has been challenging. I want to comment on
if you can wrap up, Councillor.
Yeah, I do. I want to comment just very quickly on some of the remarks that came forward by the development industry. There was the language used about making sure we have a balanced approach, that it has to be market tested, and it has to be it has to be based in reality. It's as if everybody else who's speaking outside of that sort of message box is that we're sort of dreaming in Technicolor, and I don't think I am. I don't think that these members of the Planning and Housing Committee want to destroy the development industry. Nobody here is interested in taking away the opportunity for a very prosperous sector.
Thank you, Councillor.
But I just want to say, sorry, Deputy Mayor, I just want to say one final thing. I think that for everyone who's come before us and talked about being a city builder, I really encourage you to stand behind this, because this is how we get it done together.
I have a question of the mover. Anybody?
Madam Speaker, I have a question for the previous speaker.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, sorry. This to Councillor Wong Tam. First of all, we all support inclusionary zoning, but your motion mentions Little Jamaica, but the mayor's motion does as well. So what's so different about your motion than what the mayor has brought forward?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I believe that first of all, the first half of my motion, or Councillor Matlow's motion, I think does complement what the mayor is trying to do. The second half goes further and it goes deeper. It talks about developing an approach that has a human rights lens to it. It talks about avoiding displacement and preventing displacement. It also speaks to making sure that there's an assessment around the need for local affordability, and it talks about creating different models of housing provision. So it goes further, but the first part of it, I believe there are some complementary pieces to it.
Thank you. Councillor, I have a question for you as well. On the amendment of the recommendation 4, you're recommending this for the future analysis that are going to be done, right? The set-asides, because the set-asides are going to be part of this. Okay, perfect. And what do you mean by case-by-case basis? We don't have inclusionary zoning on a building-by-building. So what do you mean by case-by-case basis?
So I actually, so my experience with land use planning has been that developers as well as city planners do negotiate case by case. How high a building, or what type of units are built, how many units are built. Like everything about land use planning is negotiated from the time they walk through the pre-application proposal to by the time they're out the door with.
But that's not the bylaw we have. We have a bylaw in front of us that will have a standard. So there is no more negotiations. Every building in that market area, in that major transportation, will have to do percentage. So there's no more case by case.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
I'm sorry, Councillor Ainsley mic went on. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So I think the one thing that I see as largely requiring a bit more thought, to be quite honest, around the report, is that there's been so much focus on the market approach. So question number 1 criteria is how much is about whether or not a developer can make money. Question number 2 is about whether or not the developer gets to make as much money as they wish they could have made. And I just don't think that we've actually spent enough time in the report putting this through a human rights lens. So therefore,
I get that. I'm totally fine with that part of the question. I'm just concerned because you want us to determine which percentage will be selected on a case-by-case basis. We're not going to have percentage on a case-by-case. We have 3 market areas with different rates. That's it. Like we have development charges, like we have any fee. It's a bylaw. We can't be changing the bylaw.
So the planners, thank you very much for clarifying that. So the clarification from the planners can come back in their report if they want to reassert that so that it's more clear in the interim report that there is no case by case analysis. Then let that be the case. But what I anticipate is that there will be a lot of one-off negotiations because that's the way things are done. At City Hall, as I see it, if they come back in the report and said, we're reconfirm that there will be no case by case analysis, that there's not going to be special considerations for this or that, then I'm happy to accept that second set of analysis when it comes back.
Okay. Next speaker. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I'm going to speak. Well, I've said before that this is a housing term, definitely on all the initiatives around housing. I don't think there's ever been a council term like it, and I think we should be really cognizant of that, including establishing the housing secretariat and having housing functions go through there. We all know we have to be bold. We all know how difficult it is to get affordable housing built in this city, and how difficult it is even with existing watching, sitting in community council and watching approvals of 40, 50, 60, 90 story buildings with nothing, not one affordable unit in it. It really is a travesty. And if anything, it's unfortunate that this wasn't done a while ago and that we're sitting with this dilemma that we have right at the moment. I just want to tell you how hard it is to get things done, even when it's in our control. So when I took the new part of my ward with the doubling of the wards, I got a TCHC project that had no new affordable housing in it. That was after our Auditor General said, why are we doing revitalizations with nothing new? And it was a very big battle. I would have to say I had to battle a lot of people, including staff, our staff, that thought that was very hard to do. The outcome was, yes, we have 100 new affordable, but that took a tremendous amount of time. Inclusionary zoning means that we're not in those kinds of fights with regular developers. For the Red Door, that's a shelter, and Mayor came out with me to open that in the spring when they moved back there. That was because we had a planning study that said you can get more, or you can get more if you have a social purpose. So the city has initiated official plan amendment to put a shelter in that condo. There are creative ways to work, but that was very hard too. 838 Broadview, that's just a new one. That was a piece of TPA land that was being sold to a developer. Imagine, up until this term, we were selling land to a developer just to put up condos with nothing affordable, even though that was our land. And I know Councillor Wong Tam fought very hard there on Cumberland Avenue with 100 stories and sold by the TPA with nothing, not one brick, not one piece of wood, not one faucet in an affordable unit. So we are far behind. This term, we have our own program. We have housing now. We're dedicating that land. We're dedicating those efforts to building affordable housing. I always get upset when we have large developments where we can't achieve anything. So inclusionary zoning cannot come fast enough. I'm most concerned about the transit-oriented communities, and somehow we're supposed to take so much density around transit stops. Those of you who have the transit stop or the Ontario line or anything else, you know what I mean. Huge density, and there's no plan there for affordable housing. Imagine adding 4,000 units at East Harbor and brazenly saying, we're not putting any affordable units there. It makes me upset, and I think it upsets everybody. So I want the most. I want the most we can get. But I also want to make sure about the risk. I don't want to risk our inclusionary zoning plan. So I did not go in camera here. We can do that in council. I want to know about the risk of getting what we really want. If there is one or if there's not one. I am still unclear on that. Until we have inclusionary zoning, I am going to fight day and night on every application, doesn't matter where it is, to include affordable housing. And I think we all need to do that on every application. Every time a developer phones and says, I really want to talk to you about my great idea. Well, how much affordable housing are you bringing for your great idea? We give a lot of bonuses already. There's tiers, 2 and 3 tiers of parking that are excluded from all developments, millions and millions and millions of dollars. So we're already being good. That's not our goal, to have a lot of parking. Our goal is to have a lot of affordable housing. So we need to be a little more creative and bold in inclusionary zoning and in the way we're doing our business right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off just thanking all of the deputants, all 72, who came out and spent a good portion of their day discussing this important issue with us. One thing I think that is very clear is we need to take advantage of every possible tool to address the affordable housing crisis in our city. Inclusionary zoning is one critical component of that work, and it's one that's been a long time coming to fruition. So this is exciting. I want to thank the staff, of course, for their lengthy work, years and years actually, to bring us to this critical juncture. And we find ourselves at the virtual table to hold two matters in contention. And that's the immediate and ever-pressing need for more housing. And that means more supply, more options, more affordability, with the need to actually get that housing built. And that means taking into account the realities of development in the planning regime here in Ontario and the different local markets that exist across the city of Toronto. We've had a lot of discussion about that today. The overarching facts weighing on this policy remain that Toronto is projected to add 700,000 more people and 450,000 more jobs by 2051. So we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and we know that it's becoming more and more difficult to achieve affordability here. There's a bright generation of people, whether that's newcomers to Canada or students or young families, who will be looking to move to Toronto. And the demand here continues to grow because we're shaping a Toronto that's a great place to live and it's a place of opportunity. So we're a magnet. We're attracting people. They want to be here. I've been at community consultations on planning applications, at town halls, at the doors of neighbors, as we all have, where residents have asked for affordable housing to be a part of the new development, and for there to be more affordable rental units for their aging parents, for their friends, for young adult children. And as Councillor Fletcher just articulated, those are individual battles that we are currently having on a site-by-site basis. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to push for those units, and the yield is not what we want it to be. We've had to explain to our residents that through the nuances of provincial policy and the jurisdiction, we don't yet have the tools today to make that happen. But in this meeting and at council in the weeks to come, we're going to change that. We're going to have the roadmap in front of us to explain how it will change and exactly how we're going to be bringing inclusionary zoning in developments going forward. So I support driving inclusionary zoning to its fullest potential. And we have a roadmap to do that. And I'm glad that we have both the data and the framework in this report to get us to those higher percentages. This opportunity today, like so much of the work that we do here at City Hall, is about matching up the details provided to us in the data and the reports with the realities that we currently have on the ground here in Toronto, and with the direction that we aspirationally hope for this city in the future. The context and the nuance really matters here. It really does, and we all have to be aware of that. We all have to pay attention to that as folks here in government. It's this work shaping a policy here at our committee that provides a pathway to keep the building of the pipeline moving so that more units can be built and more units can be lived in. And I believe that we have to find that right balance between a policy that generates a meaningful number of affordable units and making sure that that development in the city continues to get them built and occupied. I think that's something that we need to be doing. Again, in a housing crisis, with all of the people who will be moving to Toronto over the next few decades, I think it's essential that we continue to increase supply. And I reject the notion of slowing down. I would say that we don't want to build less housing today and maybe some housing down the road. I think we need to make sure that we build housing now, and that taking a while is not going to be helpful in a housing crisis. I reject that. We heard similar sentiments echoed by many folks on the line today, and importantly, from several of the excellent affordable housing providers who deputed and sent in letters of support: Wood Green, Habitat for Humanity, folks who actually build affordable housing in the city, who have long been advocating for IZ policies here in Toronto. They get it. They work with numbers. They use performas. They build housing in an extremely challenging environment. You know, Neil Hetherington from the Daily Bread, I think, made the point in, summarizing that if the development community is losing their minds about it, which they are, and the advocate community is saying it's not enough, then the policy is probably striking the right balance. So today we're moving forward on an extensively debated development measure, moving us in the right direction. A first for the province of Ontario, inclusionary zoning here. And with the mayor's motion, we're going to have an opportunity to review that to make some changes representing the rollout as we go forward. We'll do that in an expedited manner, and we'll make the program even better going forward. But we got to get it done today. That's it from me.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. That concludes the list of speakers. I will say a few words, and I'll start by thanking the staff and the hundreds and hundreds of people that participated in consultations across the city and the ones that joined us here today. I do think it's a very special day today. I think we say it often. I think there was 14 times that council had voted asking the province for inclusionary zoning. It was an incredible long time to come, and we had the previous government in 2018 allowing that to happen, and some changes came in 2019 that allowed inclusionary zoning to proceed, but with some constraints. And some of that is that it is only allowed in the PMTSAs. And developers do get to decide if it's rental or ownership, and we do have to provide economic viability. On top of that, we council gave some direction to our staff during this process as well. We did say that we wanted an income-based definition, that we wanted 99 years of affordability, and for them not to use incentives. And all this was put into a big bucket to make the policy that is in front of us today, because all of it has an impact on the numbers, and that's what we need to understand. So when we talk about the 3 studies that were done, and that one motion takes in consideration just the first test. Well, as we heard from our chief planner, the variables change as well. So when you're looking at the first study versus the second study or the last study, things have changed. Council gave direction to change certain numbers. The definition of affordable ownership decreased. The definition of market average versus income has changed. All this has an impact in the numbers as well. So, and no IZ city, the other thing that we try to compare as well is we compare to other cities. And we've seen that other cities have all kinds of different things happening. Some of them have much, much lower affordability time. Others have a higher incentive. So we are producing a Made in Toronto with the tools that we have and the direction that we gave to staff as well. I do want to produce as much affordable housing as possible, and to have this policy implemented as soon as we possibly can. I very often talk to staff, and I told them, I said, I have this image in my head when I talk to you guys. It's like I'm at the edge of the cliff, and please make sure I don't fall. Like, get me to the edge of a cliff where I get as much affordable housing for pushing this policy as much as we possibly can without having the numbers of development falling. Because this policy will only be successful if we get development in this city. And Councillor Perks did say 30% of nothing is nothing, and that's not true. But 50% of 1,000 units is exactly going to give you the same amount of units of 5%, for example, of 5,000 units. Exactly the same amount of units. What you get, however, is less housing and less supply. And what you may get as well is, instead of having development happening close to the transit stations, what governments are doing major investment, you have it outside. Instead of having a development that goes like this, close and density really close to the transit stations, you start having it outside, because that is a constraint of this policy. We were constrained by the province to only have it around the major transportation stations. So these things need to be taken in consideration. And that's why I think that we need to push. I'm extremely supportive of the one-year review. I hope that we can have the numbers put forward in the Councillor Perks motion as soon as possible. Actually, in 2022, the numbers will be the same with the one-year review, with the appropriate studies that we can defend, and with the appropriate data and facts. Hopefully, we can increase it to the numbers that are being proposed here today. That is actually what it is in front of us, is that we have something that is studied, that has different studies, that has data, that has facts, that has been consulted, and that we can defend if they so wish. If the province so wishes to fight us on this, there's lots of studies here that are very credible for us to defend these numbers. So I don't want to delays in boards. I want to be able to say that we have a sound policy in front of us that is going to be reviewed 1 year after. And I hope that the market conditions say that we can start moving faster and we can start moving higher, because that is the direction that I think all of us want to go. That is the direction that I'm hoping the market can sustain. But again, we'll only get these units if we get housing build and development happening. Otherwise, we do not get them. So I hope that that we can have. Oh, sorry. I have a motion to move because of these that I mentioned about the complexities that exist with these reports. I would like to refer part one of Councillor Perks' motion to the city solicitor so that we can have it going to City Council just on the legal implications that it might have if we end up at an OLT hearing on this. And so with that, we can start moving on the motions, and I hope that I can get your support. Okay, let's start with Mayor Tory's motion. All those in favor? That carries. Councillor Nunziata's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then Councillor Bailao's referral motion.
Recorded, please.
All those in favor? All those in...
Your mic's on. I think it's creating that interference.
Just give us 1 second.
All those in favor of the motion from Councillor Bailao to refer part one of Councillor Perks' motion. When I call your name, please indicate how you will vote. Councillor Bradford.
In favor?
Councillor Perks.
Opposed.
Councillor Fletcher.
Favor.
Councillor Bailao.
In favor?
Councillor Wong Tam.
Opposed?
Councillor Nunziata.
Favor.
Mayor Tory.
In favor.
That motion carries 5-2.
On the balance of Councillor Perks' motion. And see my screen. All those in favor? That carries. And part 1, 2, and 4 are Councillor Wong Tam's motion. Part 3 is redundant. All those in favor? I need my screen back. And that carries. Item as amended. All those in favor, recorded vote. Okay, I'm going to do the recorded vote. Councillor Bradford.
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Perks.
Favor.
Mayor Tory.
In favor.
And Councillor Bailao in favor. Okay, that carries unanimously. Committee, thank you, everyone. I'm going to ask the committee for 15-minute break for staff. We need to give them a little break. This has been quite a bit, and it's the same planning staff coming as well. So we will be back, let's say 6:10. Sounds good? 6:10? Okay. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you so much.
Here.
Good evening, everyone. If the members could kindly turn on their cameras.
I'll just let the committee know I have the Danforth planning meeting tonight, so I'll be doing 2 meetings.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we resume?
To the chair, if you can give us a 5-second mental countdown and begin from there, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you. So that the meeting is resumed, we'll now go into item 2. Housing Now Initiative annual progress update and launch of phase 3 sites. We do have speakers on this item. Joshua Bernard.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them. To Joshua, please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel, and we can unmute you. To the chair, I'll attempt to reach out to the speaker in WebEx chat.
Thank you. That was the only speaker, and he might... Oh, sorry.
To the chair, I apologize for the interruption. It looks like the first speaker has connected their audio. I will now unmute that speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, Joshua.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Go ahead.
It's been a fun day.
Yes, it has.
Anyways, I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Bernard, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development at Habitat for Humanity Greater Toronto Area. Again, I know there's still a lot to cover, so I'll try to keep it very short. First, I just want to congratulate city staff and CREATO for all the work that has gone into making the Housing Now program a reality. This has been another massive undertaking, and while I know some may be impatient to see results, development is a complex process and takes time, and I believe we're headed on the right direction. In 2019, Habitat GTA was part of a consortium that submitted an unsuccessful bid on the 50 Wilson Heights site. Our bid for 50 Wilson Heights offered the same amount and depth of affordable rental units as was required, but with an additional bonus of affordable homeownership that was carved out of the market ownership units. Unfortunately, because the original council motion did not include affordable homeownership affordable homeownership as one of the acceptable forms of housing in the Housing Now program, to my knowledge, reviewers of the competitive bids weren't able to award any points for additional affordability that we proposed on site in the form of homeownership. As we've heard today, the IZ policy that is currently before the committee proposes 99 years of affordable period for both affordable homeownership and rental. And through a formula, these units are protected and don't increase in value. Habitat would like to see Housing Now land offerings include additional or bonus points for any submission that is included, that includes affordable homeownership. In other words, why wouldn't we want more affordability, especially when it is complementary to the affordable rental that's already proposed on site? Again, I'd like to congratulate the city and CREATO for all the work and making our city more affordable, and look forward to continue to work with both groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, Thank you, Josh, for joining us. Next, we have Mark Richardson.
Good evening, councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, we did submit an 18-page presentation on this item, and councillors may want to follow along with it as it contains images that would be useful. So councillors, you know who we are. We're volunteers who work to try and ensure that you get the best affordable housing unit yield out of your Housing Now sites. You are currently, as part of your Housing 2020-2030 environment, looking at creating 40,000 new units of affordable housing. Of those, 22,000 would be workforce housing, 18,000 would be supportive housing. We launched our tracking map back in January of 2019. We've passed 78,000 visitors to date. The Create TO board meeting on September 13th had their milestone report, which we've taken the liberty of marking up to identify the sites that we are very happy with and the sites that will probably cause you headaches in the future. We're very happy to see that Wilson and Warden were announced last week. We're not particularly happy with the numbers on Warden, but we think the numbers on Wilson are very successful. You managed to get 520 affordable rentals as part of the Wilson site and 275 affordable rentals as part of the Warden site, with 10% of those being deeply affordable, having rents no more than 40% of the average market rent. That's how the math works. On your round 2 sites, you were much better than you did on your round 1 sites. We're very happy with Queens Wharf Road. We're very happy with Councillor Wong Tam's site in Sherbourne, where we added height and density in order to increase the number of affordable housing units. We're happy with the preliminary numbers in Councillor Bradford's ward, and the site at Borough Drive is also some very good numbers. We'd like to thank Councillor Cressy for an excellent tweet that says, when it comes to building affordable housing on city land, we can't be afraid to think big. With that in mind, we're happy to talk you through the round 2 site assessments. Councillor Nunziata, you have one, Councillor Cressy has one, and Councillor Ainsley has 2. Total sites is just under 5 acres. We are looking at 2,480 units in total is what we project on those sites, with 943 of them falling into the affordable housing spectrum. Happy to talk through in more detail. The site, 2700 Eglinton, which is the York Civic Centre parking lot, is a very unusual site. You're probably going to need to work with the TDSB to try to leverage some of their parking lot space to make the site make a little bit more sense. But even on that site, we're still looking at 598 units and 197 units of affordable. I have some other sites I'm happy to speak to if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Nunziata.
Remind me that you guys need necessarily a question, but to the deputy. I know you mentioned the one in my ward, but I also have another one in Mount Dennis as well.
Housing Now site?
Oh, well, there'll be affordable housing.
Yeah, so we're only talking about the Housing Now sites, but we're happy to talk to you about either one. There's stuff in the report we provided to you where we can show whatever you need. And as it's your first Housing Now site, our volunteers are happy to work with you as we have done with other councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Ainsley, I noticed you just joined us. Go right ahead. Do you have some questions?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. Sorry, Madam Chair, I couldn't get my camera on quick enough to acknowledge I was here. To the deputy, Mark, could you talk a bit about, so the 2 sites in my ward, one's at Bushby, it's parking lot right now. To me, there's lots of potential there. There's nothing really to the north of it to cause shadowing, or to the west, there's a woodlot. So to me, there's lots of potential there for, bigger is better. And I would think similar to Lawrence Avenue, where the lot is currently the Scarborough storefront with 2 apartment buildings behind it, but it's right on the Lawrence Avenue bus route and, within walking distance of what I hope one day soon will be the Kingston Road LRT. So there's a lot of potential there too, I would think.
So certainly you have 2 sites, and like Francis, like Councillor Nunziata, welcome to the Housing Now party. We are very, very happy with the 40 Bushby site. It is sort of the embodiment of lazy land. If you look at the materials on page 13 and 14 of our submission, we've been able to look at that site. It's right next to the new proposed Scarborough Town Centre station. You've got 1.6 acres. It's a transit-oriented site. We are proposing it at 50, 42, and 32, so 3 different towers with an initial unit yield of 1,273 units, with 425 units as affordable. Your Lawrence Ave site is very different. Your Lawrence Ave site, as you mentioned, currently isn't anywhere near existing transit. It's not next to a transit station. The storefront is an old police substation that was converted at some point in the past into kind of a community center. We have met with people at the community center already because we didn't want to startle or surprise people at the community center. It's 1.19 acres, but half of that site is a community garden and a basketball court. We didn't feel it was appropriate at this time to make an assumption that the community center and the community garden and the basketball court were in play for development. So we are only looking at the old police station building and the parking lot surrounding it. So we're actually using only, even though it's 1.19 acres, we're only looking at using about half of that site for housing now purposes. Because it is not a transit-oriented location, it's not next to new LRT, it's not next to a new subway. We are also being very cautious with our massings on it. So we have proposals. We have 3 proposals that we've put in for draft discussion. One is at 17 floors, one is at 18 floors, and one is at 21 floors. 212 units and 106 units of affordable. And as always, we're happy to work with you and your community groups, but that Bushby parking lot should be fast-tracked.
All right. Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate your time in your presentation today and looking forward to working with you in the future. Madam Chair, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mark. And that concludes the list of speakers for this item. Questions of staff? No questions of staff? Speakers on this item? Visiting councillors, anybody wish? Councillor Fillion.
Yes, I'm just going to speak briefly about 51 Yonge Street, which is in attachment 2. And how should I say this? I was a little bit surprised to see it on the list, only because I only found out about it as it was going on the list and the report was being written. And I would have thought that staff would have talked to me about this at a much earlier stage. It is certainly a terrific site for affordable housing, and I am totally in favor of that, but it is not only a site for that. I'm sorry, my dog is barking, but it is not only a site for affordable housing, it is the key remaining publicly owned site in the North York Centre. It is on top of a subway station. It is across from Bell Lasman Square. It is a fantastic site for all sorts of things. And I think its future uses, which should certainly include, sorry, just a sec. Oh, wow. Just had to throw some kibble on the floor for the dog, which should certainly include a very large amount of affordable housing, but we should be looking at a number of complementary city-operated programs, services, facilities at this location. And I'm concerned about it having only an affordable housing lens in that examination. So I don't have a motion today because I haven't been able to come up with one that made everybody happy, but the gist of what I would like to do is have this site have that affordable housing. I'll put it a different way. I just want this looked at comprehensively by a team that certainly would include affordable housing, but would also include a lot of other people. I would like to see the examination of this site sped up. I would like to see it included in a list to actually create some affordable housing sooner rather than later, but also to look at what else we can do with this site. And of course, to include me in that, trying to figure out the best uses and also the community. And I'm concerned that the way things go with once a site is on a list like this, that will not happen. So I'll be making some kind of a motion to council and would invite any staff members who want to assist me with that to let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. I just want to thank staff for their work on the two sites in my ward so far. I have had some preliminary discussions with them.
I just have to tell you, I'm in
Councillor
meetings.
Fletcher, your mic is on.
I've had some preliminary discussions with staff on both sites, and I appreciate their input. But my first reaction was, and still is, with both sites, is bigger is better. The 40 Bushby, within walking distance, right across the street from what is going to be one of the subway stations on the Scarborough subway extension. I think we can make excellent use of what now is a vacant parking lot with nothing really around it encumbering height or shadowing. There's a roadway in a forest. The plaza to the south of it, the owners of that plaza are already tire kicking around what they can build on it. I don't think we want to go small and then have the developer next to us come in with some huge project that's going to dwarf ours, and then we're going to be saying, oh, if only we'd gone bigger. I think it's an excellent opportunity here, as the deputy said, for a large amount of affordable housing. I think there's an opportunity for buildings on a podium and either community space at the base, or I know both the public and the Catholic school boards are looking for properties in the area to build. It's much needed. And with all the intensification on both the west and east side of McCowan as a result of the subway station going into Scarborough Town Centre, I'm looking forward to what we can do here in terms of affordable housing as well. And those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll move the staff recommendation. And as it was mentioned, one of the sites is in my ward, which is at 2700 Eglinton, which is the site of the former York Civic Center, which is now a parking lot. And it's right at Eglinton and Keele and close to Eglinton and Black Creek, where we have our recreation center and we have the up and the GO station. It's part of the Mount Dennis area, and that's why I moved my motion earlier to include the Mount Dennis area. And it's also part of the Little Jamaica because it's near Eglinton and Keele. So the staff did speak to me a while ago on this site, and I was very supportive. Also, we're looking at more affordable housing at Eglinton and Weston Road as well, which staff is working with the applicant on that. That was the site I mentioned earlier where they're proposing 100% affordable housing. So I do support the recommendations that we have before us, and thank you to staff and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I can have my screen back. Any other speakers on this item? No, seeing none. Thank you. I'll just would like to thank staff There's an incredible amount of staff from all kinds of different departments, from Creatio, Housing Secretariat, Planning, all the departments involved in the planning that work on these sites and work on this program. This is a key program for us to deliver on affordable housing. It was a shift from the way that we used to use our land. We're now using our land value to create affordable housing, to impact communities directly where we own this land. A lot of the land, as it was said, very close to transit stations. And today, we're going to recommend to Council to add these 4 extra sites for a total of 21 sites that we will be developing under this program, with thousands of units of rental and affordable housing, with an average of 80% AMR, but 10% of that of deeply affordable as well. Looking forward to continue to working with many of the nonprofits that have been working with some of these sites as well, strengthening the sector and bringing affordable housing through the sites with the development industry and the nonprofit sector. So thank you to everybody involved, and in particularly, thank you to the local councillors that work with their communities to ensure that these projects are a success, and sometimes they're not always easy. So a huge amount of gratitude to all the councillors that do the heavy lifting locally to ensure that people understand the impact that these projects will have, not only for their local communities, but for the city in general. So thank you to all of you, my deepest gratitude. And Councillor Annunziata moved the item, so all those in favor? I just need somebody else. Oh, there we go, 4. Okay, all good, and that carries. We can now move to item 3 of the agenda, which is the new multi-unit residential acquisition program to protect existing affordable rental homes. We'll start with speakers on the item, and the first speaker is Victor Willis. Good evening, Victor.
Oh, good evening, Planning and Housing Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this really important item. I actually have been with you all day watching, both listening to the deputations and also to your debate on inclusionary zoning as well as housing TO. So great work today. I want to congratulate the Housing Secretariat and the Planning and Housing Committee for the creation of a multi-unit to residential acquisition program. There's been much research in the city and across the country that points to a robust acquisition program as a key pillar to solving affordable and supportive and the supportive housing crisis. An oft-cited study by Steve Pomeroy of Focus Consulting identified that between 2011 and 2016, 322,000 units of affordable housing were lost across Canada. And I'm sure it is likely as many, if not more, in the last 5 years. The National Housing Strategy identifies adding 160,000 new affordable units over 10 years, which is clearly not going to resolve the affordable housing in our crisis in our city. So we can't build our way out of this deep hole. A multi-unit residential acquisition program is essential and really should be supported in partnership by the province and federal governments. In 2019, the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust was part of a rooming house acquisition pilot that saved a multi-unit home from being sold and most likely upscaled out of affordability. And thanks to Gord for your support on this. Subsequently, Park partnered with the Land Trust as the long-term service provider and property manager. In the fall of 2019, Park was awarded Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative funding that allowed us to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale for a 3-story brownstone containing 38 units. The sale finally closed in mid-May of 2020. Park could not have completed the sale without the support and financial assistance of the city, as well as a private charitable foundation that stepped in with patient capital and providing a simple loan that made the purchase financing possible. So some might criticize that using public money to purchase private stock is not a good use of scarce funding, but public money was already involved. A large number of people in multi-tenant housing and other affordable apartment buildings are on some type of income assistance, whether it's Ontario Works, ODSP, Old Age Security, etc. This means that the mortgages and loans are paid for by public funds. When a building of this type is sold, the affordability is effectively lost, as is the millions in public funds paid in rent. So the MIRA program helps to keep these types of buildings affordable and often affordable into perpetuity. A couple of recommendations. increase the allocation to the fund in successive years to address the backlog in affordable and supportive housing, as well as inevitable increases in fair market cost of purchase. And then second, I really want to encourage the Housing Secretary to create an advisory committee of groups that have participated in acquisition to learn from each other and to provide insight to the Housing Secretariat on the program. Often buying these types of buildings is complicated and risky. They come with significant capital expenditures in order to bring the properties up to standard. And similarly, the financing is tricky without significant equity or quick access to funds, and being able to seize these opportunities are really limited. In closing, as I write this, there are 4 significant affordable housing properties in South Parkdale that are being offered for sale right now. We need this plan, we need this program, and congratulations.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for your leadership on this. Next, questions of the speaker? Being none. Thank you. Next,
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Joshua Brandt.
To the chair, that speaker has been provided with the audio options. So if Joshua could please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them. This is Joshua Barnett. The speaker has done so. I'm now unmuting their mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Joshua.
Hello, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank
we
you so
can.
much.
Go ahead.
In 2019, the Land Trust published the rooming house study in Parkdale exposing a crisis of rooming house loss due to speculation and upscaling. The report documented the loss of 350 units of affordable housing in the past 10 years due to upscaling, which resulted in the displacement of over 350 tenants, some into homelessness. In 2018, the Land Trust retained a researcher, Emily Parody, to produce a report summarizing actions that have been taken by other municipalities across North America to address the loss of dwelling rooms and deeply affordable housing. The report documented that in cities experiencing similar challenges to Toronto, such as the loss of rooming houses and other deeply affordable housing in the private market, the most effective strategy to preserve affordable housing, and the stocks in particular, were through city and nonprofit acquisition and operation of the at-risk affordable housing buildings. And so what she found was that dedicated funds for affordable housing preservation were key to preservation efforts overall. In Montreal, Vancouver, San Francisco, Chicago, the results were best when the cities had these programs. In Montreal, in particular, acquisition of rooming houses by nonprofits has been supported through significant funding programs by the municipality and the province. Nonprofit rooming house account for almost half of the city's remaining stock. These offer the most affordable rents and better conditions than privately owned rooming houses. In San Francisco, a program called the Small Site Acquisition Program has invested over $75 million in the past 3 years to enable dozens of acquisition of at-risk sites. In Vancouver, ambitious SRO acquisition strategies funded by the province and the city have enabled them to retain dozens of SRO buildings for vulnerable residents. These are examples of actions that other municipalities have taken. And in 2019, the Neighborhood Land Trust, which I work for, had the benefit of partnering with the city to undertake an acquisition pilot project in Parkdale, where we acquired a 15-unit at-risk rooming house. We were able to, through city funding, we were able to acquire that building and renovate it, producing 15 units of permanently affordable housing in our community. We've been able to assure that the existing tenants were able to stay in their homes and not thrown into homelessness. And we've allocated vacant units as they become available to people exiting homelessness. What I can say from this intervention is that it's extremely successful in keeping people in their communities and housed. And it's also the most economically efficient means to deal with the housing crisis. That project I referenced that the city was part of, for the acquisition as well as rehabilitation of that building, it cost $210,000 a unit total. We're currently working on a new construction project where the per unit cost is $500,000. So for every one unit that we could preserve, for every one unit that we build, we could have preserved 2.5 or 2.4 existing units. So I think that the city taking this step today to fund an ongoing acquisition program that is being coined MURA is both intelligent, timely, and exciting. I'd like to say that I'd also like to commend city staff for consulting the sector to understand how this program can be designed best to deal with the challenging process of a market acquisition. A pre-qualification phase, the 30-day decision-making turnaround, funds for pre-development costs, deposits, due diligence, the property tax exemption, and capital contributions up to $200,000 per unit were all great additions that will make this program successful. As a staff of an organization that has undertaken multiple acquisitions in recent years, I can confirm that the program has been designed in a way that will work for nonprofits. I'd like to make three small recommendations. I understand you might not be able to take them today, but I hope staff will take them into account over the coming years. One is that it seems like we should set targets, like a 10-year target, maybe 5,000 units be preserved by 2032. Maybe that's not something that can be dealt with today, but in a future year, when additional funds have been identified, this would take, to develop 5,000 or to preserve 5,000 units in the next 10 years, it would take a funding of $75 million a year. So understandably, we'd need other governments to contribute. I think it's important to name that target so you know what you're asking from the feds. Finally, the last recommendation I'd ask for is that the city consider assuring that the staff have the ability to provide the capital grant as a grant rather than a forgivable loan. The acquisition pilot we undertook with the city provided a 99-year forgivable loan as a means to secure the long-term affordability requirement. A simple direct grant would actually strengthen the financials of the nonprofits who are participating and enable them to better fulfill their asset management responsibilities.
Thank you, Joshua.
I believe that there's other ways to confirm long-term affordability. I support this staff report, and thank you so much to city staff and councilors.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Shiwi Tem.
To the chair, that speaker is present and they have the audio options. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel. To Chia Tam, please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel.
We'll go to the next speaker and then try to come back. Melissa Goldstein. Good evening, Melissa.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay, and that concludes the list of speakers, so we need to go back to you.
To Chia Tam, please click on Connect Audio at the bottom of your WebEx panel.
And no answer? Okay. So we'll conclude the list, the speakers for this item. Any questions of staff? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you. To staff, with respect to the type of occupants that will most likely be living in these affordable homes, can you share with us if there's any specific target groups that the MIRA program will specifically benefit?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, clearly we've left the MIRA program open to nonprofits who want to buy both buildings which have tenants and also those which are vacant. There is some flexibility there, and so obviously if you're buying buildings with tenants in them, then they come as part of that package, and then their affordability and tenure is secured over the long term, which is a good thing. But we definitely see opportunities, and we've outlined that we want at least 20% of the units to be secured for Indigenous organizations, but also we see opportunities for other groups like nonprofits who serve Black or racialized populations, or to us LGBTQ populations, as well as people experiencing homelessness. So we definitely feel like MIRA can help us reach some of our focus targets that we've outlined in Housing TO.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And with respect to the nonprofit operators that exist in the sector, has any research been done on which population or disaggregated group that they predominantly serve? I'm just trying to understand whether or not we're going to reach those very hard to reach communities, the equity deserving communities.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. I think your question is a good one. We actually need to learn more about who we're serving through some of our nonprofit, and also who remains to be served by some of our programs. One of the things that we're hoping to do here is set up a community partner table so that we can collectively learn with those organizations who are interested in participating in Mura. Maybe they have also targets specifically, or through their searches of properties out there, through their searches for new properties, they can highlight populations that would benefit very much from these buildings being secured. So I think we have more to learn, basically, about who we can serve through these programs, and we will include that in reports back to Council on the progress we're able to make.
Fantastic, thank you. So my final question is regarding funding. So at this point in time, I recognize that there's an allocation that's attached to this. And I'm just curious to know, like, as the Mura program grows, and I suspect that you'll want this reserve account to grow, because the more money that's in there, the more likely we can go and protect more affordable housing. Do you know, are you looking at where the money will ultimately be coming from? Is it through council? Is it through the declaration of properties that are declared as surplus? And then how would you go about evaluating that, appraising those properties?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the chair, we've left the report somewhat open because we see opportunities for us to leverage, I think, senior governments, other levels of government who we would like to be interested in the same outcomes that we're interested in terms of preserving affordable housing. And we're planning to advocate strongly on the back of this new program to certainly the federal government, but also the provincial government as well, that they would also put money, maybe even through Mura, into a program like this. And also in 2022, we've also outlined the fact that the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative would be a source of funds for us. So we've got 2 years lined up of funding. We're hoping to be able to report back on progress, continue to advocate for more funding to be included for Mura, and then to try and develop, beyond those 2 years, a more sustainable funding stream and a larger funding pot for this program.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And with the consent of the committee, we do have the deputant connected now, so I'll give him the opportunity to speak. Yeah, Tam?
Thank you so much.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you for joining us. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you so much. I'm here to answer any more questions if there are any, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Kensington Market Community Land Trust, which you may recall, with the support of the City Council of a contribution of $3 million, was able to successfully acquire our first community building earlier this year in Kensington Market. So if you haven't heard of us, we're a citizen-led, self-organized response to the obvious and dire need to protect existing affordable housing units from speculation and conversions within the beloved Kensington Market. And it's been many years of effort to get us to the first acquisition. But the detail in how that happened is that it wouldn't have been possible for us to even arrange that with the support of the city and with the support of other partners and banks without first a very generous citizen acting very quickly and putting down a $300K deposit to allow for us to arrange the remaining financing within the due diligence period. So that's just the reality of the speed at which we're operating in terms of how it feels like every day. So that's why we're supporting this proposal. We think it responds very thoughtfully in a nuanced way to our experiences trying to race the real estate market's speed right now. And we hope that you will also support it. So we're happy to take questions, but I think you guys have already discussed it quite well.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? No, seeing none. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on this item. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And listen, I want to start by bragging on Parkdale. This program is the result. I can remember the day sitting in the offices of the Parkdale Activity Recreation Center with Sean Gadden and Joshua Barnt, who you heard from. And they had this wild scheme, this utterly wild scheme, which is that we would use public money, park it in an account, and make it available on a very, very short-term turnaround for a pre-approved not-for-profit to be able to buy rooming houses as they come on the market. The issue had been that if a rooming house came on the market and they applied through the normal channels, the property would have been already sold before the City of Toronto was in a position to give any opinion about whether they could help financially. So well done, Victor and Josh. Well done to Toronto City staff, both present and past, who listened to the crazy idea, tested it out, and have now developed this program. Joshua and Victor are quite right. If it's going to succeed, we need to be even more ambitious. And, you know, I listened with interest to Abby's suggestion that other orders of government need to come to the table. You can't build an affordable housing system on the property tax alone. And I strongly encourage all members of council to make finding funding for this part of a conversation you have with your colleagues at other orders of government, a routine thing. We have to keep talking about this until it happens. And here's why. As you heard in the deputations, we are losing affordable housing faster than we're building it. Many people, including the Premier of Ontario, make the argument that, oh, if we just build more and more and more stuff, we'll one day arrive at an affordable housing market. No, the evidence is very clear. The faster we build, the faster the private market just builds, the more people who lose affordable housing. The private market is making the city less affordable. It would have been valuable to have, in my view, to have done this item before we did the inclusionary zoning item. So we were grounded in that fundamental truth that public investment is the only pathway towards having a balanced housing system where people in all income groups can live in the City of Toronto. If we'd had that in our minds, we might have chosen differently on the last item. So I think it's very important that we treat this program as not just one of a few, but as the cornerstone, the key thing that we are doing as we try to solve the affordable housing crisis in the City of Toronto. Moving property out of the speculative market, out of the market where the money is made by upzoning and uppricing housing has to happen first. If we don't do it, no amount of condo construction, whether we have inclusionary zoning or not, will ever get us to a truly affordable housing system in the City of Toronto. So congratulations to the city staff who had the courage and the brains to listen to Parkdale.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other councillors that wish to speak? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. I do have a motion. It's fairly straightforward. The motion is to direct the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat to incorporate an intersectional gender equity lens to ensure that the opportunities for housing and the outcomes can meet all the equity deserving groups, including women and LGBT non-binary communities. I know that that is the intention of staff. However, I want to just make sure that we make it as explicit as possible, to be quite honest. And I want to just also thank Councillor Perks. He thanked everybody for their hard work, their creativity, regarding the Parkdale Land Trust and the Mirror program. But I don't think he actually thanked himself. And for those of us who've been sitting around council long enough to know that his hands and fingerprints were all over the land trust, he was a very big advocate from the get-go. And so the fact that the Mirror program is before us today is largely because of his leadership and his creativity going back to the very beginning. It's the right move, and I think of communities like Parkdale and even Cabbagetown, which used to be full of rooming houses. We've seen a large number of them disappear over the past 20 years as things were gentrified and families moved in, and it literally became more and more upscale. But I do know that getting in front of it now, creating this innovative program where it allows funds to be deployed rapidly and at a perhaps a lower barrier access, I think is going to make a huge difference. The other thing it does, and I just want to speak to it very, very, very quickly, is that I think that nonprofit housing sector is now full of big partners. The small agencies that have grown over the years, and they're growing very rapidly, largely because of federal and provincial dollars, well, federal dollars, not so much provincial dollars, but also because of the shift in programming and operational structure at the city, whether it's the reallocation of the single family homes at TCHC or what have you. Some of those nonprofit housing providers have become very, very big, multi-million-dollar operations. And I feel like the Mirror program will actually give us a new pipeline of operators that really care about those who are at the very bottom end of the income spectrum, that are probably being left behind as the big nonprofit or the medium-sized nonprofit housing providers become bigger and bigger. And I've actually seen them actually refuse to operate nonprofit housing projects if it doesn't meet their pro forma, which is interesting. So I want to say thank you to everybody involved. This is a great program.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Bradford, do I see your hand up? No? No. Okay. So I'll be the last speaker on this item. I want to start by thanking the Neighbourhood Land Trust and the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust. As you heard from Councillor Perks, they did have a pilot that proved the concept. And Councillor Wong-Tam is absolutely right. Councillor Perks was very generous with these finances and Section 37 and facilitated that. And it proved the concept in Parkdale and how important these programs can be in saving some of the most affordable housing stock that we have and how we can work to strengthen our nonprofit organizations. And when Joshua started talking to me and Councillor Perks started talking to me about the success of the pilot and how it had worked, it was just last October 2020 that I actually moved the motion and asked staff to start working on this program. And I also want to thank staff because having the organizations that are out doing the hard work, coming and saying, we have staff that are working with us, listening to us, I think to me, and I would dare to say to all the members of the committee, is really helpful to know that our city staff is facilitating the work of those that are on the front lines, that are developing and providing this housing. So thank you for our staff to creating a program that will facilitate these organizations to do the amazing work that they do in our city. I do think that it is really important to be saving these units. We cannot build fast enough to what we need and to what we're losing. So it is important that we tackle these things from both sides. It is important to have programs like the Housing Now, like the inclusionary zoning, like all these things that come together because they bring different solutions to the table and different tools to the table. And so that is the importance of this program. I do have a motion as well because this program has a $10 million allocation right now that it was taken from development charges. It will have more funds allocated from the sale of another property that we have that was at executive yesterday, so that money will be coming here. But as the members of the committee know, we've approved a vacant land tax, and we've said that the revenues of the vacant home tax was going to be dedicated to affordable housing. Now, there's many programs that they could be dedicated. Staff will be bringing forward a report on the details of the vacant home tax. I think it's scheduled for December. And I would like to have our chief financial officer and treasurer to work with our executive director of the housing secretariat to look through those programs that we have that could benefit from the revenues of the vacant home tax, but that they consider MURA as a possible program. I think it makes a lot of sense. This is a capital program. I don't think we should be using the revenues of the vacant home tax for operational purposes. I think this is exactly the thing that would benefit from any revenues that come from that tax, and I would like to put in this request, and I hope to get your support as well. As you've seen from the report and from the comments that our staff made as well, I also believe that it is important that we advocate the other orders of government to support us with this program. We have been doing that with the rapid housing program. We've actually made recommendations even through FCM to have them support us with the acquisition of some of these rooming houses. The program does not allow us to do that right now. We're going to continue to do that work. But I think that we need to look at the revenues that we have, and I think the vacant home tax is a great source of revenue to continue to increase this fund that I think will be doing a lot of good for our city and strengthen our nonprofit sector. So I hope I can get your support on this. And with that,
question to the mover.
Absolutely.
No, I wish to speak.
Okay.
I have a question to the mover.
Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
How did you become such a hero?
I'm sorry, I have to speak, Madam Chair, and I know I shouldn't speak after you, but I have to take a
No
minute.
problem. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Yeah, both Councillor Bradford and I are on.
Hold on. I have a question.
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Nunziata, go ahead. Councillor Nunziata has questions of the mover. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a question. How come there's an echo? I don't know. Anyway, how much money do we have out of the vacant house tax?
So, Councillor, the report that when we approved the vacant home tax, they predicted that we could have between $50 and $60 million. And so we'll have, I guess, better estimates, and we'll have recommendations of where the money is going. So all I'm asking, we did say in that report that was going to affordable housing. So what I'm recommending is that they consider this program as a benefactor of that revenue.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Just wondering what the amount would be. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. As I'm saying that, that Councillor Bradford and I are both on the Danforth planning study because it's the last meeting for that study tonight, which has transformed the Danforth from the transportation point of view. And also we've done our small business support. And now we're looking at planning and housing. And I just spoke there, as did Brad. And we both said affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. We have so many transit-oriented communities with transit stops that we cannot let this moment pass anyway, that's a different topic. On this one, I just want to echo what Councillor Wong-Tam said. When Councillor Perks said planning staff have the brains and something else, I just want to say, I think, Board, that's what you have, and that's what you've been driving since you came here. You have a whole community that has rooming houses. You've watched the clearances start there, and this is an incredible thing. I'm only sad that our rooming house at 28 Langley, where we really started in the East End, our big fight to maintain it, those tenants were driven out unfairly with N13s that were, I don't want to say they were illegal, but they were wrong. They were not given their information about staying or coming back. and it's been a very difficult process. And now that place has been sold to someone who plans to have it used in a way that doesn't fit the zoning. So I'll just say to everybody, fasten your seatbelts, because I'm going to fight that zoning tooth and nail to try to get that place back, for the function that it always has held, which is to support low income, modest income people in the East End of Toronto. And thank you, Gord, for your leadership.
Thank you, Councillor. And that concludes the speakers for this item. So I believe we can move it as a package. Committee agrees? Yep, okay. Move it as a package. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. Now, good job. Thank you, everybody. And again, thank you, Gordon. Thank you to the Parkland Neighborhood Land Trust and the Neighborhood Land Trust. Item 28.4, official plan amendment on updating the definitions of affordable rental and ownership housing. We do have a quick presentation from staff on the item.
Yes, and Deputy Mayor, I'd like to introduce Graham Haynes, who will be giving the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's the presentation being pulled up. All right. Well, thank you for having us here today for this final item on the agenda tonight. So this last item is about updating our official plan definitions for affordable ownership housing and affordable rental housing. A quick note about these definitions is they're embedded within our new inclusionary zoning policies, but we're also advancing them as separate official plan amendments so that we can use them when applying our overall official plan policies. And I'll talk more about the plan to update other city programs and policies as well. We can go to the next slide. So just a reminder that moving towards an income-based definition for affordable housing is one of the 76 actions that were identified in the Housing TO Action Plan. And sort of tied to that action, there was a bit more text within the plan that I think is just worth highlighting, that the city would review options to revise the official plan definitions of affordable rental and affordable ownership housing, and that the city would also is committed to adopting a new income-based approach in administering affordable rental housing programs. So this recommended changes to our official plan is really the first step in achieving Action 53. On the next slide, just want to highlight that housing action plan really is supporting the delivery of housing across the entire housing spectrum. The policy is meant to address needs everywhere here, but our focus with this definition is really on this, relatively narrow band of affordable rental housing and affordable home housing. And what's important to note here is affordable rental housing and affordable home ownership housing are really distinct from social housing. Where social housing generally has rent kids to income, affordable rental housing and affordable home ownership housing are meant to be more affordable than market housing, but they're set at predetermined rents and prices. So unlike social housing, they're not necessarily geared to a specific household or that household's income, but rather they're set at predetermined rents and predetermined prices that are meant to be more affordable to the general public. On our next slide, just highlighting how important getting housing right is across the city and affordable housing. Our housing charter just identifies that providing enough housing and fair access to housing across the spectrum is really fundamental to our success. If we want to support our residents in their lives, for them to have, good social well-being, to be healthy, if we want to support our environmental efforts, if we want to welcome newcomers, and most importantly, if we want to support key workers in our economy, getting housing right and affordable housing right is important. Our next slide is our current official plan, or how our current official plan definitions work. So both of these definitions, both for affordable rental housing called average market, and what it does is we
to Graham.
Graham,
example,
it seems like we're
one-bedroom
having some
unit.
technical difficulties.
Yes.
Okay, I think you're back. Go ahead.
Graham should turn his camera off.
To Graham, I'd suggest.
Is it better?
Is your camera off at the moment?
I'm just going to try to connect. I just turned it off.
Can you hear clearly now?
Okay, you can hear me clearly. Questions of affordable rental and affordable ownership housing are based off of average market rent. So this is an annual measure reported by CMHC. Basically, what it tells us is what is the average person paying for a one-bedroom unit in purpose-built rental housing, or the average person paying for a two-bedroom unit in purpose-built rental housing. So our affordable rents basically are equal to that average. One of the challenges we found as we've sort of looked at this definition and why the Housing TO Action Plan identified the need to move towards an income-based definition is average market rent has generally been growing faster than household incomes, which means over time, affordability in these affordable rental units and affordable ownership units is being eroded. They're less affordable today than they were 5 or 10 years ago. On our next slide, just pointing out that other jurisdictions were not alone in moving towards an income-based definition. So most U.S. affordable housing programs are designed around a measure called area median income. So they basically look at what does the median household in the area earn and look at affordable housing to that based off of that metrics. For example, New York's mandatory inclusionary zoning has different set-aside rates depending on likewise, Vancouver's been implementing a new moderate income rental housing pilot program with specific incomes of $30,000 to $80,000 being served. The new federal rapid housing initiative is also based off of an income-based measure for affordability. And finally, a provincial policy statement looks at affordability being targeted towards the lowest 60% of income earners, and in the case of rental housing, the lowest 60% of renter households. On our next slide, we just have a quick summary of the of our consultation and engagement program that was carried out for these definitions. So through fall of 2020 and winter 2021, we did public stakeholder and consultation tied in with our draft inclusionary zoning policies. Through this most recent spring and summer, we also held more detailed stakeholder engagement, including with affordable rental housing providers, affordable ownership housing providers, and with general housing stakeholders. Some of the feedback we heard throughout this consultation and engagement was the continued support towards moving towards an income-based definition. But one thing that I want to highlight, and we'll touch on more as we move forwards, is affordable housing providers, and we heard some of this morning, just our new definition does impact the ability of housing providers to deliver new affordable housing, and it will affect their ongoing financial operations. So as I said, we'll touch more on that as we move forward. On the next slide, we have a summary of what our new affordable rent definition is. And what it looks to do is set affordable rents at the lower of either our current measure, average market rent, or 30% of the before tax monthly income of typical or signifier renter households in the city of Toronto. So for studio units, we're proposing to make sure they are affordable to one-person renter households at the 50th percentile income. That would be the median one-person renter household. One-bedroom units, we're proposing to be affordable to one-person renter households at the 60th percentile income. Two-bedroom units to two-person households at the 60th percentile income, and three-bedroom units to three-person households at the 60th percentile income. We looked at these household sizes, I'll say right now, in part based off of the national occupancy standard, and making sure we were sort of considering the types of households that would need this at a minimum. So, you know, that singles could look at studios and one bedrooms as something that should be affordable to them. that a single parent with one dependent would be considered when we're looking at 2-bedroom units, and that a single parent with 2 dependents would be considered when we're looking at 3-bedroom units. On the next slide, you can see how our new definition compares to the old definition. So in the left-hand column here, you see our current definition, or what average market rent is for each unit type. In the second column, you see what the income limits are. And then in the third column, you see us with the resultant prices under the new definition. So what we see is that studios and 1-bedrooms will decrease by $399 for studios, or $341 per month for 1-bedroom units. There's no change to 2-bedroom units for the time being, because at least for 2021, average market rent for 2-bedroom units is lower than that income limit for 2-bedroom units. While for 3-bedroom units, we see a small decrease in affordable rents. On our next slide is the proposed or recommended affordable ownership definition. Like our affordable rental definition, it's moving towards an income-based approach based off of a 60th percentile income. We structured this a little bit differently, thinking about overall affordability to all residents of the City of Toronto. So 3-bedroom units are priced to the 60th percentile household in the City of Toronto, 2-bedroom units to the 50th percentile, 1-bedroom units to the 40th percentile, and studio units to the 30th percentile household. One of the other important things we're changing with our new affordable ownership definition is our old definition, when considering what was affordable to a household, only looked at mortgage payments and property taxes. But I think, as most people here recognize, condos are the primary mode of for delivering new housing. So our new definition also looks to include standard condo fees as part of what needs to be considered when we're looking at what different levels of income can support. So for example, when we're looking at a 3-bedroom unit, we're considering what that income of about $91,000, $92,000 can support. Condo fees, property taxes, and their monthly mortgage payments. On the next slide, comparison between the prices set under the former definition, which is off of that average market rent number, not including condo fees as part of payment, and a new income-based definition that accounts for condo fees. We see decreases in prices across the board, approximately $50,000 to $60,000. And again, this is sort of, as I say, a result of these two changes. The change to the income approach and the inclusion of condo fees is something we should be considering when we look to what is affordable to different incomes. On our next slide, we can see the types of households that our new definitions will be serving. So on our top row, you can see sort of the income range, starting at the bottom of, who this would be affordable to the upper end of generally where our guidelines say eligibility should be cut off for affordable units. On the second row, we have our average market rent measure, or the current measure define affordable rent. You can see it's generally a bit more expensive than our new definition. Our third row is where the new proposed affordable ownership definition would land. One of the important things to note about the affordable definition is it's really hard to peg what incomes this will specifically be affordable to, because factors like the mortgage rate you get, the actual condo fees for your unit, the actual property taxes you'll end up paying will obviously influence the income you need for this to be affordable, but this provides us an estimate of where we think this will land. And then finally, on the bottom row, we also have this measure called CMHC vacant unit rent. And this gives us an idea of, if you were looking for a rental unit in the City of Toronto, on average, what might that cost in a purpose-built rental building? So what we see is our new definition really does a good job of helping provide more affordable housing to some key workers in the City of Toronto. So jobs like security guards or dental assistants on their own previously could not afford affordable rent for either a studio unit or a 1-bedroom unit. But under a new proposed definition, a security guard could afford a studio unit, dental assistant, a 1-bedroom unit. Likewise, when we look further up the income spectrum, a 2-income household of something like an early childhood educator and a bank clerk would be able to afford a 3-bedroom affordable rental unit or a 2-bedroom affordable ownership unit. One of the other things that's really important to note about our new definition is, because we've tied it to incomes instead of market rents, the new definition will stay affordable to these types of households over the long term. So under our average market rent definition, a carpenter today could afford a studio unit, a a few years from now, they might no longer be able to afford an affordable studio unit. So this move towards an income-based definition is really important because it means that security guard who can afford an affordable studio unit today will also be able to afford that affordable studio unit 5 or 10 years from now. Finally, on our last slide for today, I want to talk about some of the next steps. So this is just the first thing in terms of updating the city's approach to affordable housing. So we're advancing official plan changes to our definitions, to the definitions in our official plan. So these changes will, be taken into account when we look to apply official plan policies. But more work will need to be done to update city programs and policies related to housing programs. So where IZ was conceived and developed, our financial analysis was carried out using these new definitions. Programs like Housing Now and the Open Door program were really conceived and developed around our former average market rent definition. So we about how to account for things like the loss of revenue associated with lower rents and for lower rent growth due to tying these to incomes versus market rents. Because it's really important that these programs continue to be successful, that we can continue to work with, whether it's not-for-profit or private sector partners that help us build affordable housing. So next year, the Housing Secretariat will be advancing a report looking at how we can re-examine these programs, whether it's through program redesign, the potential for more funding or more fee exemptions, but also looking at how we can work with our partners in other orders of government, because they're also prioritizing an income-based approach to affordable housing. Finally, following that update to city policies and programs, the Housing Secretariat would look to advance another report updating the city's municipal housing facility bylaw. And this is really the bylaw that gives us the ability to provide property tax and fee exemptions to affordable housing units. So with that, I think we can close the presentation and open up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to questions of staff, we'll go to deputations, and we'll start with Alejandra Ruiz Vargas. Good evening, Alejandra.
Hello, how are you, everybody? Thank you for allowing me to be here. So, I want to really plan something to congratulate you guys, but this is good, but it's not good enough. My name is Alejandra. I am the chair for East George chapter ACOR, and ACOR is an organization that fights for social change. We are low income and moderate income, and we are a tenant union. But we did a report in 2018 called "We Need People to Be Able to Afford to Live in this City: The Urgent Need for New Affordable Housing in Toronto." A report showed that City of Toronto data from keywords reveals that only 2.5% of new rental units built between 2014 to 2017 were affordable housing. And in other words, 1 in 40 new rental units are affordable. We found out as well that 1 in 5 households are in core housing need. In other words, again, 1 in 400 new ownership units are affordable. Graham mentions that the affordable definition will make that the affordable housing will be built less by developers. But anyway, I think so we should not worry too much because, never they had come out and on to build affordable housing. It's because the feds or because the province or because the city has helped them. So I will not worry too much about it. And anyway, I was thinking, like I start, that I will start to congratulate the city, but I back it up in that. It's a beginning, what I heard, but still it's not good enough. I made $53,000 a year, and I pay $1,300 a month in rent, and still I had difficulties to pay my bills, even though it sounds that I make a lot of money to be able, but it's not the case. So when you say that a security guard is going to pay $900 in a condo, well, doesn't cut it. It's still, like I told you, it's a beginning, but it's not good enough.
Thank you, Alejandra. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Marcia Stone. Good evening, Marcia.
My name is Marcy Stone, and I'm co-chair of Weston Acorn. As Alejandra said, Acorn is a membership group of low and moderate. Sorry, I'm on grandma duties right now, so sorry. Anyways, I'm just here to talk about the definition of affordable housing in the city of Toronto. We did an action at a building on Weston earlier in the year that was supposed to be called affordable, which is supposed to be a seniors building. The fact that the word gets thrown around by everybody as you know, as an afterthought is very disheartening. So we're pleased. We're very pleased that with this new definition of affordable. And I've always said we need to have a legal definition of affordable that everybody's working from. We need that everybody is working from, developers, legal people, everybody, that we all understand what we mean when we're talking about affordable. So I applaud you on that. In 2018, we put out a report asking affordable for who, which showed that all affordable units built between 2014 to 17, only 1 in 40 were actually affordable for low to moderate income people. And finally, so Acorn members are very pleased with the definition. Finally, affordable actually means affordable. 30% of income is what the province and fed government defines it affordable as. And we hope this comes into effect as soon as possible for Housing Now, Open Door, inclusionary zoning, and all the other so-called affordable housing programs that the city runs. This is a real sign that the City Council recognizes the reality of low and moderate income people. And I thank you for allowing me to speak at this time. It's been a long day, but I'm pleased to hear what everybody has to say. I just hope you listen to the people that are actually living this reality and vote your conscience. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcia. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next, we have Bob Murphy.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay, Christina Abbott.
Yeah, Abbott. Right.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm a senior citizen, and I live in a building that is strictly seniors. But there's been nothing done for affordable housing for seniors. They talk a lot, but nobody here to income. I mean, I'm on a pension. If I didn't have a work pension, I wouldn't make it to the end of the month. The government promises us more money, but we don't get it. Also, the rents are going so high, and this is supposed to be a building strictly for seniors. The rent is going up so high that in the next few years, I won't be able to afford the rent. And it's not market rent. Market rent is $1,500, $1,800, $2,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. I will be paying $1,100 in January. And if it keeps going up the way it's going, in the next 5 years, I won't be able to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we'll move to Callum Houston. Good evening, Callum.
Good evening. I'm just here to speak on behalf of Acorn again and say that we're glad that you went with the changing your definition for affordable housing or for what is affordable rent. And yeah, it's been a long day, so thank you for taking the time to do all this.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us here tonight. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Gordon Bryant.
To the chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay. Gautam Mukherjee.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Hi. Yes. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Mayor and Madam Chair. So, as you said, my name's Gautam Mukherjee. I'm the Executive Director of House Lincoln Mainstay Community Housing. Today, I'm speaking to you on the written submission that you received from my organization, from Wigwaman Incorporated, St. Clair's Multi-Faith Housing Society, and Community Affordable Housing Solutions. House Lincoln Mainstay owns 59 properties across the City of Toronto and 1,100 supportive housing units. Wigwaman is Ontario's largest and most experienced urban Indigenous nonprofit housing provider, with over 800 units of affordable housing in our city. St. Clair's has 7 properties and over 800 units in its portfolio. And CAS is an innovative new housing trust established, I believe, with the Deputy Mayor's support that has advocated for communities to secure more and deeper affordability. And CAS has 2 projects in the pipeline already. What a whirlwind of a day. My head's a bit spinning a bit. I really do want to start by congratulating the committee and staff for your leadership. You've moved the city forward today in a number of different areas: private inclusionary zoning, affordable housing units and private sector development, preservation through MURA, expanding the Housing Now program. In the midst of all this, myself and my colleagues want to make sure that purpose-built affordable rental through the Open Door program doesn't get missed. Our organizations all have the capacity to develop new affordable rental housing, and we're actively looking to do so. Our projects require multiple overlapping layers of funding, which must be pieced together delicately and carefully on every project, and the Open Door program is an essential part of these models. Of course, we agree that the gap between incomes and market rent is a critical issue in Toronto. However, we are concerned about the potential impact of the income-based definition on Open Door and our organization's ability to deliver new affordable housing in that program. First of all, the change in the definition will have a financial impact, as acknowledged in the report. The reduction in rent revenue will reduce our debt capacity and make our projects significantly more dependent on grants and other contributions from government. I just want to stop and say, one of the key issues for us is that we need those grants committed up front. Currently, it's a challenge, and it's sort of easier to get commitments from lenders than government often come in late. Second, to ensure our organizations are able to continue developing affordable housing, it's critical to ensure to secure additional resources to offset the reduction prior to implementation of the new definition or its application to Open Door. I just want to be clear that any offset would just help us to hold the baseline on the amount of affordable housing we can deliver in this program. So as I said, I can commend all of you, and we need to do more. The new definition will not only make it more challenging, it does not ensure that units are...
Gautam, I'm going to have to ask for you to wrap up.
Okay, so you have our written submission. The one thing I would like to, and some recommendations there, we want to be engaged as this gets implemented moving forward. We lack certainty right now, which is making current projects challenging. So we hope to see a transition plan as soon as possible to the new definition.
Thank
finally,
you.
Could I just add one last thing?
Go ahead.
I know it's very late. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I just would like to challenge the spectrum presented by staff, separating income-based housing under social housing and fixed rents under affordable. The key tool that we really need in this city to ensure housing is affordable to those who need it most is housing allowances, rent supplements. I want to commend the Deputy Mayor for pushing in 2019 to see if the city could fund an expansion of the housing allowance program, and I strongly urge you to resume this effort. And in doing so, we can ensure that fixed rent programs like Open Door can work for people at all income levels. Thank you very much again, and I believe the
Thank
city
you.
will be better tomorrow than today. Thanks for your effort.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, next we have Ian Underwood.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I'll do the same as others. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Yes, we can. So thanks again. First of all, at Habitat for Humanity, we're thrilled by the shift to an income-based definition for this affordable housing. Earlier, I want to speak obviously to affordable home ownership. And earlier today, you heard that there were changes made to the affordable ownership definitions from round one to round two of the IZ work. And in brief, those changes resulted in a significant reduction in the price points of affordable ownership units. And you also heard that that in turn contributed to the lower set-aside rates for ownership units in that second round of analysis because of that deeper level of affordability for these units. We spent quite a bit of time with city staff on this topic. We found them very responsive to the concerns and suggestions we were raising, and we are fully supportive of the resulting definition. Now, beyond this, I just want to flag two related points. First of all, the price points that Graham showed you for affordable ownership have been calculated based on the assumption that the land transfer tax, the property tax, and the HST will all be based on those calculated values that Graham showed you, not on the market values. And that makes total sense because, as we talked about with inclusionary zoning, these units can never be sold in the open market. Their resale is based on a very strict formula. So it's neither fair nor economic for the occupants of these units to be bearing HST and property taxes as if they were full market units. City staff, we know, are doing some work to on the fine print of making this HST LTC property taxes be right-sized, and we're just reinforcing a critically important and imperative to achieve what's embedded in this new definition. Now, the second area Councillor Wong Tam picked up on in her questions earlier today, and that relates to condo fees. There is a dilemma with condo fees, with inclusionary zoning when it comes to condo fees, particularly in the higher end units. As you heard from a number of deputants earlier today, most lower income families would not choose to live in a building with a swimming pool and a gym and a gold lame lobby and other amenities if it meant that they were going to be paying a large chunk of their monthly income on condo fees. Now, that's being taken care of in the calculation of ownership, as you heard from Graham. But we also know over time, condo fees have a propensity to rise. Current condo legislation has limited flexibility for differentiating condo fees from one group to another. So there may be a need for some future workarounds for reductions in property taxes or some other kind of solutions, so that as condo fees rise, it won't put unnecessary financial pressure on families and individuals who thought they were buying a home that they could afford in the long run. So with that said, again, absolutely commend staff and you as a committee on the incredible work that's being done.
Thank you so much, Ian. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Andrea Adams. Good evening, Andrea.
To the chair, that speaker is present. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can unmute them. To the chair, the speaker has done that. I'm now unmuting the speaker.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andrea. Can you hear me, Andrea? Nope.
To the chair, they are unmuted and should be able to speak. To the speaker, we will attempt to connect you by phone now.
It's Gautam Mukherjee here. Andrea and I were part of the same. Oh, I think she got through. Go ahead.
To the chair, I'm now unmuting Andrea's phone line.
Your call will be answered on the next business day. For a staff directory, press 1.
I guess not.
For head office information.
The beauty of virtual meetings. Okay, why don't we try the next speaker, Kiri Vadivello. Good evening, Kiri. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, I'm Kiri from Scarborough. I'm a Scarborough ACON member. We have been fighting for affordable housing and affordable tenancy for low-income people in our city and across the country. It is glad to know some relief that some good work is being done. It's under progress, but this is not enough. And we have to fight from multidimensionally from multiple angles to solve this crisis that we are in. Like my family right now, that we are paying more than 60%, actually 65% of our combined income in rent, my wife and mine. So this is not affordable for workers or employees. Making just around the minimum wage, and there's a lot of families are struggling, and this does not help allow us to get ahead. And this is a vicious circle that a lot of workers, low-income families are caught in, and this is extremely unfair. And nobody choose to live in poverty, but people are put in place by the circumstances and the economy around us. And again, I'm happy to see one side of the work is being accomplished, but we have more work to be done, and this is not enough. And we have to continue to make this city affordable for everybody. We cannot have a city where there's only certain people with certain level of income can live in. And if that is going to be a reality, it's not going to be affordable for anybody. Thank you.
Thing you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Okay, let's try Andrea Adams one more time.
To the chair, we've been informed through WebEx chat that Andrea does not need to make a separate submission. Their submission was made with Gautam.
Okay, so let's go to the last speaker of the evening, Daryl Chung. Good evening, Daryl.
To the chair, the speaker has now connected their audio. I am unmuting the speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello again, everyone. Long day, last speaker, so I'll be quick. And the reason I'm here is, the rationale for considering an income-based definition is easy to understand. Everyone gets it. But there's a bit of a disconnect because the amount people can afford based on their income doesn't reflect the cost of operating, maintaining, and building rental. That's the long and short of it. We would like to see something that takes that into consideration. Maybe some sort of financial subsidy model. Some of the previous speakers mentioned things like rent supplements or housing allowances. Cities use them in various forms over the years. Very successful, easy to implement. They have a long history and experience doing so. For years there was talk about a basic portable housing allowance, something simple like $150 a month for a single person, $250 or $300 for a small family. Again, something that would be based on income, self-attestation, just something that's easy to administer, to be done almost immediately to help make up for that gap. But the gap is real. What it costs to operate and especially to build new is not reflective of people's incomes. And that's why, for the private purpose-built rental sector, we know what people can afford and we know what it costs to build. So typically, we don't build a whole lot, as you know. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm the last speaker, and I know you want to go home. And so that concludes my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. That concludes the speakers for tonight. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on the item. Councillor Annunziata.
Recommendation.
You wanted to move the recommendations? Okay, we'll take that as a yes. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you. I do want to speak largely because I will support the recommendations today. I recognize that we've all had a very long day, but I also want to. I'm interested in understanding, based on some of the concerns that were raised by some of the nonprofit housing providers, to be quite honest, on how we could probably work together on a motion before we get to council to see if there's a way for us to strengthen and address those concerns. I don't have the brainwidth, the bandwidth right now to do it, to be quite honest. And I don't want to make a mistake.
I have it, Councillor. I have it.
Oh, you have it. Great. That's why you are the chair. If you've got to clean that up, that would be fantastic. So I will say no more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none. So as I was mentioned to Councillor Wong Tam, I do have a motion because of these comments. I think several of these organizations had reached out to me and other members of the committee. And we know that there needs to be a bit more work to ensure that we're actually getting the affordable housing, and in particularly from our nonprofit housing providers. So this motion, I think, will allow for the work to continue, and that's exactly what we want, that our staff continue to work with these organizations to ensure that we support them and that do not jeopardize any of the projects that they currently have or that will be able to do in the future. So that is extremely important. Again, the math matters in these instances, and these changes are much, much needed. I'm a firm believer that we needed to move to an income basis, but it does have a cost on projects, and we need to realize that. And it's the same thing with inclusionary zoning, and it's the same thing with this definition. Even when it's a nonprofit organization building the housing, they have costs that need to be taken consideration, finance that needs to be taken consideration, and all these things that we're doing, all these policies impact the viability of the projects. And so I do want to make sure that our staff work with our nonprofits, because we want to facilitate to build more, not less, to be stronger partners, and to be always by our side. So with this motion, I move this motion because Councillor Annunziata has moved the report as well. So with that said, if I can have my report back. And can we move it as a package? Some nodding? Yep, okay. So all those in favor? And that carries. And in favor, great. So again, a huge thank you to all the staff that worked so hard on these all very important reports. I think we had an incredible day here. Not an easy one. These are complex, difficult issues, but staff have done an incredible amount of work. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to clerks here. It's been a long day, but we've done really important work that will impact housing, the delivery of affordable housing in our city. And to all of you, to members of the committee, thank you. It's a pleasure to work with all of you. Best committee ever. Thank you.